Hello, traveler of the dark and the curious. Lean in close, and let the heavy noise of the outside world fade away. Welcome to Stories of Crime, your sanctuary for the tales that whisper in the shadows of the human heart. I am so deeply grateful you have chosen to walk this path with me today, to sit beside the hearth of our shared imagination, and to listen. Today, we embark on a journey of extraordinary depth, a narrative that will challenge everything you think you know about the boundaries of greed, love, and the secrets we keep from ourselves. We are stepping into the haunting, beautiful world of the magic casket. What is it that lies dormant inside the human soul when faced with the impossible? Why are we so effortlessly drawn to the things that might destroy us? This story is not merely a mystery to be solved. It is a mirror reflecting the deepest, most complex corners of our nature, exploring that fragile, paper-thin line between our highest virtues and our darkest sins. The magic casket itself is far more than an object of wood and lock. It is a vessel of whispered truths, a catalyst that coaxes the hidden desires out of those who dare to seek it. It represents the ultimate question we must all ask ourselves in the quiet of the night. What would you sacrifice to uncover the absolute truth? As you listen to these words, let the sound wrap around you like a heavy velvet cloak. Let my voice guide you through the fog-shrouded streets, the tense silences, and the brilliant, shocking revelations of this masterpiece. Close your eyes, let go of the day, and allow this auditory voyage to completely consume you. Once the lid of this casket is pried open, there is no turning back. Every spoken word, every breath, every silent pause holds a crucial piece of the puzzle. You will find yourself utterly captivated, driven by an irresistible, burning need to stay with me until the very final word is spoken. So, my friends, settle in, let your mind drift into the dark, and listen closely. The magic casket is about to open, and its secrets are meant for you alone. The whisper of the casket. There is a quiet room in the deepest, most forgotten corner of your mind. In that room, resting upon a table of dark, ancient oak, sits a casket. It is not large, perhaps no bigger than a shoebox, yet it possesses a weight that seems to bend the very floorboards beneath it. It does not speak in a voice you can hear with your ears. Instead, it speaks in a language of sudden, inexplicable longings, of late-night sighs when the rest of the world is asleep, and of that persistent, aching feeling that you were meant for something far greater than the life you have currently built. Welcome, dear listener, to the very beginning of your journey. Let us take a slow, deep breath together. Inhale the cool, quiet air of this present moment, and let it go. Leave behind the noise of the streets, the demands of your calendar, and the endless, exhausting chatter of a world that constantly asks you to be anyone but yourself. For the next several minutes, there is nowhere else you need to be, and nothing else you need to do, but listen to the whisper of the casket. Think for a moment about the concept of potential. It is a beautiful word, but it is also a painful one. To say someone has potential is to say they have not yet become who they are meant to be. It implies a gap, a vast, quiet canyon between the reality of your Tuesday morning and the wild, brilliant landscape of your dreams. We all carry this gap within us. We feel it when we stare out of a rain-streaked window, or when we look into the mirror and find ourselves staring into the eyes of a stranger who looks tired, a stranger who has traded their wonder for survival. This casket is the physical manifestation of that gap. It is made of a wood so dark it seems to swallow the light around it, a polished obsidian grain that looks almost like frozen water. If you were to run your fingers across its surface, you would feel the intricate, hand-carved filigree of brass and silver that winds around its edges like sleeping veins. These metal vines do not seem to have been hammered by a blacksmith. They look as though they grew there, slowly, over centuries, creeping across the dark wood to guard whatever lies within. But it is the lock that draws your attention. There is no keyhole of brass or iron. Instead, there is only a smooth, circular indentation in the center of the lid, a shallow depression that perfectly fits the palm of a human hand. It is as if the casket is waiting not for a piece of cold metal, but for the warm, living touch of its rightful owner. And if you listen very closely, past the ticking of the clock on your wall, past the distant hum of traffic, you can hear it. It is a sound like the rustling of dry autumn leaves, or the soft hum of a violin string played so quietly it is felt in the chest rather than heard in the ear. It is whispering to you. It is hinting at forbidden knowledge, at the secrets of your own subconscious, at the wild, untamed magic that you locked away long ago in the name of growing up, being reasonable, and fitting in. Let us explore the first key point of this mystery, which is the sheer weight of this locked potential. To understand why this casket remains closed, we must look at the story of a man named Lucas. Lucas was a restorer of antique clocks, a man whose entire existence was measured in the precise, predictable ticks of brass gears and steel springs. He lived in a small, damp apartment above his shop in a gray, coastal city where the fog never quite lifted. Lucas was a master of his craft. He could take a shattered watch from the 18th century, a chaotic mess of broken teeth and rusted hairsprings, and restore it to perfect, rhythmic order. Yet, Lucas was profoundly unhappy. He lived in a state of quiet, chronic exhaustion. Every morning, he would wake up at precisely 6 o'clock, brew a cup of black coffee, and descend the narrow stairs to his workshop. He would spend 10 hours under the harsh glare of a magnifying lamp. His world shrunk to the size of a postage stamp. He had forgotten the sound of his own laughter. He had forgotten what it felt like to run toward something rather than away from the fear of poverty. One rainy afternoon, an elderly woman with eyes like cracked ice brought a heavy wooden box into his shop. It was not her clock, but she insisted that only a man of Lucas's delicate touch could understand its mechanism. She left it on his counter without waiting for a receipt and vanished into the fog. Lucas placed the box on his workbench. As the hours passed and the shop grew dark, he found himself unable to look away from it. It was our casket. The dark, polished wood, the creeping silver veins, the cold, smooth palm print on the lid. Lucas reached out. The moment his fingers brushed the silver filigree, a shock of absolute warmth raced up his arm, settling deep in his chest. In that instant, an image flashed before his closed eyes. It was not an image of gears or clocks, but of a vast, wind-swept cliff overlooking a turbulent ocean. He saw himself, 30 years younger, standing on that cliff with a canvas and a paintbrush, his face covered in bright smears of cobalt blue and cadmium yellow. He remembered the wild, terrifying joy of painting without a safety net, a passion he had abandoned when his father told him that art was a path to starvation. For 30 years, Lucas had told himself that he was content with his clocks. But as he sat in the dark shop, his hand resting on the whisper of the casket, the lie crumbled. He felt the crushing weight of every painting he had never painted, every risk he had never taken, and every dream he had buried under the ticking of 1,000 clocks. His inner monologue was a torrent of grief. He thought to himself, "I have spent my whole life keeping time, but I have never actually lived it. Why does this dynamic matter to us?" Let us analyze the psychology behind Lucars's struggle. The casket represents what Carl Jung called the shadow self, specifically the golden shadow. We often think of the shadow as the dark, monstrous part of our psyche that holds our anger, our greed, and our shame. But the shadow also contains our most brilliant light, our unexpressed creativity, our deepest capacity for love, our wild ambition, and our unique genius. When we are young, we are told to fit in. We are rewarded for being quiet, for being obedient, and for choosing safe, predictable paths. To survive in our families and our societies, we take our brightest gifts, the ones that make us stand out or seem self-indulgent, and we lock them in the casket. We slide the casket under the bed of our subconscious and try to forget it is there. But the subconscious does not forget. It communicates through somatic symptoms, through a persistent, low-grade depression, through anxiety that has no clear source, and through a profound sense of boredom that no amount of entertainment can cure. When you ignore the whisper of your casket, you are denying your soul its primary food. You are living a half-life, walking through a world of vibrant color while wearing gray-tinted glasses. How do we begin to heal this? How do we apply this to your life right now? Imagine I am sitting next to you, placing a warm, reassuring hand on your shoulder. We do not need to rush this. The first step is not to force the casket open with a crowbar of sudden, reckless life changes. That only causes panic and retreat. Instead, the first step is to simply acknowledge its existence. Tonight, when you lie down to sleep, I want you to close your eyes and place one hand over your heart and the other over your stomach. Take 3 slow, deep breaths. Allow your mind to drift back to a time in your life when you felt truly alive, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. What were you doing? Who were you with? What was the dream you had before the world told you it was impossible? Do not judge these memories. Do not dismiss them as childish or impractical. Just sit with them. Feel the warmth they generate in your chest. By doing this, you are gently brushing your hand against the lid of your own casket. You are telling your subconscious, I am ready to listen. I am ready to remember who I was before I became who I had to be. This brings us to our second key point, the illusion of the perfect key. So many of us spend our lives searching for external validation, believing that if we can just find the right key, the casket of our happiness will finally fly open. We chase after the perfect job, the perfect partner, the perfect house, or the perfect bank account balance, thinking, once I have this, I will finally feel complete. Let us look at the story of Clara to see how this illusion plays out. Clara was a highly successful corporate executive in a glistening glass tower in New York City. She was a woman of fierce intellect and relentless drive. She had spent her 20s and 30s climbing the corporate ladder, sacrificing friendships, romantic relationships, and her own health to reach the top. She believed with absolute certainty that her worth as a human being was directly tied to her achievements. Clara lived in a penthouse apartment with panoramic views of the skyline. Her closets were filled with designer clothes, and her shelves were lined with awards and trophies. Yet, every evening, when she returned to her empty apartment, she was greeted by an icy, hollow silence. She felt like an actress playing a role in a very expensive play. but she had forgotten who she was when the curtains closed. One evening, Clara was invited to a private charity auction in an old, historic mansion. As she wandered through the exhibits, she found herself drawn to a small, dimly lit room in the back. There, resting on a pedestal of purple velvet, was our magic casket. Clara, accustomed to getting whatever she wanted, immediately felt an intense desire to possess it. She approached the curator and offered a sum of money that could have bought a small island. The curator, an old man with a gentle, knowing smile, shook his head. He said, "This piece is not for sale, nor can it be bought with gold or platinum. It can only be opened by the person who understands the nature of the lock." Clara was insulted. She pulled a set of keys from her leather handbag. These were keys to her penthouse, her sports car, her executive office, and her private safe. She tried to press them against the smooth indentation of the lid, but they slid off the surface, leaving not a scratch. She tried to use her intellect, analyzing the metal filigree, looking for a hidden button, a secret latch, or a numeric code. She spent hours in that room, growing increasingly frustrated, until she finally broke down in tears. She sank to her knees, her face buried in her hands, sobbing with a raw, agonizing grief that she had kept bottled up for decades. She realized that all her success, all her power, and all her wealth were completely useless here. They were keys to doors that did not matter. She whispered into the quiet room, "I have everything I ever wanted, so why do I feel like I have nothing at all?" Let us dive into the psychological analysis of Clara's breakdown. This is the classic dynamic of the hedonic treadmill. Our brains are wired to seek rewards, but when we achieve a goal, the rush of dopamine is temporary. Soon, we adapt to our new level of success, and we begin to crave the next milestone, believing that this one will finally bring us lasting peace. We externalize our sense of self-worth, placing our happiness in the hands of bosses, clients, partners, and societal expectations. When we do this, we are handed a bunch of false keys. We are told that if we look a certain way, earn a certain amount, or accumulate enough admiration, we will be unlocked. But the magic casket of the soul cannot be tricked by external achievements. It does not care about your resume, your job title, or the brand of your car. The lock is somatic and psychological. It only responds to authenticity, vulnerability, and truth. When Clara wept on the floor, she was closer to opening the casket than she had ever been while standing at the top of her glass tower, because her tears were honest. Her grief was real. How can we apply Clara's lesson to your life? I want you to take a moment to look at the keys you are currently carrying. What are the external things you are chasing in the hope that they will finally make you feel worthy, safe, or loved? Is it a promotion? Is it the approval of a critical parent? Is it a specific number on a scale or in a bank account? I want you to gently, lovingly, lay those keys down. They are too heavy for you to carry, and they do not fit the lock of your soul. Instead, practice the art of radical self-inquiry. Ask yourself this question, and listen to the very first answer that rises from your stomach. If I had no one to impress, what would I do with my time? If I were already completely worthy, loved, and accepted, what choices would I make today? Write down your answers. They do not have to be grand or life-altering. Perhaps your answer is as simple as, I would take a walk in the woods, or I would read a book just for the pleasure of it, or I would tell someone I love them without expecting anything in return. These simple, Authentic desires are the real keys. They are shaped by your truth, and when you act on them, you will feel a subtle, beautiful clit within your chest. Now, let us turn to our third key point, the terror of the open lid. This is perhaps the most profound mystery of the casket. Many of us believe we want to open it, but deep in our subconscious, we are absolutely terrified of what will happen when we do. For to open the casket is to invite radical transformation, and transformation requires the death of the person we used to be. Let us listen to the story of Julian. Julian was an elderly man who had lived his entire life in a quiet, coastal village. He was loved by his neighbors, respected for his gentle nature, and known for his beautiful wood carvings. To the outside world, Julian had a peaceful, idyllic life. But Julian carried a secret. 50 years ago, during a time of great social unrest, he had been presented with an opportunity to speak out against a grave injustice in his town. He had been a young man, full of fire and ideals, but when the moment came, he had chosen safety. He had remained silent, watching as innocent lives were ruined, because he was afraid of losing his social standing and his comfortable life. Since that day, Julian had felt a part of his spirit wither away. He had built a beautiful life of wood carving and quiet kindness, but it was a life built on the foundation of a compromise. He had locked his courage, his passion, and his voice inside the casket of his past. One evening, as Julian sat by his fireplace, the wind howling outside his small cottage, he looked at his workbench. There, sitting among his carving tools, was the casket. It had been there for 50 years, a silent companion to his regrets. He knew that his time on this earth was growing short. He looked at his wrinkled hands, spotted with age, and he realized that if he did not open the casket now, he would carry its secrets to his grave. With a trembling breath, Julian walked to the workbench. He stood before the casket, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He was terrified. What if he opened it and found only ashes? What if he opened it and was consumed by the guilt of his past cowardice? What if the light of his true potential had died decades ago, leaving behind only a cold, dark void? But his desire for wholeness was finally stronger than his fear of pain. Julian reached out his right hand. He placed his palm flat against the smooth, circular indentation on the lid. The brass and silver vines began to glow with a soft, warm amber light. The wood of the casket seemed to soften, becoming warm and yielding beneath his hand. And then, with a sound like a soft sigh, the lid of the casket swung open. A radiant, golden light spilled out, illuminating the dusty corners of Julian's workshop. But there were no monsters inside, no accusations, no trials. There was only a simple mirror made of polished silver, and beside it, a small, white feather. Julian looked into the mirror. He did not see his wrinkled, 80-year-old face. He saw the eyes of the 20-year-old boy he had been, eyes filled with fire, passion, and an unbroken belief in justice. He realized that his courage had never died. It had not been destroyed by his silence. It had simply been kept safe, waiting for the moment he was strong enough to claim it. Julian began to weep, but these were not tears of grief. They were tears of absolute liberation. He picked up the white feather, feeling its incredible lightness, and in that moment, 50 years of guilt and regret evaporated like mist in the morning sun. He spent the remaining years of his life speaking out for the vulnerable, using his voice and his art to heal the wounds of his community. He had finally stepped into his true potential, proving that it is never, ever too late to open the casket. Let us look at the psychology of Julian's journey. Why do we fear the open lid? Why do we prefer the familiar misery of our limitations to the unfamiliar freedom of our potential? In psychology, this is known as the comfort zone, but a more accurate term would be the familiar zone. The brain is an organ designed for survival, not for happiness. It prefers predictability over everything else. If you have spent years believing that you are weak, or unworthy, or destined to be lonely, that belief becomes your baseline of reality. It is a painful reality, but it is safe because you know how to survive in it. To open the casket and step into your greatness is to step into the absolute unknown. It requires you to let go of your identity as a victim, your excuses of why you cannot succeed, and your comfortable stories about your limitations. It forces you to take 100% responsibility for your life. It means you must say, I am the author of my destiny, and I choose to shine. That level of responsibility is terrifying. It is far easier to keep the lid closed and complain about how cold the wood is. But look at the cost of that comfort. The cost is your soul. The cost is a life of quiet desperation, a life where you never get to see the beauty of your own reflection in the mirror of truth. How can we apply Julian's courage to your life today? How do we face the terror of the open lid? I want you to imagine yourself standing before your own casket. You have placed your hand on the lid, and it is beginning to open. I want you to ask yourself, what is the old story I must let go of in order to step into my true self? Is it the story that you are not smart enough? That you are too old? That you have made too many mistakes? That you are unlovable? Identify that old story. See it for what it is, a shield you created to protect yourself from the pain of failure. But you do not need that shield anymore. You are stronger now. You are wiser. You are ready. Take that old story, write it down on a piece of paper, and then, with absolute reverence, burn it or tear it into 1,000 tiny pieces. Let it go. Clear the space for the light of your true potential to shine through. Let us bring our thoughts together as we prepare to transition to the next part of our journey. In this chapter, we have stood on the threshold of a great mystery. We have felt the physical presence of the magic casket, that ancient, locked repository of our deepest, most brilliant potential. We have listened to its whisper, realizing that our dissatisfaction, our longing, and our late-night aches are not signs of weakness, but the voice of our true self calling us home. We have learned through Lucas that keeping our potential locked away carries a heavy, crushing somatic weight. We have learned through Clara that no external key of wealth, status, or validation can ever unlock the doors of our inner peace. And we have learned through Julian that, while the terror of the open lid is real, the freedom and healing that lie within are worth every ounce of our courage. You are no longer the person you were when we first began to speak. You have acknowledged the quiet room within you. You have stood before the dark wood and the silver vines. You have felt the warmth of the lock. But our journey is just beginning. The casket is open, but what lies beneath the surface? How do we begin to integrate this wild, beautiful magic into our daily lives, our relationships, and our work? How do we navigate the practical challenges of a world that may not understand our transformation? In our next chapter, we will explore the first turn of the key. We will look at the practical, daily rituals that allow us to ground this magic, turning our insights into action, and our dreams into reality. We will meet new guides, face new challenges, and discover the true meaning of the treasures hidden within the casket. So, take one more deep, beautiful breath. Let the warmth of this journey settle deep into your bones. Keep your hand resting gently upon the lid. The whisper has become a song, and you are finally ready to sing it. Stay with me, dear listener, as we turn the page and step together into the light of the next chapter. Narrator's invitation. Embarking on the quest. Close your eyes for just a moment, and let the noise of the world outside begin to fade into a soft, distant murmur. Imagine you are sitting in a quiet room, bathed in the amber glow of a dying fire. The scent of old paper, polished oak, and rain-damp earth hangs gently in the air. Outside, a soft wind whispers through the branches of ancient trees, as if trying to tell you a secret that has been kept for centuries. In this space, there is no rush, no pressure, and no expectations. There is only you, and the sound of my voice. I want you to take a deep, slow breath, letting go of the tension in your shoulders, the tightness in your chest, and the heavy weight of the day you have been carrying. You have arrived. You are exactly where you need to be. We often spend our entire lives running, do we not? We run from the shadows of our past. We run toward the mirages of our future, and in the process, we forget how to simply stand still. We feel a persistent, quiet ache in the center of our being, a sense that something precious has been lost, misplaced, or locked away where we can no longer reach it. Philosophers and poets throughout the ages have tried to give a name to this unspoken longing. Some call it the search for the soul, others call it the quest for truth, but perhaps it is best understood as the desire to finally come home to ourselves. This audiobook is not just a collection of stories or a series of intellectual exercises. It is an invitation. It is a hand extended to you in the dark, offering to guide you through the winding pathways of your own inner landscape. Together, we are about to embark on a journey of profound psychological and spiritual transformation, and our vessel for this journey is an ancient, mysterious object known simply as the magic casket. Think of this casket not as a physical box made of wood, silver, or gold, but as a living, breathing metaphor for the human mind itself. Within its walls lies everything you have ever been, everything you are, and everything you have yet to become. It holds your deepest joys, your most radiant dreams, and the brilliant, untamed essence of your true self. But it also holds the things you have hidden away from the light, the parts of yourself you deemed too fragile, too angry, or too broken to be seen. You locked them in the casket long ago, threw away the key, and tried to forget they were ever there. Yet, they remain, whispering from the dark, shaping your choices, your fears, and your relationships in ways you might not even realize. To open the casket is to engage in a sacred act of bravery. It is the willingness to look inside the quiet chambers of your subconscious, to confront the monsters of your own creation, and to discover that they were only ever children crying out for love. Over the course of the 12 chapters that lie ahead of us, we will systematically explore the deep architecture of this inner treasury. We will not rush through this process, for true alchemy requires patience, heat, and time. Each chapter acts as a key, designed to unlock a specific chamber of your heart and mind. We will journey through the valley of forgotten dreams, scale the peaks of your highest aspirations, and walk through the shadowed forests of your deepest fears. We will learn to dismantle the protective armor you have built around your vulnerability, and we will discover how to transmute your deepest pain into a source of enduring wisdom and strength. This is not our passive listening experience. It is an active, reflective pilgrimage. Every word spoken, every silence observed, and every story told is designed to resonate with your unique lived experience, reaching beneath the surface of your conscious mind to plant the seeds of lasting change. To understand the profound weight of this undertaking, let us look at the life of a young woman named Clara. Clara was a highly successful antique restorer, a woman whose hands possessed the rare ability to bring old, battered objects back to life. She could look at a scarred piece of mahogany or a tarnished silver chalice and see the beauty hidden beneath decades of neglect. Yet, despite her professional brilliance, Clara lived her life in a state of quiet, suffocating numbness. Her apartment was immaculate, her schedule was perfectly organized, and her relationships were polite but distant. She had constructed a flawless, unbreakable shell around her life, ensuring that nothing could ever hurt her, but also ensuring that nothing could ever truly touch her. One evening, an old, heavy wooden box was delivered to her workshop. It was wrapped in dusty burlap, bound with rusted iron straps, and secured by a massive, intricate padlock for which there was no key. As Clara ran her fingers over the rough, aged wood, a strange sensation washed over her, a sudden, sharp pang of grief that seemed to come out of nowhere. She tried to ignore it, telling herself it was merely fatigue, but the box seemed to exert a silent, magnetic pull on her thoughts. That night, she lay awake, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing with questions. Why did the sight of this locked box fill her with such profound dread, and yet such an intense, desperate curiosity? In the days that followed, she found herself avoiding the workshop, terrified of what she might find if she actually managed to open it. She realized, with a sudden, chilling clarity, that the box was not just an antique. It was a mirror. It was the physical manifestation of her own heart, locked away after the sudden, devastating loss of her father when she was a young girl. To protect herself from the agonizing pain of that grief, she had locked her feelings in a chest of iron and buried them deep within her subconscious. She had survived, yes, but she had stopped living. This is the psychological reality that binds so many of us. When we experience trauma, disappointment, or rejection, our subconscious mind, in its infinite desire to protect us, constructs elaborate defense mechanisms. It builds walls, locks doors, and buries our most sensitive parts deep within the shadow. In psychology, this is often referred to as compartmentalization or repression. While these defenses are necessary for our survival in moments of crisis, they eventually become the very prisons that keep us from experiencing the fullness of life. When we lock away our capacity for pain, we inadvertently lock away our capacity for joy, intimacy, and creativity as well. The tarnish on the box is not our sign of worthlessness, but a testament to the storms it has weathered. The lock is not our permanent barrier, but a temporary guardian waiting for the moment you are strong enough to open it. If you find yourself standing before your own locked chest today, feeling the heavy pull of resistance, know that this is a completely natural part of the journey. The first step in reclaiming your lost self is not to force the lock open with brute strength, but to sit quietly beside it. Take a moment to acknowledge the fear that arises when you think about looking inside. What does that fear feel like in your body? Is it a tightness in your chest, a knot in your stomach, or a cold sensation in your limbs? Do not try to change it or push it away. Simply breathe into it. Say to yourself, quietly and with immense gentleness, I see you, fear, and it is okay that you are here. By shifting your relationship with your resistance from one of judgment to one of curiosity, you begin to soften the grip of the lock. You are letting your subconscious know that it is safe to start opening up. As we move forward, we must also understand the map of our journey, the 12 distinct chapters that will guide us through this landscape. Each chapter represents a step in the classic hero's journey, an ancient narrative structure that resides deep within our collective subconscious. This journey is not a straight line, but a spiral, leading us ever deeper into the core of our being. We begin with a departure, leaving behind the safety of our familiar world. We then enter the initiation, where we must face the trials and tribulations that test our resolve. Finally, we reach the return, where we bring the treasures we have discovered back into our daily lives to heal ourselves and our communities. This structure is not a modern invention, but a timeless psychological map that has guided human beings through transition and transformation for millennia. Consider the story of Arthur, a weary cartographer who had spent his entire life mapping the vast, unexplored regions of the physical world. He had crossed scorching deserts, charted treacherous oceans, and scaled frozen peaks, earning fame and fortune for his impeccable maps. Yet, as he entered the twilight of his life, Arthur was struck by a profound sense of emptiness. He realized that while he had mapped every river, mountain, and coastline of the external world, his own inner landscape remained a vast, terrifying blank space. He did not know who he was when he was not working. He did not know how to sit with his own silence, or how to navigate the complex currents of his own emotions. One night, he took a blank sheet of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and wrote at the top, a map of the self. He stared at the page for hours, realizing with a sinking heart that he had absolutely no idea where to start. Arthur's struggle is the struggle of the modern soul. We have become masters of the external world, navigating complex careers, managing intricate schedules, and accumulating endless streams of information. Yet, when we are forced to turn our gaze inward, we often feel completely lost, lacking the tools, the vocabulary, and the courage to navigate our own minds. This is why the structure of our 12-chapter journey is so vital. It provides the coordinates, the landmarks, and the compass we need to explore our inner depths without getting lost in the darkness. It reassures our subconscious that there is a plan, a safe container, and a guiding hand to lead us back to the light. Without this structure, the prospect of facing our deepest shadows can feel overwhelming, leading to anxiety, avoidance, and stagnation. To begin mapping your own inner world, I invite you to set a clear, conscious intention for this audiobook experience. Find a journal or a piece of paper, and write down your answers to a few simple questions. What is the map you wish to draw? What are the parts of your life that currently feel blank, confusing, or unexplored? What is the treasure you hope to find at the end of this journey? Is it peace, clarity, self-love, or perhaps the courage to make a major life change? Once you have written these intentions down, place them somewhere safe. You do not need to know how you will achieve them. You only need to trust the process and allow the journey to unfold, one chapter, one step, and one breath at a time. This brings us to our third and perhaps most vital realization: setting our expectations for what transformation actually looks and feels like. We live in a culture that promises quick fixes, instant enlightenment, and painless healing. We are told that if we just read the right book, think the right thoughts, or buy the right product, we will suddenly be happy and whole. But real, deep, lasting transformation is not a quick fix. It is often messy, uncomfortable, and deeply challenging. It requires us to stand at the crossroads of our lives and make the difficult choice between the comfortable numbness of our old habits and the painful, beautiful vitality of growth. It requires us to shed our old skins, to let go of the identities that no longer serve us, and to step into the unknown with nothing but our courage to sustain us. Let us look at the story of Eleanor, a woman who lived a life of absolute safety and predictability. She had a stable, uninspiring job, a quiet apartment, and a routine that never varied by so much as a single minute. Eleanor believed that by avoiding risk, she was avoiding pain. She had convinced herself that her gray, quiet life was the price she had to pay for security. But one morning, as she stood before her bathroom mirror, she looked deep into her own eyes and was horrified by what she saw. The eyes looking back at her were lifeless, vacant, and utterly devoid of spark. She realized that in her desperate attempt to avoid the storms of life, she had shut herself in a tomb of her own making. She was not safe. She was merely dead before her time. That day, she made a terrifying decision. She resigned from her job, signed up for a creative writing class she had dreamed of taking for years, and booked a one-way ticket to a country she had always wanted to visit. The transition was not easy. There were nights of sheer panic, moments of intense self-doubt when she cried herself to sleep on the floor of her new, unfamiliar room, wondering if she had ruined her life. But as the weeks passed, something extraordinary began to happen. The color returned to her cheeks. The spark returned to her eyes. She began to write stories that moved people to tears, and she made deep, authentic connections with strangers who quickly became lifelong friends. Eleanor had to walk through the fire of her own terror to find her true voice, but when she did, she discovered a strength she had never known she possessed. She realized that the discomfort of growth was infinitely preferable to the slow, agonizing decay of stagnation. From a neurobiological perspective, this resistance to change is perfectly natural. Our brains are wired for survival, not necessarily for happiness. To the survival brain, the familiar is always safe, even if it is painful or limiting, and the unfamiliar is always dangerous, even if it leads to joy and liberation. When we attempt to break free from our old patterns, our amygdala fires off warning signals, flooding our systems with cortisol and adrenaline, trying to force us back into the safety of our comfort zones. Understanding this classic biological dynamic is incredibly liberating. It means that the fear, anxiety, and doubt you feel when embarking on a journey of self-discovery are not signs that you are doing something wrong. They are signs that you are doing something right. They are the physiological proof that you are pushing against the boundaries of your old life and stepping into a larger, more authentic version of yourself. To support yourself through these moments of discomfort, I want to offer you a gentle, practical somatic exercise. Whenever you feel the surge of anxiety, resistance, or self-doubt during our journey, place one hand over your heart and the other hand over your lower abdomen. Feel the physical warmth of your palms resting against your body. Take a deep, slow breath into your belly, feeling it expand against your hand, and then exhale with a soft, audible sigh. As you hold yourself in this posture of self-compassion, say to your brain, Thank you for trying to keep me safe, but I am okay. We are safe, and we are growing. This simple act of physical touch and conscious breathing sends a direct signal to your nervous system, shifting you from a state of fight or flight to one of rest, digest, and open curiosity. It allows you to navigate the waves of transformation with grace, resilience, and ease. We have stood together at the threshold of this journey, looking down the winding path that lies ahead. We have explored the deep, metaphorical nature of the magic casket, recognizing it as the sacred treasury of our own minds, waiting to be unlocked. We have traced the map of the 12-chapter journey, understanding that we have a safe, structured path to follow. And we have prepared ourselves for the beautiful, messy reality of transformation, learning how to hold ourselves with compassion through the discomfort of growth. You are no longer just a passive listener on the sidelines of your own life. You are the hero of this story, the seeker of this quest, and the restorer of your own soul. The key is already in your hand, though you may not yet know how to turn it. As we bring this introductory invitation to a close, let the weight of these realizations settle deep into your consciousness. Let them weave themselves into your dreams tonight, planting the seeds of curiosity, courage, and hope. The fire in our quiet room has burned down to a warm, gentle ember, casting long, soft shadows across the floor. The wind outside has quieted to a gentle whisper, as if waiting in breathless anticipation for what is about to unfold. Take one more deep, grounding breath, feeling the absolute solidness of the earth beneath you, supporting you, holding you, and carrying you forward. You are ready. In our next chapter, we will step over the threshold and begin our journey in earnest. We will unlock the very first chamber of the casket, diving deep into the mystery of the true self and the illusions we construct to hide it. We will meet the silent observer who lives within us, and we will begin the sacred process of peeling back the layers of our social conditioning to discover the pristine, unbroken core of our being. The adventure is calling, the path is clear, and the door to the treasury is waiting to be opened. Walk with me now into the light of the first chapter, and let us begin the beautiful work of reclaiming your magic. Chapter 1: The Key of Curiosity. Welcome, traveler. Take a deep breath, and let the outside world fade away. Let the noise of your busy day, the endless lists of tasks, and the constant, heavy expectations of others dissolve into the background. For the next few minutes, there is nowhere else you need to be, and nothing else you need to do, but listen. You are here to embark on a journey inward, a journey guided by the quiet whispers of a vessel that has waited a lifetime to be opened. We call this vessel the magic casket. Imagine, if you will, a small, beautifully carved wooden box resting on a heavy oak table in a room filled with a scent of old paper, dried lavender, and beeswax. The wood of the casket is dark, polished to a soft sheen by hands that have long since passed into history. Its surface is etched with intricate patterns of vines, stars, and locked doors, representing the complex cartography of the human soul. It is not locked to keep you out. It is locked to invite you in. And today, we search for the very first key. But before we can find this key, we must understand why we are looking for it. Consider the life you live on autopilot. Think of those mornings when you wake up, and before your feet even touch the cold floor, your mind is already flooded with the familiar, calcified patterns of who you are supposed to be. You drink your coffee, you drive the same roads, you offer the same polite, superficial answers to the same polite, superficial questions. We have built a world that rewards certainty and penalizes wonder. We are taught that to survive, we must have answers. We must know our destination. We must secure our safety, and we must never, under any circumstances, show that we are lost. But in this frantic rush for certainty, something precious is quietly smothered. The vibrant, colorful world of our childhood begins to fade into a dull, monotonous gray. We look at the sky and see only weather, not infinite depth. We look at our partners and see only routines, not mysterious universes waiting to be mapped. We look in the mirror and see only aging skin and tired eyes, not our miracle of consciousness looking back at itself. This brings us to our core truth, the philosophical foundation upon which this entire chapter rests. To truly live, we must cultivate the desire to seek truth and look beneath the surface of our daily lives. We must rediscover the art of curiosity. Curiosity is not our superficial interest in trivia or a passing whim of intellect. It is a profound, sacred longing of the soul to pierce the veil of the mundane. It is the quiet voice that asks, "What lies beneath this pain? What is hidden inside this silence? What is the story of the person standing right in front of me?" Let us take a moment to explore the psychological importance of curiosity, for it is far more than a personality trait. It is a vital survival mechanism for our mental and spiritual well-being. When we stop being curious, our minds begin to calcify. Psychologists have long known that one of the primary drivers of anxiety and depression is the loss of flexibility in our thinking. When we believe we already know how our lives will unfold, when we assume that our future will simply be a repeat of our past pain, we trap ourselves in a prison of our own design. We mistake our predictions for reality. Curiosity is the chisel that breaks those prison bars. It introduces a beautiful, redemptive word into our vocabulary perhaps. Perhaps this sadness is not permanent. Perhaps this person who hurt me is also fighting a battle I know nothing about. Perhaps there is still joy waiting for me in the places I have been afraid to look. To understand the power of this psychological shift, let us journey into the life of a man named Julian. Julian was an actuary, a man whose entire professional existence was dedicated to the elimination of risk and the prediction of the future. He dealt in numbers, averages, and statistical certainties. For years, this gave him a sense of profound safety. But safety, when taken to an extreme, becomes a tomb. Julian lived in a spotless, silent apartment. He ate the same meals on the same days of the week. He walked the exact same path to his office, never looking up from the pavement. One Tuesday evening, while walking home under a heavy, purple autumn sky, Julian felt a sudden, sharp tightness in his chest. It was not a physical ailment, but an existential panic. He realized with terrifying clarity that if he died that night, his life could be perfectly summarized in a spreadsheet. He had felt nothing raw, nothing unexpected, and nothing truly alive for over a decade. As he stood on the street corner, hyperventilating in the cool air, his eyes fell upon something he had walked past 1,000 times but never truly seen: an old, overgrown alleyway squeezed between two brick buildings. Usually, his mind would reject this sight as unsafe, dirty, and irrelevant to his route. But tonight, driven by a desperate need to break the suffocating pattern of his life, Julian did something radical. He stepped off the pavement and walked into the alley. The air changed immediately. It was cooler, smelling of damp brick, moss, and old rain. At the end of the alley, he found a small, circular courtyard he did not know existed. In the center of the courtyard sat a stone fountain, dry and silent, but inside the basin of the fountain, someone had planted a wild garden of ferns, pale white roses, and dark ivy. It was a secret, living sanctuary hidden in the heart of the concrete city. Julian sat on the edge of the stone basin and wept. He did not weep from sadness, but from a strange, overwhelming sense of relief. By stepping off his path, by allowing himself to wonder what lay down that dark alley, he had reconnected with the mystery of existence. He had found his first key. What Julian experienced was a rupture in his subconscious map of the world. You see, our brains are designed to conserve energy. They do this by creating mental shortcuts, or schemers. Once your brain decides it knows what a street, a person, or a job is, it stops processing the actual sensory details of those things. It simply projects your past memories onto your present reality. This is why we can drive home from work and realize we do not remember the drive at all. We were driving through a projection, not reality. But when we consciously choose to invoke curiosity, we force our brains to wake up. We deactivate the default mode network of the brain, the area associated with rumination, self-criticism, and repetitive worrying, and we activate the salience network, which connects us to the vibrant, immediate present. To bring this practice into your own life, you do not need to seek out hidden alleyways in the dead of night, though you certainly can. Instead, start where you are. I invite you to try a simple, highly practical exercise tonight. We will call it the eye of the stranger. When you return home, or when you look at the person you share your life with, or even when you look at your own reflection in the bathroom mirror, pretend you are an explorer who has just landed on this planet from a distant galaxy. Look at the objects in your room as if you have never seen wood, glass, or fabric before. Touch the grain of your wooden table. Notice the microscopic scratches on its surface, each one a tiny monument to a meal shared, a glass spilled, or a letter written. If you live with someone, look at their face when they are not looking at you. Notice the subtle curve of their jaw, the quiet rhythm of their breathing, the tiny lines around their eyes that tell the story of their laughter and their sorrows. Ask yourself, who is this beautiful stranger sharing my journey through the cosmos? By doing this, you begin to dissolve the crust of familiarity that blinds you to the magic of your own existence. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key point, the story of finding the first key itself, and the profound metaphorical weight it carries. Within the lore of the magic casket, the first key is not made of gold or silver. It is made of oxidized iron, rough to the touch, and cold when you first pick it up. It is called the key of curiosity because it is the only key capable of unlocking the heavy, outer latch of the casket. Without it, all the other keys, those of compassion, courage, and truth, remain unreachable. Let me share a story of how this key was discovered in a small, coastal town in the north of Scotland. There lived an elderly woman named Clara. Clara had spent 50 years working as an archivist in a cold, stone library, cataloging the histories of families long dead. Her life was quiet, predictable, and lonely. She had accepted her loneliness as a permanent condition, a quiet tax she paid for her safety. One winter afternoon, a heavy wooden crate arrived at the library, sent from a shipwreck recovery team that had dredged up the remains of a 19th century merchant vessel. Inside the crate, covered in dried salt and seaweed, was a collection of personal belongings, waterlogged diaries, leather shoes hardened by salt, and a small, rusted iron box. The other librarians looked at the box and dismissed it. It was too rusted to be opened, they said, and likely contained nothing but sand and water. But Clara felt a strange, magnetic pull toward it. That evening, after the library had closed and the snow was falling softly against the leaded glass windows, Clara sat alone at her desk with a rusted box. She did not try to force it open with a hammer or a chisel. Instead, she took a small bottle of oil, a soft cloth, and a fine wire brush, and she began to clean it with infinite patience. As she worked, she noticed a tiny, hidden mechanism on the side of the box, disguised as a metal leaf. She pressed it, and with a soft, metallic click, a secret compartment slid open at the base. Inside lay a single, dark iron key, wrapped in a piece of oiled silk that had miraculously kept the water out. The key was cold, but as Clara held it in her palm, her fingers warmed the metal. She realized that the key did not open the box itself. It was a key meant to be carried. Attached to the key was a tiny brass tag with a single word engraved upon it: the spire. This discovery transformed Clara. She realized that for 50 years, she had been treating her own mind like a locked, rusted box, assuming she knew everything there was to know about herself and her limitations. She had assumed she was too old for love, too quiet for adventure, and too ordinary for joy. But the key in her hand reminded her that there is always a secret compartment, always something hidden beneath the surface of our calcified beliefs. The next day, Clara did something she had never done. She signed up for a class in marine biology, a subject she knew nothing about but had secretly wondered about for years. There, she met a group of people who shared her love for the sea, and for the first time in her life, she felt the warm embrace of a community. She had found her key because she refused to accept the first, rusted appearance of things. Why does this dynamic matter so deeply to our subconscious? It matters because our minds are inherently protective. When we experience pain, disappointment, or trauma in our early lives, our subconscious mind makes a decision to protect us from future hurt. It does this by creating rigid assumptions. It tells us people cannot be trusted, vulnerability is dangerous, you are not talented enough, or you are destined to be alone. These assumptions act as psychological armor. They keep us safe from rejection, but they also keep us safe from love, growth, and transformation. They lock us inside a darkened room of our own making. Curiosity is the act of gently, lovingly questioning this armor. It does not attack the armor with anger or self-criticism. Instead, it looks at the armor with interest and asks, "Why are you here? What are you protecting me from? Are you still serving me, or are you keeping me from the light?" When we approach our fears with curiosity instead of judgment, something miraculous happens. The fear loses its grip on us. Think of a time when you felt a sudden, heavy wave of sadness or anger. Most of us respond to these emotions in one of two ways. We either succumb to them, letting them pull us down into a dark vortex, or we fight them, trying to distract ourselves or push them away. But there is a third way, the way of the key of curiosity. The next time a heavy emotion rises within you, try to greet it as a guest. Sit with it. Notice where it lives in your body. Does it feel like a tight band around your chest? A heavy stone in your stomach? A hot flush in your throat? Look at it with genuine curiosity. Ask it, "What do you need me to know?" Why have you come today? When you do this, you shift from being the victim of your emotion to being the compassionate observer of it. You create space between yourself and your pain, and in that space lies your freedom. This brings us to our third key point, the reflective exercise of questioning our personal assumptions. Let us walk through a cinematic story of a young woman named Meyer, who used this process to rebuild her life from the ashes of a broken dream. Meyer had been a prodigy on the violin, her childhood defined by the soaring melodies she coaxed from the wooden instrument. But during a major conservatory audition when she was 19, her hand shook, her memory failed, and she suffered a public, humiliating panic attack on stage. The shame was so intense that she packed her violin away in its case, slid it under her bed, and never touched it again. For 10 years, Meyer lived under the absolute, unquestioned assumption that she was a failure, that music was a source of pain, and that she was fundamentally broken. She took a quiet, low-stress job in data entry, living a beige life to avoid the terrifying peak of her own passion. But the violin under her bed remained, a silent, heavy ghost. One evening, during a thunderstorm that rattled her apartment windows, Meyer found herself unable to sleep. She felt an inexplicable urge to pull the dusty black case from beneath her bed. Her hands shook as she popped the brass latches. There it lay, cradled in faded blue velvet. She did not pick it up. Instead, she sat on the floor beside it and decided to run a psychological experiment on her own mind. She asked herself, "What is the assumption I am holding right now?" The answer was immediate. I cannot play because I am a failure, and music will destroy me. Then, she used her curiosity to interrogate that assumption. She asked, "Is it absolutely true that I am a failure because of one bad day 10 years ago? Would I judge a friend as a failure if they froze on stage? No, of course not." She asked, "Is it the music that hurts me, or is it my demand for perfection that hurts me?" She realized that the violin had never hurt her. It was her own expectation of flawless performance that had paralyzed her. With tears streaming down her face, Meyer lifted the violin. Her fingers felt stiff, and her bow arm was weak. She did not try to play a complex concerto. Instead, she drew a single, long, open note from the G string. The sound was warm, rich, and raw. It vibrated through her chest, shaking loose a decade of unshed tears. She played another note, and then another. They were not perfect, but they were real. By questioning her assumption, Meyer had unlocked her own heart. She realized that she did not need to be a concert violinist to love music. She just needed to let her soul sing. How can you apply this beautiful, healing process to your own life? Here is a step-by-step guide to help you audit your own defense mechanisms and question your personal assumptions. I encourage you to do this tonight, perhaps in a quiet space with a warm cup of tea and a journal. First, identify an area of your life where you feel stuck, frustrated, or hopeless. It might be your career, a relationship that has grown cold, your physical health, or a creative dream you have long abandoned. Write down the absolute statements you make about this area of your life. Listen for words like never, always, cannot, or should. For example, you might write I will never find a partner who truly understands me, or I am too old to change careers, or I don't have the discipline to write that book. Second, look at these statements not with shame or self-condemnation, but with the cool, gentle interest of a scientist. Ask yourself, where did this belief come from? Who taught me this? Was it a parent who was afraid for my safety? Was it a teacher who didn't understand my unique gifts? Was it a younger, wounded version of myself trying to protect me from another heartbreak? Acknowledge the protective intent of this belief. Say to it in your mind, "Thank you for trying to keep me safe, but I am capable of handling this now." Third, apply the "what if I am wrong" protocol. This is a simple but incredibly powerful shift in perspective. For every limiting assumption you have written down, write its curious alternative. If your assumption is "I am too quiet to be a leader," ask yourself, what if my quietness is actually my greatest leadership strength? What if my ability to listen deeply is exactly what my team needs? If your assumption is "I am too broken to love again," ask, what if my scars actually make me more capable of deep, authentic connection? You do not have to believe the new statement immediately. You only have to allow it to exist as a possibility. You are planting a seed of wonder in the soil of your mind, and with time and attention, that seed will grow. As we begin to draw the threads of this first chapter together, let us reflect on the ground we have covered. We have explored the beautiful, life-altering concept of curiosity, not as an intellectual exercise, but as a lifeline for the soul. We have seen how Julian found his wild garden in a hidden courtyard by stepping off his safe, predictable path. We have learned from Clara that beneath the rusted exterior of our old lives lies a secret key waiting to be warmed by our hands. And we have watched Maya reclaim her music by questioning the heavy, painful assumptions that had kept her in the dark. The key of curiosity is now in your hands. It is heavy, it is cool, and it is waiting for you to use it. Remember that the magic casket does not open all at once. It yields its treasures slowly, line by line, key by key, as we build the capacity to receive them. By choosing to look beneath the surface of your daily life, by choosing to greet your fears with wonder instead of judgment, you have taken the first, most courageous step on this journey. As you prepare to close this chapter and carry these reflections into your sleep or your day, let your mind rest on a final, beautiful image. Imagine yourself standing before a heavy, ancient door. You do not know what lies on the other side. In the past, this unknown space might have filled you with fear, causing you to turn back to the familiar, comfortable rooms of your past. But today is different. Today, you feel the cold iron of the first key in your hand. You step forward, you slide the key into the lock, and as you turn it, you feel a deep, satisfying click resonate through your entire being. The door begins to swing open, revealing a soft, golden light that spills across your feet. What lies in that light? What secrets, what joys, and what deep truths are waiting for you as you step across the threshold? To find out, we must go deeper. We must prepare ourselves to face the quiet spaces within, the places where our true power resides. Rest now in the comfort of your own curiosity, and when you are ready, join me in the next chapter, where we will find the second key, the key of silence. Let the silence hold you, let the mystery guide you, and sleep well, dear traveler. Chapter 2: Dusting Off the Lid. Welcome, dear listener, back to the quiet sanctuary of our shared journey. Take a deep breath, let your shoulders drop, and allow the noise of the outside world to gently fade into the background. You are here, you are safe, and you are exactly where you need to be. Imagine walking up a narrow, winding staircase of an old, forgotten house. The air is cool, carrying the faint, nostalgic scent of aged wood, dried lavender, and old paper. With each step, the floorboards offer a soft, reassuring groan beneath your feet, as if welcoming your return. At the very top of these stairs lies an attic, bathed in the soft, amber glow of a setting sun filtering through a circular stained glass window. And there, sitting on a low velvet table in the center of the room, is the object of our quest, the magic casket. But as you draw closer, a sense of heavy hesitation washes over you. The casket is barely visible. Decades of neglected moments, forgotten dreams, and daily worries have settled upon it in a thick, gray shroud of dust. You cannot see the intricate gold carvings, nor can you feel the warmth of the polished mahogany beneath. It is a poignant, silent testament to how we treat our own inner wisdom. This brings us to the core theme of our exploration today: confronting and clearing away the mental clutter and past conditioning that obscures our inner brilliance. There is a beautiful, timeless quote by the ancient philosopher Plotinus, who wrote, "Withdraw into yourself and look. And if you do not find yourself beautiful yet, act as does the creator of a statue that is to be made beautiful. He cuts away here, he smooths there, he makes this line lighter, this other purer, until a lovely face has grown upon his work. So do you also. Cut away all that is excessive, straighten all that is crooked, bring light to all that is overcast, and never cease working upon your statue until there shall shine out on you the godlike splendor of virtue." What a profound invitation! But in our modern lives, we rarely cut away. Instead, we accumulate. We pile layer upon layer of expectations, obligations, and digital noise onto our spirits until we are so buried beneath the debris that we forget there was ever a masterpiece underneath. We mistake the dust for the container, and the container for who we are. Today, we begin the sacred, necessary work of dusting off the lid. Let us begin by identifying the modern distractions that act as a heavy, suffocating dust upon our grandest potential. In the physical world, dust is nothing more than tiny particles of shed skin, fabric fibers, and soil tracked in from the outside. In the psychological realm, the dust on your casket is composed of constant notifications, continuous partial attention, the comparison traps of social media, and the relentless, exhausting pressure to produce, consume, and achieve. We have become a society that is desperately overstimulated yet profoundly undernourished. Consider the story of Clara. Clara was a highly successful landscape architect living in a bustling metropolis. To the outside world, she had conquered life. She had the high-rise apartment, the prestigious titles, and a social calendar that was booked months in advance. Yet, beneath the polished exterior, Clara felt like a hollow shell. One evening, at 2 o'clock in the morning, she found herself sitting in the cold glow of her computer screens. She had 47 tabs open. Her phone was buzzing beside her hand with work emails, while social media alerts flashed across her tablet on the other side. She was surrounded by blueprints of gardens she would never walk in, designed for clients she barely knew, to earn money she had no time to enjoy. As she stared at the flashing cursor, a sudden, terrifying panic gripped her chest. She could not breathe. She felt as though she were drowning in a sea of invisible gray particles. In that silent, desperate hour, she realized she had not listened to the sound of her own breath in years. She had traded the deep, fertile soil of her creativity for the sterile, glittering dust of digital validation. She had forgotten the girl who used to sit in the dirt for hours, smelling the damp earth and feeling the veins of maple leaves with her bare fingers. Clara's attention had been so fragmented, so scattered across 1,000 different directions, that she no longer knew who was sitting in her chair. When we analyze Clara's struggle from a psychological perspective, we see a classic modern tragedy. The human brain was never designed to process the sheer volume of information we throw at it daily. When we subject ourselves to continuous input, our brains remain in a constant state of low-grade fight or flight. The amygdala, our threat detection center, is perpetually fired up by the next ping, the next headline, the next demand. In this hypervigilant state, our prefrontal cortex, the seat of deep reflection, intuition, and long-term vision, goes offline. The dust of distraction is not just an inconvenience. It is a neurological barrier that seals the casket of our inner wisdom shut. We become reactive instead of proactive, surviving instead of truly living. How do we begin to wipe away this modern dust? It starts with a gentle, conscious decision to claim a sacred space of your own. Your practical step for this week is to establish what I call a digital sanctuary hour. Choose 1 hour every single day, perhaps the first hour after you wake up, or the last hour before you sleep, where all screens are completely banished from your presence. Place your phone in another room, close your laptop, and let the silence return. At first, you will feel an itch. You will feel a restless anxiety creeping up your spine, whispering that you are missing something important, that you are falling behind. This is simply the dust resisting the broom. Sit with that discomfort. Let it wash over you. In that quiet hour, read a physical book, write in a journal with a pen that glides across paper, or simply sit by a window and watch the clouds change shape. You are training your nervous system to remember that you are safe in the stillness. You are allowing the agitated sediment of your mind to settle to the bottom, leaving the water clear. As the water of our mind begins to clear, we are ready to engage in a deeper, more active form of cleansing. I want to guide you through a simple yet incredibly potent 5-minute mental decluttering meditation. This is a practice you can return to whenever the world feels too loud, and your thoughts feel like a swarming hive of bees. Let us practice this together now. If it is safe for you to do so, gently close your eyes. If you are driving or walking, simply bring a soft, receptive focus to your inner landscape. Take a deep, slow breath in through your nose, feeling your chest and abdomen expand like a sail catching a gentle wind. Hold that breath for a brief, suspended moment at the top, feeling the stillness there. And now, release it through your mouth with a soft, audible sigh. Let it go. Let us do that again. Inhale deeply, pulling in fresh, clean air, filling every corner of your lungs. Hold it, tasting the quiet of the present moment. And exhale, releasing the tension in your jaw, your neck, your shoulders. Now, let your breathing find its natural, effortless rhythm. Do not try to control it. Simply watch it, like waves gently lapping against a quiet shore. As you sit in this stillness, I want you to visualize your mind as a beautiful, sunlit room. But this room has not been lived in for some time. There is a layer of soft, silver dust resting on the windowsills, the chairs, and the table in the center. This dust represents your thoughts, your worries about tomorrow, your regrets about yesterday, and the endless lists of things to do. With your next inhalation, imagine drawing in a cool, clearing breeze. And as you exhale, imagine that breeze gently blowing through the room, lifting the dust from the surfaces, carrying it up and out through the open windows. With every breath out, See the dust leaving the room. Let go of the thought about what you will cook for dinner. Let it float away. Let go of the worry about that email you received this morning. Let it dissolve into the air. Let go of the pressure to be perfect, to be strong, to have it all figured out. Just breathe it out. See the wood grain of the table beneath the dust beginning to shine. See the sunlight streaming through the clean glass of the windows, illuminating the space with a warm, golden clarity. You do not have to build anything. You do not have to fix anything. You only have to allow the wind of your breath to carry away what does not belong here. Stay in this quiet space for a few more moments, feeling the light, spacious freedom of a clean room. When you are ready, gently bring your awareness back to the room around you, and slowly, softly, open your eyes. This simple practice of meditation is not merely an exercise in relaxation. It is a profound act of psychological restoration. When we engage in mindful breathing, we stimulate the vagus nerve, which activates our parasympathetic nervous system. This lowers our heart rate, reduces cortisol production, and signals to our deepest subconscious that we are out of danger. In this state of safety, our mind naturally begins to organize and declutter itself. Just as a pool of muddy water becomes crystal clear if left undisturbed, your mind will naturally find its clarity when you stop stirring the sediment with constant thinking. Now, let us turn our attention to the most stubborn, heavy layer of dust that coats our inner casket, the old labels and past conditioning we have carried for most of our lives. These are the narratives whispered to us by well-meaning parents, critical teachers, former partners, or a demanding society. They are the identities we adopted to keep ourselves safe, to fit in, or to survive difficult moments in our past. We were told we were the quiet one, the irresponsible one, the sensitive one, or the one who isn't good at math. Over time, we accepted these labels as absolute truths. We forgot that they were merely descriptions of our behavior in a specific context, and instead, we let them become our destiny. Let me share with you the story of Julian. Julian was a brilliant, middle-aged researcher working in a prestigious laboratory. He was incredibly skilled, possessing an intuitive understanding of complex, biological systems that baffled his peers. Yet, whenever a leadership position opened up within the lab, or whenever he was asked to present his findings at an international conference, Julian would freeze. He would make excuses, recommend his colleagues, and retreat back into the shadow of his workbench. If you had asked Julian why he did this, he would have told you, with absolute certainty, "I'm just not a leader. I don't have the presence for it. I'm a behind-the-scenes person." This label had been stuck to Julian's chest since he was 7 years old. He had been a highly sensitive, introverted child who stammered slightly when he was nervous. One afternoon, during a school play, he had forgotten his lines in front of a crowded auditorium. His teacher, trying to comfort him but unknowingly casting a spell of limitation over his life, had patted his shoulder and said, "That's all right, Julian. Some people are meant to stand in the light, and others are meant to help from the wings. You are one of our wonderful helpers." From that moment on, Julian accepted this as his truth. He wore the label of the helper like a suit of armor that eventually became a straitjacket. He convinced himself that he lacked the courage to lead, when in reality, he was simply loyal to a childhood definition of himself. The dust of that single, painful afternoon had settled so thickly on his potential that he could no longer see the powerful, articulate leader waiting inside him. The psychology behind this is both fascinating and devastating. Our brains are incredibly efficient pattern recognition machines. Once we adopt a belief about ourselves, a self-schema, our subconscious mind actively filters our reality to confirm that belief, a phenomenon known as confirmation bias. If Julian believed he was incompetent in public speaking, his brain would hyper-focus on every slip of the tongue or awkward pause, while completely ignoring the times he spoke with passion, clarity, and authority in small groups. We curate our lives to fit our limitations, building a cage out of old, dusty labels and then complaining that we are trapped. But here is the beautiful, liberating truth: you are not your labels. You are the consciousness that perceives them. The labels are just words written on sticky notes, placed upon the surface of your casket. They are not carved into your soul. And because they were placed there by human hands, they can be peeled off by human hands. How do we begin this profound process of unlabeling? I invite you to conduct an identity audit. Find a quiet moment this evening, take a piece of paper, and draw a line down the middle. On the left side, write down all the labels you currently carry. Write down the ones you use to describe yourself to others, such as I am bad with money, am an anxious person, am too old to change careers, or I'm not creative. Write down the labels that were given to you by your family, your ex-partners, or your employers. Once you have your list, look at each label with a sense of compassionate curiosity. Ask yourself these 3 liberating questions. Who told me this was true? What evidence do I have that disproves this label? And who would I be tomorrow if I walked out the door without this belief? On the right side of the paper, rewrite your identity, not with toxic positivity, but with expansive, realistic potential. Change I am an anxious person to I am a person who sometimes experiences anxiety, but I am learning how to find my calm. Change I am not creative to I have unique creative expressions that I am ready to explore. When you do this, you are actively rewiring your neural pathways. You are shaking off the thick, heavy dust of past conditioning and revealing the clean, polished surface of your true self. You are choosing to define yourself not by where you have been, but by where you are capable of going. As we come to the end of this chapter, let us take a moment to look back at the ground we have covered today. We have stood at the top of the stairs, looking at the dusty lid of our inner magic casket. We have recognized that the frantic, chaotic noise of our modern world is a constant source of dust, threatening to bury our deepest potential under a mountain of trivialities. We have learned how to use the gentle broom of our breath, spending just 5 minutes a day to clear the air and find our inner sanctuary. And finally, we have gathered the courage to peel away the old, yellowed labels of our past conditioning, realizing that we are far larger, far deeper, and far more powerful than any name we have ever been called. Look closely at the casket in your mind now. Can you see it? The air in the attic is starting to clear. The sunbeams are no longer choked with dancing motes of dust. The surface of the casket is beginning to gleam, revealing the rich, warm grain of the wood and the delicate, golden patterns of your unique genius. You have done beautiful, brave work today. You have confronted the clutter, and you have chosen clarity. But our work is not yet finished. The lid of the casket is clean, yes, but it remains firmly closed. As you run your fingers along the polished edge of the wood, you feel a small, cold indentation on the front of the chest. It is a keyhole, waiting in silent anticipation. The chest is locked, and the treasures of your intuition, your passion, and your deepest purpose remain sealed inside, waiting for the right key to turn in the lock. Where is this key? How do we find it in a world that has taught us to look everywhere but within ourselves? What must we surrender, and what must we claim, to finally hear the lock click open? In our next chapter, Chapter 3, Finding the Key, we will venture into the deeper, sometimes shadowed valleys of our subconscious to discover the precise instrument needed to unlock our hidden magic. We will explore the lost art of radical self-honesty, and learn how the things we avoid most are often the very keys to our liberation. Until then, carry this feeling of spaciousness with you. Remember that whenever the world gets too loud, you have a broom in your breath, and a clean sanctuary waiting inside your soul. Sleep well, breathe deeply, and walk forward with a light and courageous heart. Chapter 3, The First Creak. Chapter 3, The First Creak. Take a deep breath. Let the air fill your chest. Hold it for just a moment, and then let it go slowly, feeling the weight of your shoulders dropping. Imagine yourself sitting in a quiet, dimly lit room. The world outside is hushed, wrapped in the soft, velvet blanket of midnight. On the table before you rests an object of profound mystery and weight. It is the casket. It is made of ancient, dark wood, heavy with the memories of a lifetime, bound by bands of tarnished brass that have witnessed the passage of countless seasons. It has sat in the corner of your mind for years, untouched, undisturbed, covered in the dust of avoidance and the fine cobwebs of distraction. You know what it holds. Inside are your deepest truths, your unhealed wounds, your wildest forgotten dreams, and the quiet, aching vulnerabilities you have spent a lifetime protecting from the harsh light of day. To touch it is to court discomfort. To open it is to invite change. And change, as our subconscious mind so fiercely whispers to us, is a threat to our survival. We begin this chapter at the precipice of that very table, standing before the silent casket of the self. There is a universal human struggle that binds us all in a quiet, invisible fraternity of fear. It is the profound, almost paralyzing resistance we feel when we are called to look inward. Why is it that we can climb mountains, navigate complex careers, and manage the chaotic lives of those around us, yet we shrink back in terror at the thought of sitting alone in a quiet room with our own thoughts? Why does the prospect of self-examination feel less like a healing journey and more like stepping onto a battlefield? The truth is, the mind is a master of preservation. It values safety over growth, predictability over potential. To examine yourself is to disrupt the delicate equilibrium you have painstakingly constructed to survive. Consider the physical sensation of that first step. Your hand reaches out toward the heavy lid of the casket. Your fingers brush against the cold metal of the latch. The air feels thick, almost resistant, as if the room itself is urging you to turn back, to turn on the television, to scroll through your phone, to do anything other than what you are about to do. But you persist. You apply pressure. And then, it happens. A sound cuts through the silence of the room. A sharp, dry, protesting sound. The first creak. It is a small sound, yet it reverberates through the very marrow of your bones. That creak is the sound of friction. It is the sound of old, calcified patterns refusing to give way. It is the sound of your ego raising its shield, warning you that to proceed is to dismantle the illusion of control. In this chapter, we will not run from that sound. We will pull up a chair, sit directly in front of it, and learn to understand its language. We will explore why your mind fights so desperately to keep the casket closed. We will discover the precise strategies needed to breathe through that initial wave of panic, and we will learn to reframe that terrifying creak not as a warning to stop, but as the beautiful, sacred announcement of your impending liberation. Let us first journey into the deep labyrinth of the human mind to understand why we resist personal change so fiercely. To understand the resistance, we must understand the architecture of our evolutionary inheritance. For millions of years, our ancestors survived by clinging to the known. The dark cave was safe. The unexplored forest was lethal. The routine meant life. The unexpected meant death. In our modern world, while we no longer face the physical predators of the ancient savanna, our brains still operate on the very same software. To your subconscious mind, a deeply ingrained habit, even a destructive one like self-doubt, people-pleasing, or emotional numbing, is a known territory. It has kept you alive up to this point. Therefore, the subconscious reasons it must be preserved at all costs. When you attempt to change, when you lay your hand on the casket to open it, your brain registers this act of self-growth as a mortal threat. It floods your system with anxiety, procrastination, and a sudden, overwhelming desire to escape. To see this dynamic in its rawest, most human form, let us look at the story of Clara. Clara was a woman in her mid-40s who, to the outside world, had engineered a flawless life. She was a senior partner at a prestigious law firm. Her home was immaculately decorated, and her social calendar was perpetually full. Yet, beneath the polished veneer of her success, Clara was dying of starvation. Not a physical hunger, but a starvation of the soul. She felt a profound, persistent emptiness, a hollow ache that she tried to drown out with 70-hour work weeks, expensive purchases, and endless scheduling. One evening, after her guests had departed from a lavish dinner party she had hosted, the silence of her empty house fell upon her like a crushing weight. She found herself standing in her kitchen, surrounded by the remnants of the evening, staring at her reflection in the dark window pane. She realized she did not know the woman looking back at her. The next morning, determined to address this internal void, Clara sat down with a blank journal she had purchased years ago but never opened. This journal was her casket. The moment she unscrewed the cap of her pen and rested it against the clean, white page, her entire body revolted. A sudden, intense wave of nausea washed over her. Her mind, usually so sharp and articulate, became a chaotic static of excuses. She thought of the emails she hadn't answered, the laundry that needed folding, the absurdity of sitting down to write about her feelings when she had real work to do. She felt an almost physical pressure in her chest, a tightening that made it difficult to breathe. This was her first creak, the friction of her old, achievement-addicted self resisting the birth of her authentic self. Clara closed the journal and walked away that day. She let the resistance win. But the ache did not disappear. It grew louder, transforming from a quiet whisper into a physical exhaustion that eventually forced her back to the table. When she finally opened the journal again, she did not try to write a masterpiece. She simply wrote, "I am terrified of what I will find if I stop moving." With those 10 words, the rusty hinge of her emotional casket groaned open. She wept for 3 hours, releasing years of accumulated grief, the pressure of perfectionism, and the unmourned loss of her own youth. What Clara experienced is a textbook manifestation of our subconscious survival mechanisms. When we begin to examine ourselves, Our ego uses three primary weapons to keep us in check: distraction, rationalization, and somatic resistance. Distraction convinces us that there are far more important, urgent tasks to attend to than our own emotional well-being. Rationalization tells us that our pain isn't actually that bad, that others have it worse, or that we are simply being self-indulgent. Somatic resistance manifests physically, as Clara experienced, through sudden headaches, fatigue, tightness in the throat, or a racing heart. If you are to push past this initial discomfort, you must learn to recognize these defense mechanisms not as indicators of failure, but as proof that you are approaching the boundary of your comfort zone. The resistance is not a wall. It is a signpost. It tells you exactly where the gold is buried. To guide you through this threshold, here is your first practical step. When you feel the urge to retreat, when your mind begins to scream with excuses, do not fight it. Do not try to force yourself through the wall with sheer willpower. Instead, soften. Sit with the discomfort for just 5 minutes. Set a timer if you must. Close your eyes, place a hand over your heart, and say to yourself, I feel the resistance, and it is safe for me to be here. By acknowledging the fear without reacting to it, you dismantle its power over your nervous system. You teach your brain that the act of self-examination is not a threat, but a safe harbor. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key point: the specific strategies we can employ to push past this initial discomfort and keep the casket lid moving upward. When the hinge creaks, the sound can be so jarring that our natural instinct is to let the lid slam shut. To prevent this, we must have a toolkit of psychological and emotional practices that act as a lubricant for those rusty joints. Consider the story of David, a brilliant structural engineer who had spent his life designing bridges that could withstand immense pressure. He was a master of load-bearing calculations, yet his own internal structure was on the verge of collapse. David had lived his life under the heavy, dictatorial shadow of his father's expectations. He had chosen his career, his lifestyle, and even his partners to satisfy a ghost, a silent judge who lived in the gallery of his mind. David was plagued by chronic, unexplained back pain that no doctor could cure. He lived in a constant state of hypervigilance, his muscles permanently braced for an impact that never came. One afternoon, during a particularly agonizing flare-up of his back pain, David's therapist suggested a simple, radical exercise. She asked him to close his eyes and imagine the pain in his back as a voice. If that pain could speak, she asked, what would it say? David's immediate reaction was intellectual dismissal. It was a silly, unscientific exercise, he reasoned. But the pain was relentless, and out of sheer desperation, he decided to try. He sat in his study, closed his eyes, and focused his attention on the burning ache in his lower back. He breathed into it, letting his analytical mind drift away. The first creak of David's casket was not a thought, but a physical sensation of coldness that spread from his spine to his chest. He felt a sudden, irrational anger. As he leaned into that anger, a sentence flashed in his mind, written in his own childhood voice, I cannot carry this house anymore. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. The chronic pain in his back was the physical manifestation of his emotional resistance to living a life that was not his own. His body was literally bracing itself against the weight of his unexpressed resentment and fear. For David, pushing past the discomfort meant employing a strategy we call somatic tracking. Instead of running from the pain or trying to medicate it away, He learned to sit with the physical sensations of his emotions without labeling them as bad. He learned to describe them objectively to himself, as if he were analyzing a structural defect in a bridge. He would say to himself, "There is a tightness in my shoulders. It feels like hot iron. It is moving down my arms." By observing the physical sensations with curiosity rather than fear, David took the teeth out of his anxiety. He realized that the feelings could not actually break him. They were merely energy in motion, seeking an exit. The profound lesson of David's journey is that emotional breakthroughs are almost always preceded by a somatic crisis. Our bodies are the ultimate truth tellers. They hold the memories and emotions that our minds are too polite or too terrified to acknowledge. When you begin your own self-examination, you must prepare for this physical response. You may feel a sudden, heavy fatigue that makes you want to sleep for days. You may feel a jittery, anxious energy that makes it impossible to sit still. You may feel a lump in your throat that makes it difficult to swallow. When these physical sensations arise, do not panic. This is the structural integrity of your old self giving way to the new. To assist you in these moments, practice the art of micro steps. Do not attempt to resolve your entire life's trauma in a single sitting. If the creak of the casket is too loud, open it just a millimeter. Commit to writing just one sentence in your journal. Commit to feeling your sadness for just 60 seconds. Commit to speaking one honest word to a trusted friend. By breaking the process down into microscopic, manageable increments, you bypass the amygdala's alarm system. You slide under the radar of your own defense mechanisms, slowly building your tolerance for truth, just as an athlete builds endurance by lifting slightly heavier weights over time. This brings us to our third profound exploration, the deep, poetic connection between the physical creaking of the casket and our emotional breakthroughs. Why must there be friction? Why cannot the path to self-discovery be smooth, silent, and effortlessly elegant? The answer lies in the very nature of transformation. In the physical world, nothing changes form without a release of energy, and energy is often released through tension, heat, and sound. A seed must physically tear itself apart, cracking its hard outer shell, for the green shoot to reach toward the sun. A chick must violently peck through the calcified barrier of its egg to take its first breath of air. The earth itself groans and shakes, grinding massive tectonic plates together to create the majestic beauty of mountains. We are no different. The creak is not a sign that something is wrong. It is the absolute proof that something is moving. It is the sound of the old, rigid ego bending under the gentle, persistent pressure of your growing consciousness. It is the sound of your truth demanding to be heard over the comfortable lies you have told yourself to get by. To understand this beautiful, agonizing process, let us listen to the story of Julian. Julian was an 72-year-old retired watchmaker. He had spent his entire life working with micromechanisms, using delicate tweezers and magnifying glasses to align tiny, silver gears under glass domes. He was a man of absolute precision, order, and silence. He believed that if you kept things clean, oiled, and properly regulated, they would never break. But life is not a Swiss timepiece. 15 years prior, Julian had experienced a devastating falling out with his only son, Michael. The argument had been about something trivial, a misunderstanding exacerbated by pride and unspoken resentments. Since that day, they had not spoken. Julian told himself he did not care. He rationalized that Michael was ungrateful, that he was better off without the drama, that his quiet life was peaceful. He had oiled the gears of his solitude, keeping his emotions locked away in a beautiful, silent vault. But as Julian grew older, and his hands began to tremble so much that he could no longer repair his beloved watches, the silence of his house became deafening. The casket of his regret sat on his workbench, heavy and dark. One winter evening, as a bitter wind rattled the window panes of his cottage, Julian found himself holding an old photograph of Michael as a little boy, holding a wooden toy boat Julian had carved for him. The memory hit him with a visceral, piercing ache. He felt an overwhelming urge to pick up the telephone, to dial Michael's number, which he still knew by heart. He reached for the receiver. His hand hovered over the rotary dial. The first creak of Julian's casket was the sound of his own pride cracking open. It felt like a physical tearing in his chest. His mind flooded with reasons to hang up her. Michael will reject you. He will hang up on you. You are the father. He should be the one to call you. Do not humiliate yourself. The phone felt as heavy as an iron anchor. Julian's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. But he dialed the numbers. Each click of the rotary dial was a painful, groaning creak of a rusty hinge that had been locked shut for a decade and a half. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Each ring was an eternity, a suspension of Julian's entire identity. Then, a voice answered, "Hello." Julian's throat seized. The lump of 15 years of unexpressed love and regret blocked his breath. He managed to whisper, "Michael, it is your father." There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. Julian braced himself for the slam of the receiver, for the cold words of rejection. But instead, he heard a soft, shaky intake of breath. Michael whispered, "Dad, I've been waiting for this call for 15 years. The tears that flowed down Julian's wrinkled cheeks in that moment were the lubricant that finally freed the hinges of his heart. The creak had been terrifying. The friction of his lifetime of cultivated pride had felt like death itself. But on the other side of that sound was a reunion that restored his soul for the remaining years of his life. What Julian had to overcome was the terror of vulnerability. We live in a culture that treats vulnerability as a weakness, a defect to be hidden at all costs. We are taught to present ourselves as strong, self-sufficient, and entirely put together. But the truth is, the walls we build to protect ourselves from being hurt are the very same walls that keep out the love, connection, and joy we so desperately crave. When you refuse to let your casket creak, when you keep your heart locked in a state of rigid safety, you are not living. You are merely surviving in a self-imposed prison. The psychological reality of this dynamic is that you cannot selectively numb your emotions. When you numb your fear, your grief, and your anger by keeping the casket closed, you also numb your capacity for deep joy, or gratitude, and love. You live your life in a muted gray scale, wondering why the world feels so flat and uninspiring. The creak, though painful, is the return of color to your canvas. It is the sign that you are waking up, that you are willing to feel the full spectrum of the human experience again. If you are standing at this threshold today, listening to the sound of your own inner resistance, let me offer you a mentor's hand. Understand that the cracking of your ego is not the destruction of yourself. You are not your defense mechanisms. You are not the stories you have created to protect your wounds. You are the vast, luminous consciousness that lies beneath them. When the old structures crack, they are simply making room for your true self to emerge. to practice this in your daily life. Cultivate what psychologists call a non-judgmental awareness. When you catch yourself reacting with anger, avoidance, or numbing to a situation that calls for vulnerability, stop. Pause for a moment. Do not judge yourself for being afraid. Do not scold yourself for wanting to run. Instead, look at your fear with the gentle, curious eyes of a loving parent watching a child who is afraid of the dark. Say to your fear, I see you. I know you are trying to protect me. But we are safe now, and we can open this door together. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us sit for a moment in the quiet space we have created. We have explored the deep, instinctual roots of our resistance to self-examination. We have looked into the eyes of Clara, who found her truth in the silence of a blank page, and David, who found his freedom by listening to the language of his aching body. We have witnessed Julian, who traded the cold safety of his pride for the warm, tearful embrace of reconciliation. We have learned that the first creak of the casket is not a signal of doom, but a sacred herald of transformation. It is the sound of life reclaiming itself. It is the friction of your potential rubbing against your history, creating the heat that will refine you into the person you were always meant to be. You have done beautifully to walk this far. You have not turned back, even as the hinges have begun to groan under the pressure of your honesty. But the journey of the magic casket has only just begun. The lid is now slightly ajar, a thin sliver of light escaping from the darkness within, casting long, intriguing shadows across the table of your life. In the next chapter, we will prepare ourselves to peer into the opening. We will address the ancient, dusty relics that lie at the very top of the chest, the old, inherited scripts, the voices of critics long gone, and the heavy cloaks of shame we have worn for so long that we have mistaken them for our own skin. We will learn how to pick up these delicate, painful artifacts one by one, not with fear, but with the tender, reverent hands of an archaeologist of the soul. For now, let your hand rest gently on the lid. Savor the quiet victory of this first, courageous movement. You have faced the creak, and you are still here, whole, safe, and stronger than you ever knew. Rest in this space of emerging truth. Let the quiet resonance of this chapter settle deep into your heart, and when you are ready, turn the page, and let us take the next step together into the light. Chapter 4: The Compartment of Memories. Welcome, traveler of the inner landscape. Take a long, deep breath, and let your shoulders drop. Allow the noise of the external world to fade into a soft, distant hum. In this space, there is nothing you need to fix, nowhere else you need to be, and no expectation you must fulfill. You are here, safe and held, at the threshold of the fourth chapter of our journey. We are about to open a chamber within the magic casket that many fear to look inside. Yet it is the very place where your greatest source of untapped power, vitality, and peace lies waiting. Welcome to the compartment of memories. Imagine, if you will, standing in a quiet, sun-drenched room. In the center of this room sits a beautifully carved wooden casket, its surface worn smooth by the touch of countless hands. When you lift the heavy lid, a gentle scent drifts upward. It is a fragrance unique to you, a mixture of rain on dry earth, old books, a hint of a perfume you used to wear, and the faint, crisp smell of autumn leaves. As you reach inside, your fingers brush against a secret compartment. When it clicks open, you realize this is not a storage space for physical trinkets, but a container for the moments that have defined your existence. We often treat our past as a library of unchangeable facts, a heavy stone monument carved in the granite of time. We believe that what happened to us is fixed, and that we must carry the weight of our regrets, our losses, and our nostalgia like heavy boulders in a backpack. But the truth is far more fluid, and far more beautiful. Your past is not a solid stone. It is an active, living energy field. Every memory you hold is not a photograph, but a living relationship. When you store regret, unfinished grief, or bitter resentment in the dark corners of your mind, you are actively diverting a massive amount of your daily life force to keep those compartments locked. You are, in essence, running an expensive background program on the computer of your soul, leaving you feeling tired, anxious, and strangely disconnected from the beauty of the present moment. Today, we are going to learn how to open these compartments, walk inside with a lantern of awareness, and reclaim the golden energy that has been trapped there for far too long. Let us begin by exploring the profound truth of how memories shape our current self-image. Every single day, you walk through the world wearing a coat woven from the threads of your yesterdays. The way you react when someone criticizes your work, the sudden tightening in your chest when a loved one is late, the quiet whisper in your mind that tells you that you are not quite enough to deserve complete happiness. These are not spontaneous reactions to the present. They are the echoes of the past playing through the speakers of your current life. Consider the story of a man named Julian. Julian was an exceptionally talented architect, a man whose mind could conceive of buildings that seemed to defy gravity, balancing concrete and glass in ways that took the breath away. Yet, despite his brilliance, Julian lived in a state of chronic, suffocating self-doubt. Every time he was on the verge of submitting a design for a major public commission, a strange, paralyzing fog would settle over him. He would find excuses to delay. He would obsess over tiny, insignificant details, staying up until 3 in the morning, drinking cold coffee, staring at his drafting screen with a pounding heart. To the outside world, Julian was a successful professional. To himself, he was an imposter waiting to be unmasked. The root of Julian's paralysis did not lie in his current abilities, but in a dusty, forgotten corner of his memory compartment. When Julian was 20 years old, he had presented his first major project to an esteemed, notoriously harsh university professor. Julian had poured his heart, his sleepless nights, and his youth into that model. During the critique, in front of a lecture hall filled with his peers, the professor had walked up to Julian's model, looked at it for a brief, agonizing moment, and then swept it off the table with the back of his hand. It shattered on the linoleum floor. The professor looked at Julian and said, "You have the hands of a craftsman, but you lack the soul of an artist. Do not waste our time again." For 15 years, Julian carried that shattered model in his mind. He believed he had moved on, but in reality, every time he sat down to design, he was not drawing for his clients. He was desperately trying to reconstruct that shattered model to prove that dead professor wrong. The memory had become a filter through which he viewed his entire creative worth. He had locked his confidence in that lecture hall, and the key was still held by a ghost. Psychologically, what happened to Julian is a classic example of memory encoding under emotional duress. When we experience a moment of shame, rejection, or deep pain, our brain's amygdala fires rapidly, stamping that memory with an intense emotional charge. The subconscious mind, whose primary job is to keep us safe from future pain, stores this memory as an active warning system. It tells us, Do not put yourself out there again. Remember what happened last time. The problem is that the subconscious does not understand the passage of time. To your deeper mind, 15 years ago is happening right now. Every single time you encounter a similar trigger, we build a prison of self-protection, unaware that the jailer is simply a younger, frightened version of ourselves. To release yourself from this pattern, you must become a soothing mentor to your own history. The first step in this practice is what we call narrative deconstruction. When an old memory rises and triggers a feeling of inadequacy or fear in your present life, do not try to push it down or fight it. Instead, invite it into the light. Ask yourself, whose voice is speaking in this memory? Is it truly my voice, or is it the voice of a critical parent, a cruel peer, or an exhausted teacher? Recognize that the conclusion you drew about yourself in that moment, that you were not smart enough, not attractive enough, or not worthy of love, was a conclusion made by a hurt child or a vulnerable young adult who did not have the wisdom you possess today. You have the power to look at that memory and say, that was their limitation, not my truth. By doing this, you begin to untangle your identity from this event, stepping out of the shadow of the past and into the clear light of your own present potential. Let us move deeper into our second key concept, the safe and profound practice of memory reinterpretation. Many people believe that to heal the past, we must simply forget it, or force ourselves to think positive thoughts. But true emotional alchemy requires something far more courageous. It requires us to go back into the dark room of our memories, not to change what happened, but to change the meaning we gave to what happened. Let us sit with the story of Clara. Clara was a woman in her mid-40s who carried a deep, aching loneliness that no amount of friendship or romance seemed to soothe. She was highly successful in her career, loved by many, yet she confessed that she always felt like an outsider looking through a window at a warm party she could never join. She had a recurring memory from when she was 7 years old. It was a hot, dusty August afternoon. Her parents, who were going through a bitter, tumultuous divorce, had left her with an elderly neighbor while they went to court. The neighbor had fallen asleep in an armchair, and Clara was left alone on the front porch for hours. She remembered sitting on the wooden steps, watching the shimmering heat waves rise from the asphalt, holding a plastic doll with a missing arm, feeling an overwhelming, crushing weight of abandonment. In her young mind, she formulated a belief that became her life's blueprint. If the people who created me can leave me, then I am inherently unlovable, and I must never fully trust anyone to stay. Decades later, Clara sat in a quiet room, ready to do the work of memory reinterpretation. With the guidance of a compassionate awareness, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to travel back to that hot August afternoon. But this time, she did not go back as the helpless 7-year-old girl. She entered the memory as her mature, adult self, a woman of strength, wisdom, and deep capacity for love. In her mind's eye, Clara walked up the gravel path of that old house. She saw the little girl sitting on the steps, clutching the broken doll, her head bowed. Clara did not try to change the fact that the parents were at court, or that the neighbor was asleep. Instead, she walked up to the steps, sat down beside her younger self, and wrapped her arms around her. She let the little girl cry, feeling the small shoulders shake against her chest. She spoke to her, saying, "I am here now. You are not alone. Your parents are lost in their own pain, but it has nothing to do with your worth. You are precious, you are beautiful, and I am never going to leave you. Clara stayed in that memory until the little girl's breathing slowed, and the heavy feeling of abandonment began to dissolve, replaced by the warm, solid presence of her own adult self. This is the power of emotional memory reconsolidation. When we revisit a memory with the resources, compassion, and understanding of our present adult self, we actually rewrite the neural pathways associated with that event. We do not deny the historical fact of what happened, but we completely strip it of its toxic emotional charge. We show our subconscious that the vulnerability of that child is now protected by the strength of the adult we have become. You can perform this exercise yourself in the quiet theater of your own mind. Think of a memory that still brings a pinch of pain to your heart when you recall it. Find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Close your eyes, take 3 deep, grounding breaths, and allow yourself to picture the scene. See the younger version of you. What are they wearing? What is the expression on their face? Feel this emotion they are feeling, but instead of being swept away by it, step into the frame as the protector. Walk up to your younger self. Offer them the words they desperately needed to hear in that moment but never did. Tell them they did nothing wrong. Tell them they are safe now. Hold them, comfort them, and when you are ready, gently bring them back with you into the present moment. By doing this, you are rescuing your own trapped energy from the wreckage of the past, bringing it back home to power your life today. Now, let us turn our attention to the third, and perhaps most challenging, compartment within our memories, the locked vault of forgiveness. Forgiveness is a word that is often misunderstood. We tend to think of forgiveness as a weakness, a way of condoning someone's bad behavior, or telling them that what they did to us was acceptable. We hold onto our anger and our resentment like a shield, believing that as long as we remain bitter, we are somehow punishing the person who hurt us. But this is a tragic illusion. Holding a grudge is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. The resentment does not harm them. It corrodes the vessel that holds it. Let us listen to the story of Arthur. Arthur was an 82-year-old man who lived in a house filled with clocks that ticked in a deafening, rhythmic unison. Arthur's life was defined by a silent, cold war he had waged for 40 years against his younger brother, Thomas. Decades earlier, after their father had passed away, there had been a bitter dispute over a piece of family land. Thomas had used a legal loophole to claim the entire property, leaving Arthur feeling betrayed, cheated, and publicly humiliated. Arthur vowed never to speak to his brother again. Over the years, Thomas made several attempts to reach out, sending cards on Arthur's birthday, making quiet phone calls that Arthur immediately hung up on. Arthur wore his anger like armor, telling himself that he was a man of principle who would never compromise with a thief. But as the decades rolled on, the anger hardened into a cold, heavy sadness. Arthur's joints began to ache with tension, his sleep was restless, and his thoughts were constantly occupied by silent, angry arguments with his brother. One winter morning, Arthur received a phone call from a hospital. Thomas had passed away quietly in his sleep. Arthur sat on his porch, looking out at the bare trees, holding a cup of tea that grew cold in his hands. The enemy was gone, yet the war was not over. The anger had nowhere to go, and Arthur realized, with a devastating surge of clarity, that he had spent 40 years of his precious, finite life guarding a burning coal of hatred. His brother had lived his life, built a family, and died While Arthur had remained frozen in the summer of 1984, holding onto a piece of land he didn't even want, just to prove a point. The realization was heartbreaking. He had not punished Thomas. He had punished himself, turning his own heart into a barren desert of resentment. Arthur's story teaches us that forgiveness is not an act of altruism. It is the ultimate act of self-preservation and emotional liberation. When you refuse to forgive, you are willingly tying yourself to the person who harmed you with an invisible, unbreakable energetic cord. You are giving them free rent in your mind, allowing them to dictate your emotional state long after they have walked out of your life. Forgiveness is the act of cutting that cord. It is the moment you decide that your peace of mind is worth far more than your desire to be right or vindicated. To cultivate true forgiveness, we must engage in a process of cognitive empathy, which is very different from emotional agreement. It means looking at the person who hurt you, not as a monster of pure malice, but as a deeply flawed, limited, and likely traumatized human being who could only offer what they had inside themselves. People who are whole, happy, and loved do not go around hurting others. Hurt people hurt people. When someone betrays you, lies to you, or abandons you, they are not acting out of a position of strength, but out of their own deep, unhealed wounds, their own fears, and their own ignorance. This does not mean you must invite them back into your life. Forgiveness does not require reconciliation. You can forgive someone completely while choosing to never speak to them again, setting a firm, healthy boundary to protect your peace. Forgiveness happens entirely within your own heart. It is the process of releasing the debtor. Imagine holding a ledger in your hands, a book where you have written down every single thing this person owes you, an apology, an acknowledgement of your pain, a restoration of what was lost. To forgive is to take a big, red pen, write paid in full across the page, and close the book forever. You are not saying they deserve to be let off the hook. You are saying that you deserve to stop carrying the heavy weight of their debt. Let us take a moment to integrate these profound truths. Breathe in deeply, feeling the air fill your lungs, and exhale fully, letting go of any tension that has gathered in your body. We have traveled far in this chapter. We have looked at how our memories act as blueprints for our present self-image, and how we can dismantle the false narratives that have held us back. We have practiced the gentle art of memory reinterpretation, stepping back into the past to rescue our younger selves from the cold corners of abandonment and fear. And we have explored the path of forgiveness, understanding that releasing our resentments is the only way to reclaim our trapped emotional energy and step into a life of true freedom. As we prepare to close this compartment of the magic casket, take a moment to appreciate the journey you are on. It takes immense courage to look backward, to face the ghosts of yesterday with a soft heart and an open mind. But remember, the past only has the power you give it. By shining the light of your present awareness into these old, dusty rooms, you are transforming the lead of your regrets into the gold of wisdom. You are no longer a victim of your history. You are the conscious author of your destiny. In our next chapter, we will venture even deeper into the magic casket, moving beyond the personal memories of this lifetime to explore a chamber that holds the silent, powerful currents of ancestral legacy and the collective unconscious. We will look at how the stories of those who came before us still hum in our blood, and how we can unlock the ancestral gifts that are waiting to support us. But for now, let your mind rest. Let the memories settle like dust after a gentle rain. You are here, You are whole, and you are beautifully free. Gently close the compartment of memories, turn the key in the lock, and rest in the profound peace of the present moment. Chapter 5: The Mirror Inside. Welcome, traveler of the inner landscape. Take a deep breath. Let the air fill your chest, and as you slowly release it, let go of the weight of the day, the expectations of others, and the relentless noise of the outside world. You have arrived at Chapter 5, The Mirror Inside. This is perhaps the most quiet, yet the most revolutionary, chamber within the magic casket of your soul. Throughout history, seekers and sages have spoken of a treasure hidden so deeply within the human experience that many live their entire lives without ever catching a glimpse of its light. We search for this treasure in the validation of others, in the titles we accumulate, in the possessions we display, and in the frantic pursuit of perfection. Yet, the casket of wisdom reminds us that the greatest magic is not a golden coin or a sparkling gem. The greatest magic is a mirror. It is the courageous, unyielding ability to look at our true reflection without judgment, to gaze into the depths of our own eyes and welcome whatever we find there with radical, unconditional honesty. Imagine standing in a dimly lit room at midnight. The air is cool, carrying the faint, nostalgic scent of ancient paper and cedar wood. Before you stands a grand, ornate mirror, its frame carved from dark, twisted mahogany, encrusted with the dust of forgotten years. As you step closer, your heart beats a little faster. Why is there a tremor in your chest? Why does the prospect of looking closely at your own reflection bring a sense of subtle dread? A primal instinct to turn away and seek comfort in the dark. It is because the mirror does not lie. It does not offer the polite, filtered compliments we demand from our friends, nor does it carry the harsh, exaggerated condemnations our inner critic hurls at us in moments of despair. The mirror simply shows what is. And in a world built on illusions, masks, and digital projections, standing before what simply is requires a courage of monumental proportions. Let us begin by exploring the first profound aspect of this inner mirror, the mirror effect in our personal relationships. We often believe that our interactions with the world are objective experiences, that we see people exactly as they are. But the truth is far more mysterious and intimate. The people in our lives, especially those who trigger our deepest emotions, are not just external entities. They are living, breathing mirrors reflecting the unmapped territories of our own psyche. Consider the story of Sarah. Sarah was a brilliant, relentlessly driven architect who prided herself on her precision, her flawless work ethic, and her absolute control over her environment. For months, Sarah found herself locked in a silent, suffocating war with her assistant, Julian. Julian was a quiet, unassuming man who possessed a slow, deliberate way of speaking and working. To Sarah, Julian was the embodiment of incompetence. Every time he paused to think, she felt a hot surge of irritation in her chest. Every time he asked for clarification instead of rushing headlong into a task, her jaw would clench, her mind screaming with the thought that he was lazy, passive, and entirely devoid of ambition. She would return home to her empty apartment, her head throbbing, pouring her frustration into long, bitter monologues to anyone who would listen, convinced that Julian was the sole source of her professional misery. One evening, as rain lashed against her office window, Sarah sat alone at her desk, staring at a set of blueprints. She had sent Julian home early in a fit of passive-aggressive annoyance. As she looked at the empty desk across from her, a profound, hollow silence settled into the room. she began to ask herself. Why does his pace disturb me so deeply? Why does his calmness feel like a personal assault? In the quiet of that empty office, Sarah closed her eyes and allowed herself to feel the raw emotion underneath her anger. What she found was not irritation, but a cold, paralyzing fear. Since childhood, Sarah had been conditioned to believe that her worth was entirely dependent on her speed, her productivity, and her perfection. To slow down was to fail. To rest was to risk being cast aside. Julian was not lazy. Julian was at peace. His stillness was a sanctuary that Sarah desperately craved but had forbidden herself from ever entering. Her intense irritation was her own subconscious mind screaming in protest against the prison of her own making. Julian was a mirror, reflecting her own repressed desire to breathe, to pause, and to exist without the constant, exhausting need to prove her worth. By recognizing this, Sarah stopped fighting the reflection and began to heal the wound within herself. This is the psychological reality of projective identification and projection. When we find ourselves intensely triggered by the behavior of another person, we are rarely reacting to them alone. More often, we are reacting to a disowned part of ourselves that they are holding up to us. The qualities we find most intolerable in others are frequently the very qualities we have exiled from our own conscious awareness, or the ones we desperately wish we could embody but feel forbidden to express. Conversely, the people we put on pedestals, idolizing their strength, their grace, or their freedom, are reflecting our own latent, unawakened potential. To apply this wisdom to your own life, you must learn to practice the sacred pause. The next time someone stirs a storm of irritation, anger, or judgment within you, do not rush to point the finger outward. Take a slow, deep breath, place your hand over your heart, and ask yourself this gentle, probing question. What is this person reflecting back to me that I am unwilling to see in myself? Is it a boundary I have failed to set? Is it a vulnerability I am afraid to show? Or is it a freedom I have denied myself? By shifting your focus from the external trigger to the internal reflection, you transmute a moment of conflict into an act of profound self-discovery. As we journey deeper into the mirror inside, we must navigate a critical, often misunderstood boundary: the difference between self-critique and self-observation. It is incredibly common to confuse these two states of mind, yet they exist in entirely different universes. One is a weapon of destruction. The other is a tool of liberation. Let us look at the story of Arthur, a gifted novelist who had spent nearly a decade trying to write his second book. His first novel had been a modest success, but the pressure to repeat that achievement had paralyzed him. Arthur spent his mornings sitting before a blank computer screen, his fingers hovering over the keys like frozen branches. When he did write, a harsh, mocking voice would instantly echo in his mind. "That sentence is clumsy," the voice would whisper. "You are a fraud. Everyone will realize you have no real talent." Arthur would delete the paragraph, close his laptop, and spend the rest of the day in a state of quiet, agonizing shame, numbly scrolling through his phone or drinking too much coffee to escape the burning sensation of his own inadequacy. Arthur believed this cruel inner voice was his ally. He believed that if he was not hard on himself, if he did not whip himself into shape, he would become lazy and write garbage. One afternoon, seeking refuge from his suffocating apartment, Arthur walked into an old, dusty library on the edge of the city. There, sitting at a wooden table, was an elderly librarian reading a book of poetry. Sensing Arthur's heavy aura, The librarian looked up, his eyes kind and remarkably clear, and asked him what he was writing. Arthur sighed, admitting he could not write a single page because everything he produced was terrible. The librarian smiled gently and said, "The critic can only judge what has already been created, my friend. If you let him into the room while you are dreaming, he will strangle the dream before it is even born. You must learn to watch your writing the way a gardener watches a seed grow, with curiosity, not with a pruning shear." That simple piece of advice shifted something deep within Arthur's subconscious. He realized that his self-critique was not helping him improve. It was paralyzing him. He began to practice self-observation instead. The next time he sat down to write and felt the familiar tightening in his chest, he did not agree with the critic, nor did he fight it. Instead, he simply observed it. He would think, there is the feeling of fear. There is the thought that I am not good enough. I see it. He allowed the thoughts to exist without acting on them, without letting them guide his hand to the delete key. He became a neutral observer of his own mind, watching his fears arise and fall like waves on a shore, while his fingers kept moving across the keyboard. Within 6 months, his novel was complete. Why does this dynamic matter so deeply to our psychological well-being? Self-critique is rooted in the ego's desire for control and safety. The inner critic is born from a childhood need to protect ourselves from the judgment of others. We think that if we beat ourselves to the punch, if we criticize ourselves first, then no one else can hurt us as deeply. But this defense mechanism eventually becomes a prison. It floods our nervous system with cortisol and adrenaline, putting us in a constant state of fight or flight, which completely shuts down our creativity, our capacity for joy, and our ability to heal. Self-observation, on the other hand, is the language of the soul. It is the practice of mindfulness, of stepping back from the drama of our thoughts and becoming the silent witness of our experience. When you observe yourself without judgment, you create a space of safety. In that safety, your nervous system relaxes, your subconscious mind opens, and the suppressed emotions that have been driving your self-sabotaging behaviors can finally rise to the surface, be felt, and be dissolved. To practice this in your daily life, imagine that you are a kind, wise scientist observing a fascinating subject. When you make a mistake, when you feel a wave of jealousy, anger, or fear, do not scold yourself. Instead, use the language of neutral observation. Instead of saying, "I am so stupid," say, "I notice that I am feeling a lot of anxiety right now." Instead of saying, "I am a failure," say, "I observe a thought that says I cannot do this." By changing your vocabulary from identification to observation, you detach your core identity from your passing thoughts and emotions, recognizing that you are not the storm, but the sky in which the storm takes place. This brings us to the deepest, most shadowy corner of the mirror inside you. The courage required to look at our shadow self. The shadow, as the great psychologist Carl Jung described, is the hidden repository of our psyche. It is the basement of our mind where we store all the parts of ourselves that we deemed unacceptable, unlovable, or dangerous during our developmental years. It contains our rage, our greed, our jealousy, and our deepest vulnerabilities. But it also contains our hidden genius, our wild creativity, and our capacity for fierce, unconditional love. Let us step into the life of Eleanor. Eleanor was beloved by everyone in her community. She was a volunteer, a dedicated mother, and a deeply spiritual woman who always had a warm smile and a kind word for everyone she met. She prided herself on her selflessness, her patience, and her absolute lack of anger. But beneath this pristine, golden exterior, Eleanor was slowly drowning. For years, she had suffered from chronic physical pain, a burning tension in her shoulders and lower back that no doctor, physical therapist, or medication could soothe. She also suffered from sudden, inexplicable bouts of deep depression that would leave her staring at the ceiling for hours, feeling utterly hollowed out. One night, unable to sleep due to the throbbing pain in her back, Eleanor went down to her kitchen. She sat in the dark, listening to the hum of the refrigerator. She felt a sudden, terrifying wave of rage rise up from her stomach. It was a raw, primal anger at her family, her friends, and the endless demands they placed on her. She felt angry at herself for always saying yes, for always playing the saint, for never having a single moment that belonged entirely to her. Her immediate instinct was to push the anger down, to pray it away, to feel guilty for even thinking such ungrateful thoughts. But tonight, the pain in her body was too loud. Eleanor stood up, walked to the bathroom, and turned on the light. She looked into her own eyes in the mirror. She did not see the sweet, accommodating woman everyone loved. She saw a tired, angry, fiercely passionate human being who had been neglected by the very person who was supposed to protect her herself. Eleanor began to cry, not tears of self-pity, but tears of deep, systemic release. She looked at her reflection and whispered, "I see you. I see how angry you are. I see how tired you are of being good. And it is okay. You are allowed to be angry. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to say no." In that moment of radical self-honesty, Elena did not become a bad person. She became a whole person. Over the next few weeks, she began to set clear boundaries. She politely declined volunteer commitments that exhausted her. She told her family when she needed time alone. She allowed herself to feel anger when she was mistreated, using that anger as a clean fuel to protect her peace rather than a poison to swallow. And as she integrated her shadow, a miracle occurred. The chronic pain that had plagued her body for years began to vanish. The psychological truth of the shadow self is that whatever we suppress does not disappear. It merely goes underground, acting out through passive-aggressive behaviors, physical illness, anxiety, depression, and self-sabotaging patterns. When we refuse to look at our shadow, we live a split existence. We project our shadow onto others, seeing enemies and villains everywhere, while remaining blind to the ways we hurt ourselves and those we love. The shadow is not evil. It is simply unloved. It is the collection of exiled children within us, waiting for the light of our own awareness to bring them home. To look into your own shadow requires a deep, spiritual bravery. It means sitting with your jealousy and asking it what it is trying to teach you about your unfulfilled desires. It means sitting with your anger and recognizing that it is a guardian, telling you where your boundaries have been crossed. It means welcoming your sadness and allowing it to cleanse your soul, rather than rushing to distract yourself with food, screens, or substances. How do we begin this integration? It starts with a commitment to absolute honesty in your private moments. When you feel a shadow quality arise, do not judge it. Do not try to fix it or force it to change. Instead, write about it in a private journal where no one else will ever read your words. Write down your darkest thoughts, your most selfish desires, your deepest resentments. By giving them a safe channel to be seen, you take away their power to control you from the dark. You bring them into the light of your conscious awareness, where they can be transformed from a destructive force into a source of profound strength, creativity, and wisdom. Take a moment to let these truths settle into your heart. Can you feel the shift in your own energy? Can you feel the relief that comes with knowing you no longer have to pretend to be perfect? The mirror inside does not demand perfection. It only demands presence. It asks you to show up, to look at yourself with soft, compassionate eyes, and to embrace the beautiful, messy, complex, and radiant human being that you are. Let us summarize the profound territory we have traversed in this chapter. We have learned that our personal relationships are not battlegrounds of chance, but mirrors reflecting the unintegrated parts of our own souls, inviting us to heal and grow. We have discovered that self-critique is a paralyzing illusion of control, while neutral self-observation is the open doorway to true transformation and creative freedom. And finally, we have found the courage to step into the basement of our own minds, embracing our shadow self, not as a monster to be feared, but as a source of hidden power and vitality waiting to be brought into the light. As you close the casket on this chapter, feel the deep peace that comes from this new level of self-honesty. You are no longer running from your reflection. You are standing before it, grounded, open, and free. But our journey does not end here. For once we have learned to see ourselves clearly in the mirror inside, we are faced with a new, equally profound question. How do we carry this truth into the world? How do we speak from this place of deep, authentic self-awareness in a society that constantly asks us to conform, to hide, and to play safe? As we prepare to step into the next chapter, we will explore the mysteries of the voice, the power of speaking your truth, and the exquisite vulnerability of living an aligned life. Rest now in the warmth of your own presence. Keep the mirror clean, keep your heart open, and prepare yourself for the next step of this beautiful, sacred journey. When you are ready, let us turn the page together. Chapter 6: The Velvet Lining. Take a deep breath. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears, and let the tension in your jaw dissolve. Allow yourself to arrive completely in this moment, in this space, with me. If you were to open an ancient, exquisitely carved wooden casket, what would you expect to find inside? Perhaps you imagine shimmering diamonds, heavy gold coins, or scrollwork containing ancient secrets. But now, picture that same casket, empty of any interior protection. If you throw those precious, fragile gems into a bare wooden box, what happens when the box is shaken? What happens when the journey gets rough, when the casket is tossed by the storms of life? The gems clash against the hard, unyielding wood. They chip, they crack, and eventually, their brilliant luster is reduced to dust. This is the tragedy of a life lived without the velvet lining. We spend so much of our existence trying to collect the gems. We chase accomplishments, we gather praise, we seek the perfect relationships, and we build a formidable exterior. Yet, so many of us leave the inner chambers of our minds completely unlined. When we stumble, when we fail, or when we are simply exhausted, we do not land on a soft, supportive surface. Instead, we crash against the jagged edges of our own self-judgment, our relentless expectations, and our unforgiving perfectionism. Have you ever wondered why you are so often your own harshest critic? Why is it that the voice in your head speaks to you in a tone you would never, ever use with a beloved friend, or even a stranger? Why do we believe that whip-cracking severity is the only way to keep ourselves moving forward? Today, we are going to dismantle that belief. We are going to explore Chapter 6, The Velvet Lining. This chapter is not about finding more treasures to put inside your life. It is about building a soft landing space for the treasures you already possess. Your vulnerability, your humanity, and your beautiful, imperfect soul. Together, we will discover how nurturing self-compassion and deep self-care is not a form of weakness, but the ultimate act of psychological courage. Let us begin by exploring why compassion is the essential lining of all personal growth. We often fear that if we are kind to ourselves when we fail, we will become lazy. We worry that without the harsh whip of self-criticism, we will simply lie on the couch and achieve nothing. But psychological research tells us a completely different story. Imagine Marcus. Marcus is an architect, a man whose life looks, from the outside, like a masterfully constructed skyscraper. His lines are clean, his reputation is sterling, and his achievements are towering. But inside Marcus, there is a constant, low-grade terror. One rainy Tuesday evening, Marcus sat alone in his high-rise studio. The city lights below blurred through the wet glass like smeared ink. He was working on a pitch for a major museum project, a design that had consumed his every waking hour for 3 months. As he reached across his drafting table to adjust a delicate glass dome on his physical model, his sleeve caught the edge of a structural pillar. In a single, sickening second, the delicate balsa wood and glass structure collapsed into a heap of splinters and shards. The silence that followed in that empty studio was deafening. If you could have listened to the internal monologue that erupted in Marcus's mind at that moment, it would have sounded like an execution. "You idiot," the voice hissed. "You incompetent, clumsy fool. You never deserved this commission anyway. They are going to see right through you. You are going to lose everything, and it is exactly what you deserve." Marcus felt a familiar, icy grip tighten around his chest. His heart hammered, his palms sweated, and a wave of profound nausea washed over him. He did not see a minor physical mishap. He saw an existential threat to his entire identity. Under the weight of this self-attack, Marcus did not pick up the glue and start rebuilding. Instead, he paralyzed. He went home, poured a drink, and fell into a sleepless, guilt-ridden night, unable to face the project for days. Why does this happen? When we attack ourselves with self-criticism, we are activating our evolutionary threat defense system. The brain, in its ancient wisdom, cannot distinguish between a physical threat, like a tiger jumping out of the bushes, and a psychological threat, like the fear of failure. When we scream at ourselves internally, our amygdala fires, releasing cortisol and adrenaline. We go into fight, flight, or freeze. In Marcus's case, he froze. Self-criticism does not motivate us. It paralyzes us. It shuts down the prefrontal cortex, the very part of the brain we need for creative problem-solving, resilience, and learning. Self-compassion, on the other hand, activates our mammalian caregiving system. When we respond to our failures with kindness, we release oxytocin and endorphins, the hormones of safety and connection. This downregulates our threat response, allowing our brain to return to a state of calm analysis. To apply this to your own life, you must learn to recognize the transition from threat to care. The next time you make a mistake, no matter how small or large, pay attention to the physical sensation of self-criticism. Where do you feel it? Is it a tightening in your chest? A pit in your stomach? When that feeling arises, interrupt the spiral with a deliberate shift in perspective. Ask yourself, if my dearest friend came to me with this exact problem, what would I say to them? What would my voice sound like? Write down those words. It might feel strange at first, even unnatural, to write a letter of compassion to yourself. But you are rewiring your neural pathways. You are carving out a new canal for self-talk to flow through. Instead of letting the water of your thoughts rush down the jagged rocks of self-punishment, you are guiding it toward the soft, fertile banks of understanding. You are beginning to lay down the first threads of your velvet lining. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key point, the practice of daily self-soothing. When we think of self-care, our minds often drift to commercialized luxuries, expensive spa days, tropical vacations, or indulgent purchases. But true self-care, the kind that acts as a soothing balm for a frayed nervous system, is much quieter, much deeper, and entirely free. It is the art of sensory anchoring and emotional holding in the moments when we feel most undone. Let me tell you about Clara. Clara was a pediatric nurse, a woman who spent 12 hours a day holding the hands of sick children and comforting terrified parents. She was a reservoir of empathy for everyone else, but her own reservoir was bone dry. One freezing January afternoon, after a particularly grueling shift where she had comforted a family through a devastating diagnosis, Clara walked out to her car. The wind chill was brutal, cutting through her thin coat. She climbed into the driver's seat, closed the door, and suddenly found herself unable to turn the key in the ignition. She sat there in the dark, staring at the steering wheel, and began to weep. It was not a quiet, gentle cry. It was a deep, guttural sob of absolute exhaustion. She felt entirely alone, hollowed out, and desperately cold. In the past, Clara would have scolded herself. "Pull it together, Clara," she would have said. "You have to go home, make dinner, clean the house, and do it all over again tomorrow. Stop being so dramatic." But on this evening, something changed. Clara remembered a simple concept she had heard about somatic self-soothing. She turned off the demanding voice in her head and focused entirely on her body. She crossed her arms over her chest, placing her hands firmly on her own shoulders, giving herself a gentle, steady squeeze. She closed her eyes and focused on the warmth of her breath moving in and out of her nose. She spoke to herself aloud, in a whisper that was softer than the winter wind outside. "It is okay, Clara," she whispered. "You are so tired. It was a really hard day. I am right here with you. I have got you." As she sat in the cold car, hugging herself and speaking with gentle warmth, something remarkable happened. The tightness in her throat began to ease. The shivering stopped. A sense of warmth, starting from her hands on her shoulders, began to spread through her chest. She was not changing the reality of her difficult job, nor was she erasing the sadness of the day. But she was transforming how she held that sadness. She was providing herself with a safe, somatic sanctuary. Why did this simple act have such a profound impact on Clara's nervous system? Our bodies are incredibly receptive to physical touch and vocal tone. Before we ever understood the cognitive meaning of words as infants, we understood the language of touch and pitch. A mother's warm embrace and her low, soothing lullaby told our infant brains that we were safe, that the world was okay, and that we could relax. As adults, we still possess that identical nervous system wiring when you place a hand over your heart, or when you wrap your arms around yourself in a self-hug. Your skin receptors send a signal to your brain that says, "We are safe. We are being cared for." When you speak to yourself in a soft, melodic, comforting tone, even internally, your brain responds by lowering your heart rate and reducing blood pressure. You are shifting your autonomic nervous system from the sympathetic drive of fight or flight into the parasympathetic state of rest, digest, and restore. To build your daily practice of self-soothing, you do not need to wait for a crisis in your car. You can integrate sensory anchors into your everyday life. Begin by identifying one physical gesture that brings you a sense of grounding. For some, it is placing both hands over the heart, feeling the warmth of the palms transfer through the clothing. For others, it is gently stroking their own forearm or cupping their face in their hands. Practice this gesture daily, especially when you feel the pressure rising. When you do, pair it with a phrase of self-compassion that resonates with your soul. It could be as simple as, "May I be kind to myself in this moment," or "This is a moment of suffering, and suffering is part of the shared human experience." By pairing physical touch with compassionate language, you are creating a Pavlovian response of safety within your own body. Over time, simply placing your hand on your heart will automatically signal to your nervous system that it is time to soften, to let go, and to rest on the velvet lining you have created. This brings us to our third profound exploration: reframing vulnerability as an invaluable psychological strength. We live in a culture that treats vulnerability as a defect, a crack in our armor that must be patched over with steel and concrete. We are taught to project absolute confidence, to never let them see us sweat, and to hide our doubts and fears at all costs. But this armor we wear is incredibly heavy. It constricts our breathing, it limits our movement, and worst of all, it keeps us profoundly isolated. You cannot truly connect with another human being while wearing a full suit of armor. True connection requires soft, exposed skin. Consider Julian. Julian was a senior partner at a high-stakes financial firm. He was known for his analytical mind, his sharp decision-making, and his absolute, unshakable composure. Julian had built a life where failure was not an option, and vulnerability was viewed as a career-ending disease. But Julian had a secret. He was suffering from severe panic attacks. Every morning before his presentations, he would lock himself in the executive bathroom, his chest constricting, his vision tunneling, fighting the terrifying sensation that he was dying. He would splash cold water on his face, force his features into a rigid mask of control, and walk out to command the boardroom. He lived in constant terror that someone would see the tremor in his hands or hear the slight crack in his voice. He felt like an imposter, a fraud waiting to be unmasked. One afternoon, during a crucial high-stakes negotiation with a major client, Julian's panic struck him mid-sentence. His mind went entirely blank. The numbers on the screen before him blurred into meaningless shapes. His heart hammered so violently he was certain everyone in the room could hear it. In the past, Julian would have forced his way through, speaking faster, hiding behind jargon, or making an excuse to leave the room. But on this day, the exhaustion of wearing the armor finally broke him. He stopped speaking. He lowered his notes. He looked across the table at the client, a man who was notorious for his ruthless business tactics. Julian took a slow, deep breath and let his hands rest openly on the table. "I have to apologize," Julian said, his voice quiet but remarkably steady. "My mind has gone completely blank. I am feeling incredibly overwhelmed by the weight of these projections right now, and I need to take a 5-minute break to clear my head so I can give you the accurate analysis you deserve. The silence in the boardroom was absolute. Julian felt a cold dread drop into his stomach. He was certain he had just destroyed his career, his reputation, and his company's credibility. He stood up, walked out of the room, and waited in his office, bracing for the fallout. 5 minutes later, the client walked into Julian's office. He did not look angry. In fact, his expression was softer than Julian had ever seen it. The client sat down, looked at Julian, and sighed. "Thank God," the client said. "I thought I was the only one who felt that way in these rooms. The pressure of this deal has been keeping me awake for weeks." "Thank you for saying that. Now, let's go grab a coffee, take a breath, and look at these numbers together." Julian's willingness to drop his armor did not lead to his destruction. It led to a deeper trust, a stronger partnership, and a profound sense of mutual relief. By revealing his vulnerability, he gave the client permission to be human, too. Why does vulnerability have this magical effect? There is a psychological phenomenon known as the beautiful mess effect. Research shows that while we perceive our own vulnerability as a sign of weakness, inadequacy, and failure, we perceive the vulnerability of others as a sign of authenticity, strength, and courage. When someone else admits they are struggling, we do not think less of them. We feel closer to them. We feel a sense of relief that we are not alone in our struggles. When you hide your vulnerability, you are unconsciously sending a message to your subconscious that your true self is unacceptable, shameful, and must be hidden. This creates a deep inner division, a civil war within the self. But when you begin to express your vulnerability in safe spaces, you are validating your own humanity. You are saying, "I am imperfect, I am afraid, I am struggling, and I am still worthy of love, respect, and belonging." To apply this reframing to your life, you must begin to practice what is called microdisclosures of vulnerability. You do not need to share your deepest, darkest secrets with a room full of strangers. Start small. The next time a trusted friend asks how you are doing, instead of giving the default, empty response of, "I am fine, busy but good," try sharing a sliver of the truth. You might say, "Actually, I have been feeling a bit overwhelmed lately," or, "To be honest, I am feeling a little anxious about a project I am working on." Notice how the other person responds. Notice the softening in their eyes, the leaning forward of their posture, and the almost universal reciprocation of their own struggles. With every microdisclosure, you are testing the safety of the world. You are discovering that when you show up as your true, raw, unvarnished self, the world does not collapse. Instead, you find a soft landing space in the hearts of others. You begin to realize that your vulnerability is not a crack in your foundation. It is the very portal through which genuine love, connection, and empathy enter your life. As we bring our journey through Chapter 6 to a close, let us pause to look back at the beautiful tapestry we have woven together. We have explored the magic casket of your inner life, realizing that without the velvet lining of self-compassion, the precious gems of your experiences will only break against the hard edges of your self-criticism. We have learned that compassion is not a luxury, but the biological requirement for learning, resilience, and growth. We have discovered the quiet power of daily self-soothing, using our own hands, our own breath, and our own gentle voices to calm the storms of our autonomic nervous system. And finally, we have unlocked the paradox of vulnerability, realizing that our willingness to be imperfect is our greatest psychological strength, the ultimate bridge to human connection. Take another deep breath. Feel the solidity of the ground beneath you. Feel the space you occupy in this world. You do not have to be perfect to be worthy of kindness. You do not have to achieve everything on your list to deserve rest. You do not have to wear heavy armor to protect yourself from the world. The velvet lining is always here, waiting to be woven from your own thoughts, your own touch, and your own courage. It is a sanctuary you carry within yourself, a soft space where you can always return to heal, to breathe, and to remember who you truly are. As the echoes of this chapter begin to settle into your consciousness, prepare yourself for what lies ahead. We have learned how to line our casket with the softest velvet, protecting our inner world from the friction of life. But a casket is not meant to remain closed forever. The treasures inside are meant to be understood, utilized, and shared. In our next chapter, Chapter 7, we will explore the mysterious mechanism of the lock itself. We will dive deep into the secrets of emotional boundary setting, discovering how to decide what we let into our sacred space and what we must leave outside. Until then, walk gently, speak kindly to yourself, and remember that you are worthy of the very same love and compassion you so freely offer to the world. Chapter 7: The Hidden Compartment. Take a deep, slow breath, and let your mind settle into the quiet space of this moment. Imagine yourself sitting in a room softened by the amber glow of late afternoon light. Before you on a table of polished oak sits the object of our journey, the magic casket. For weeks, you have examined its outer dimensions, admired the intricate carvings of vines and celestial patterns on its lid, and felt the weight of its history in your hands. You believed you knew every inch of it. But today, as your fingers trace the seam where the dark pearlwood meets the velvet lining of the interior, you feel a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. A tiny indentation, no larger than a raindrop, yields to your thumb. With a soft, resonant click that seems to echo in the very center of your chest, a secret panel slides open. It reveals a hidden compartment, a space so perfectly concealed that you had walked past it 1,000 times without ever suspecting its existence. Inside lies not gold or jewels, but something infinitely more precious, a collection of items you forgot you ever possessed, preserved in the scent of cedar and old paper. This physical casket is, of course, the grand architecture of your own mind. We live our lives in the outer rooms of our personalities, keeping our thoughts tidy, our behaviors predictable, and our routines safe. Yet, beneath the floorboards of our daily awareness lies a subterranean chamber. It is here, in the hidden compartments of the psyche, that we store our dormant talents, our forgotten passions, and our deeply repressed potential. There is a profound philosophical truth in the realization that we are not empty vessels searching for something to fill us, but rather locked chests overflowing with treasures we have simply forgotten how to access. As the great poet Rumi once wrote, you wander from room to room hunting for the diamond necklace that is already around your neck. We spend our adulthoods grieving our limitations, unaware that the very keys to our liberation are resting quietly in the dark corners of our own history, waiting for us to find the courage to press the hidden latch. To understand why we hide these beautiful parts of ourselves, we must look closely at the psychology of the hidden self, a concept that Carl Jung referred to as the golden shadow. We often think of our psychological shadow as a dark repository for our worst impulses, our anger, our greed, and our shame. But the shadow is not merely a basement for our demons. It is also the attic where we store our brightest light. When you were a child, your wild curiosity, your uninhibited voice, your instinct to paint the walls with your imagination, or your natural sensitivity might have been too loud, too inconvenient, or too threatening for the adults around you. To survive, to secure love and belonging in a world that demanded conformity, you quietly folded those vibrant parts of yourself, walked down the stairs of your mind, and locked them in the hidden compartment. You traded your authenticity for safety. Think of the tragedy of this trade. Every time you silenced a creative impulse because someone laughed, every time you put away your notebook because you were told to focus on a practical career, a piece of your vital energy was partitioned off. The psychological cost of this repression is not a sudden, dramatic crisis, but rather a slow, chronic numbness. It is that persistent, low-grade ache you feel on Sunday evenings, the feeling of homesickness when you are already sitting in your own living room, or the quiet envy you feel when you watch someone else express themselves with absolute freedom. Your subconscious is trying to tell you that a part of you is suffocating in the dark. Let us explore a cinematic example of this dynamic through the story of a woman named Clara. For 15 years, Clara was a highly successful corporate auditor. Her days were measured in spreadsheets, tax codes, and the cold, unyielding precision of numbers. She was respected, financially secure, and utterly exhausted. She felt like an actor playing a role in a play she had not written. One rainy Saturday afternoon, while clearing out her late grandmother's attic, Clara found an old, dust-covered wooden box. Inside was a set of dry, cracked watercolor paints and a sketchbook from her 12th year. As Clara turned the yellowed pages, she came across a painting she had done of a wild, wind-swept ocean. She stared at the brushstrokes, remembering the exact sensation of the wet bristle against paper, the smell of the pigment, and the absolute, timeless joy she had felt while creating it. She remembered how her father had looked at the painting back then, sighed, and said that art was a beautiful hobby, but it would never pay the rent. In that single, well-meaning moment of parental caution, 12-year-old Clara had closed the lid on her artistic soul. She had pushed her paints into the hidden compartment and decided to become the sensible girl who dealt only in certainties. Holding that old sketchbook in the quiet attic, Clara felt a sudden, violent wave of grief wash over her. It was not grief for the lost years, but for the girl she had abandoned. With trembling hands, she bought a new set of paints that very evening. She did not quit her job, nor did she declare herself a professional artist. Instead, she simply began to paint for 30 minutes every night after the world went to sleep. At first, her hands were stiff, and her mind screamed with judgments, telling her she was wasting her time, that she was too old, and that her work was amateurish. But she persisted. She allowed herself to paint poorly. Over the months, something miraculous happened. The color began to return not just to her canvases, but to her life. The chronic fatigue that had plagued her for years began to lift. Her interactions with her colleagues became warmer, her laughter easier. By reclaiming her dormant talent for color and form, Clara had unlocked a reservoir of vital energy that had been dammed up for decades. She realized that painting was not her career path. It was her way of breathing. Why does this classic dynamic matter so deeply? When we suppress our natural talents, The energy does not simply vanish. It sours. It turns inward, transforming into self-criticism, anxiety, or physical tension. When you refuse to create, your creative energy doesn't die. It turns into destruction, often directed at your own self-esteem. By bringing these hidden aspects into the light of your conscious awareness, you begin the sacred work of psychological integration. You stop living as a fraction of yourself and begin to live as a whole. To help you begin this excavation, I want to offer you a powerful writing prompt. I invite you to close your eyes for a moment after this sentence and recall a memory of yourself between the ages of 7 and 11. A time before the expectations of the world fully settled onto your shoulders. Ask yourself, what did I do when no one was watching? What activities made me lose all sense of time? Was it building elaborate structures out of mud and twigs, writing melodramatic plays for your stuffed animals, organizing neighborhood games, or simply lying in the grass listening to the wind? Take a pen and paper and write a letter to that child. Ask them for forgiveness for leaving them in the dark for so long. Ask them what they miss the most. Do not intellectualize this process. Let the words spill out onto the page with all the raw emotion of a long-awaited reunion. You might find that the child does not want you to change your career. They simply want you to play again. They want you to buy the clay, to sing in the car, or to run until your lungs burn. Now, let us turn our attention to another dimension of the hidden compartment. The reclamation of your hidden intellectual and leadership potential. Often, we repress not just our creative impulses, but our power, our voice, and our capacity to lead. We live in a society that often rewards compliance, especially in women and marginalized groups, leading many to tuck their sharpest analytical minds and their boldest visions away to avoid being labeled as difficult, aggressive, or arrogant. Consider the story of Julian, a quiet archivist at a historical society. Julian was a man of immense intellect, possessing an uncanny ability to see patterns in historical data that others missed. Yet, because of a childhood dominated by an overbearing elder brother who ridiculed his opinions, Julian had learned to keep his head down. He spoke in a soft, self-effacing whisper and always deferred to his colleagues, even when he knew their conclusions were flawed. He had hidden his natural authority, his brilliant analytical mind, and his voice in the deepest drawer of his mental casket. One winter, the historical society faced a severe financial crisis that threatened its survival. The board of directors was prepared to close the archive and sell off its contents. During a critical meeting, as the directors resigned themselves to defeat, Julian felt a sudden, hot spark in his solar plexus. He looked around the room and saw the defeat on their faces, and a realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. If he did not speak, the history he loved would be scattered to the wind. Julian stood up. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. His hands were shaking, and his voice cracked on the first word. But as he began to present a meticulously designed, highly innovative plan to digitize the collection and partner with local universities, his voice steadied. The hidden compartment of his intellect, locked away for 30 years, burst open. He spoke with a clarity, a passion, and an authority that stunned everyone in the room, including himself. He was no longer the quiet, invisible archivist. He was a leader fighting for what he loved. The board approved his plan, and Julian was appointed to lead the transition. The process was grueling, but Julian found that the strength he needed was already there, fully formed, preserved perfectly in the darkness of his long silence. His life was transformed not because he became someone else, but because he finally allowed himself to be who he had always been. This story illustrates a profound psychological truth. Your potential does not decay while it is hidden. Like seeds found in ancient Egyptian tombs that can still sprout when planted in fertile soil, your dormant talents remain fully viable, no matter how long they have been buried. They are preserved by the subconscious, waiting for the right moment of necessity, or the right choice of courage, to break through the surface. How do we begin to apply this to our own lives? How do we gently, systematically open our own hidden compartments? The process requires a tender, patient touch, much like opening a delicate antique box. The first step is compassionate awareness. You must begin to notice your reactions to others. When you feel a sudden, irrational pang of resentment or envy towards someone who is speaking boldly, creating art, traveling the world, or expressing their unique style, do not dismiss it as a negative trait. Treat that envy as a map. Envy is almost always a distorted reflection of your own unlived potential. If you envy someone's freedom to write, it is because there is a book trapped inside you. If you envy someone's physical grace, it is because your own body is crying out for movement. Thank your envy for pointing the way to your hidden compartment. The second step is the practice of micro-expression. You do not need to leap off the cliff of your current life to reclaim your hidden self. You do not need to quit your job to be an artist, or leave your family to find adventure. Instead, create small, safe sanctuaries for your hidden talents. If you suspect you have a dormant love for writing, write for just 10 minutes a day in a journal that no one else will ever read. If you want to sing, sing in the shower with the water running hot and loud. Give your hidden self permission to be imperfect, to play, and to make a mess without the pressure of performance or the threat of judgment. This is how you build trust with your subconscious. You are showing that inner child that it is finally safe to come out and play. The third step is navigating the inevitable grief that arises during this process. When you begin to unlock your hidden potential, you will feel a profound sense of sorrow. You will look back at the years you spent in jobs that did not feed you, in relationships that demanded your smallness, or in silent compliance, and you will weep for the wasted time. This grief is a natural, necessary part of the healing process. Do not run from it. Honor it. Cry for the years you lived in half-light. But let that grief fuel your commitment to the present. Let it steel your resolve never to lock yourself away again. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. As you begin to integrate these hidden aspects of yourself, you will notice a profound shift in your physical and emotional landscape. Your posture will soften. Your voice will find its natural resonance, settling deeper into your chest rather than catching in your throat. You will find that you have more energy, not because you are doing more, but because you are no longer spending so much subconscious power keeping the lid of your casket pressed down. It takes an immense amount of psychological energy to hold a beach ball underwater. When you finally let it rise to the surface, the relief is instantaneous and breathtaking. Imagine what your life would look like if you lived with all your compartments open. Imagine walking into a room possessing your full intellect, your sensitive heart, your wild creativity, and your unapologetic voice, all working in beautiful, harmonious concert. You would no longer look to others for validation, because you would be fully anchored in your own rich soil. You would become a beacon of authenticity, quietly giving everyone around you permission to open their own hidden compartments just by the brave example of your own wholeness. As we bring our exploration of this chapter to a close, let us look once more at the magic casket sitting before us. The hidden compartment is now open, its contents illuminated by the soft light. You have touched the dry clay, you have read the old notebook, you have held the key that you thought was lost forever. You understand now that the magic of the casket was never in its wooden exterior, nor was it in some external spell. The magic was always in the hidden spaces within you, waiting for your own hand to find the latch. But our journey through the casket is not yet complete. For as you run your hand along the smooth back wall of the newly revealed compartment, you feel a faint, rhythmic vibration. It is a slow, steady pulse, like the ticking of an ancient clock or the beating of a distant heart. It seems to be coming from deep beneath the very floorboards of the box, from a place even more fundamental than the talents and passions we have uncovered today. What is this mysterious pulse? What deeper, more ancient layer of your being is calling out to you from the depths of the magic casket? To find the answer, we must prepare ourselves to descend even further, past the realm of personal memory and into the domain of universal wisdom. Sit quietly with the treasures you have unearthed today. Let their warmth fill your chest, and when you are ready, let us turn the page together to discover what lies waiting in the dark, pulsing heart of the next chapter. Chapter 8: The Golden Ratio. Close your eyes for a moment, and let the noise of the outer world fade into a soft, distant hum. Imagine you are sitting in a room washed in the amber glow of late afternoon. Before you sits the ancient, weathered oak table, and upon it rests the object of your long journey, the magic casket. Its surface is alive with intricate carvings of vines, celestial maps, and rivers that seem to flow when the light catches them just right. Today, as you place your hands upon the cool, polished wood, a subtle click resonates from deep within its mechanism. A new compartment slides open with the grace of a sigh. Inside, resting on a bed of faded crimson velvet, lies a delicate instrument made of brass and silver. It is a set of proportional dividers, the classic tool used by ancient architects, painters, and mystics to measure the golden ratio. This is the key to the 8th chapter of our journey, a chapter dedicated to the most elusive and sacred art of human existence, the art of the golden ratio, which is the exquisite balance between logic and intuition, action and rest, giving and receiving. Think of how you have lived your life up to this very moment. Have you not felt like a pendulum swung violently from one extreme to another? Perhaps you have spent years locked in the iron cage of logic, planning every step, analyzing every risk, and treating your life as a series of problems to be solved by the intellect alone. And yet, in the quiet hours of the night, did you not feel a sense of profound starvation, as if your soul were crying out for the wild, unmapped waters of intuition and spontaneous joy? Or perhaps you have swung to the other side, drifting on the shifting tides of emotion and impulse, only to find yourself crashing against the jagged rocks of reality because you lacked the steady anchor of reason. The human struggle is so often a civil war between these opposing forces. We wear ourselves out in the pursuit of relentless action, believing that our worth is measured solely by our productivity, only to collapse into a state of numb exhaustion that we mistake for rest. We pour ourselves out for others, giving until our inner wells are dry and cracked, and then we wonder why we feel a quiet, simmering resentment toward the very people we love. This is the tragedy of the unbalanced life. But the magic casket does not ask you to choose between the light and the dark, the mind and the heart, the giving and the receiving. It asks you to find the golden ratio within them, the point of perfect proportion where one feeds the other, creating a masterpiece of living harmony. Let us first examine the dangerous illusion of living in extremes, particularly the relentless cycle of action and rest. We live in a culture that worships the harvest but despises the winter. We are told that to rest is to fall behind, that stillness is a sign of weakness, and that our value as human beings is directly tied to the speed of our output. But when we live in constant action, we are not truly living. We are merely surviving on the fumes of adrenaline. Consider the story of Arthur, a man of extraordinary talent and ambition. Arthur was a master architectural restorer, a man whose hands could bring ancient, crumbling stone facades back to life. He was obsessed with perfection. When he was commissioned to restore the delicate stone tracery of a great cathedral dome, he saw it not just as a job, but as his ultimate legacy. He worked 18 hours a day, suspended on fragile wooden scaffolding high above the stone floor. He ignored the aching in his shoulders, the dull throb behind his temples, and the gentle warnings of his wife, who begged him to come home for dinner, to sit in the garden, to simply breathe. To Arthur, every hour not spent carving was an hour wasted. He drank bitter, cold coffee to keep his eyes open and used his sheer, stubborn will to override his body's desperate cries for sleep. He believed that his devotion to his art justified the destruction of his vessel. One damp November evening, as the autumn wind howled through the open arches of the dome, Arthur reached for a heavy iron chisel. His fingers, numb with cold and stiff from exhaustion, failed to grip the tool properly. As he leaned forward to catch it, his mind, clouded by weeks of sleep deprivation, miscalculated the distance. He lost his footing. The fall was not a long one, stopped by a safety net 10 feet below, but the sudden, violent impact shattered his collarbone and left him pinned under a fallen timber. As he lay there in the dark, listening to the wind and the slow, rhythmic dripping of his own blood on the canvas, a terrifying silence enveloped him. For the next 3 months, Arthur was forced to lie flat on his back in a hospital bed, staring at a blank, white ceiling. He could not carve. He could not lift a hammer. He could not even write his own name. In those long, agonizing weeks of forced immobility, Arthur underwent a profound psychological death and rebirth. Initially, his mind raged. He felt worthless, a broken tool cast aside. But as the winter weeks dissolved into spring, the silence of his room began to speak to him. He started to notice the way the morning light crept across the plaster ceiling, casting shadows that resembled the very Gothic arches he had spent his life restoring. He realized that in his frantic rush to rebuild the cathedral, he had never actually stood back to look at its beauty. He had been so close to the stone that he had missed the temple. The psychological truth that Arthur discovered is one that our modern subconscious desperately needs to integrate. Rest is not the absence of life. It is the womb from which all meaningful creation is born. When we refuse to rest, we are acting from a place of deep-seated fear. We fear that if we stop, we will be forgotten. We fear that if we are quiet, the uncomfortable truths we have been running from will finally catch up to us. This constant flight from stillness keeps our nervous systems in a state of chronic high alert, draining our creative reserves and turning our actions into hollow gestures. To apply the golden ratio to this dynamic, You must learn to practice what we call the rhythm of the tide. Look at the ocean. It does not crash against the shore continuously without pores. It retreats. It pulls back into its vast, quiet depths, gathering its strength before it rushes forward again in a display of magnificent power. To bring this into your daily life, begin by establishing what the ancient sages called sacred boundaries. Every day, create a non-negotiable window of absolute non-doing. This is not time spent scrolling through your phone, watching television, or reading a self-improvement book. This is time dedicated to pure being. It can be 15 minutes in the morning sitting by a window with a cup of tea, watching the steam rise and disappear. It can be a walk in the evening where you do not listen to a podcast, but instead listen to the crunch of gravel beneath your shoes and the whisper of the wind through the leaves. When you feel the familiar itch of guilt creeping in, whispering that you should be doing something productive, gently place your hand over your heart. Breathe in deeply and whisper to yourself, "Rest is my birthright. I rest so that I may create from abundance, not from depletion." By doing this, you train your subconscious to understand that stillness is safe, that beauty requires space to breathe, and that the golden ratio of action and rest is the secret to sustaining your light. Now, let us turn our gaze to the second great polarity, the marriage of logic and intuition. We are taught from a young age to value the rational mind above all else. We are trained to analyze, to categorize, to weigh pros and cons, and to make decisions based solely on what can be measured and proven. While logic is a magnificent tool, a sharp sword that can cut through confusion, it is also a limited one. It can only work with the information it already possesses, with the memories of the past and the projections of the future. Intuition, on the other hand, is the voice of your deeper self, a direct line of communication to the vast reservoir of wisdom that lies beneath your conscious awareness. It is the language of the magic casket. Let us enter the world of Eleanor, a highly successful venture capitalist who made her living by analyzing market trends, balance sheets, and statistical models. Eleanor was a woman of pure intellect. She prided herself on being cold, calculating, and entirely immune to what she dismissed as emotional sentimentality. Her colleagues called her the calculator. One day, a charismatic young entrepreneur presented her with a revolutionary medical technology proposal. The data was flawless. The financial projections were staggering, and every analytical model Elena ran suggested that investing in this company would yield unprecedented returns. Yet, during their very first meeting, as she sat across from the entrepreneur in a sleek glass boardroom, Elena felt a strange, physical sensation. It was a cold, tightening grip in the pit of her stomach, a subtle feeling of oily unease that had absolutely no basis in the facts before her. When she looked at the flawless slides, her mind said yes, but her body whispered a quiet, persistent no. Fearing she was losing her professional edge, Elena ignored the sensation. She dismissed it as fatigue, a lack of sleep, or perhaps just an irrational reaction to the presenter's overly confident demeanor. She signed the contract, investing millions of dollars of her clients' funds into the venture. 2 years later, it was discovered that the entire technology was a brilliant, highly sophisticated fabrication. The data had been falsified, the patents were non-existent, and the company collapsed in a storm of federal investigations. Elena was left professionally devastated, her reputation in ruins, and her firm on the brink of bankruptcy. In the painful aftermath of the disaster, Elena did not retreat into self-pity. Instead, She began a rigorous investigation into why she had missed the warning signs. She went back through her journals and notes from that fateful first meeting. There, in the margins of her pristine spreadsheet, she found a small, subconscious doodle she had drawn during the presentation, a picture of a spider web. Her body, her subconscious mind, had recognized the pattern of deception long before her conscious intellect could decode the data. She realized that her intuition was not some mystical, unreliable whim. It was a highly advanced form of pattern recognition, a silent, lightning-fast processing system that had synthesized thousands of subtle cues, body language, tone of voice, and micro-expressions that her logical mind had overlooked. The psychological reality of this dynamic is profound. When we rely solely on logic, we are navigating the ocean of life using only a flashlight, illuminating a tiny, narrow beam of water directly in front of us while remaining completely blind to the vast currents and leviathans moving in the darkness all around. Conversely, if we rely solely on intuition without the grounding force of logic, we are like a ship without a rudder, blown about by every passing gust of emotion and fantasy. The golden ratio demands that we integrate both. We must use our intuition to sense the direction, and our logic to navigate the journey. To practice this in your own life, you can implement a method known as the two-step decision process. The next time you are faced with a significant choice, whether it is a career move, a relationship decision, or a personal investment, do not rush to make a list of pros and cons immediately. Instead, sit quietly in a space where you will not be interrupted. Close your eyes and bring the first option vividly into your mind. Imagine that you have chosen it. Do not think about the consequences, instead, feel them. Pay close attention to your body. Do your shoulders drop? Does your chest expand, allowing you to take a deep, clear breath? Or do you feel a subtle tightening in your jaw, a heaviness in your stomach, or a desire to pull away? Your body is an incredibly sensitive instrument of truth. It speaks the language of intuition long before your mind can find the words. Once you have gathered this somatic data, open your eyes and bring your logical mind to the table. Ask yourself, what are the facts that support this feeling? How can I construct a practical, safe path that honors this intuitive truth? By doing this, you allow your intuition to serve as the compass pointing toward your true north, while your logic acts as the navigator, charting the safe passage through the reefs. You no longer have to choose between being smart and being wise. You become both. Finally, let us explore the delicate, luminous thread of giving and receiving. This is perhaps where the balance of the golden ratio is most frequently broken in our lives. Many of us have been deeply conditioned to believe that giving is the highest virtue, while receiving is a form of weakness, selfishness, or imposition. We pride ourselves on being the rock, the savior, the one who always has the answers and the strength to help others. But a door that only swings outward is not a door. It is a barrier. When we only give, we create a profound, energetic imbalance that eventually starves our own souls and robs others of the joy of giving to us. Let us listen to the story of Clara, a woman whose life was a testament to selfless devotion. Clara was a pediatric nurse, a mother of 3, and the primary caregiver for her aging, frail mother. She was the person everyone in her community turned to in times of crisis. If a neighbor was sick, Clara brought soup. If a colleague was overwhelmed, Clara took over their shift. She wore her selflessness like a badge of honor, always smiling, always reassuring everyone that she was fine. that she needed nothing. But behind the bright facade, Clara was slowly turning to ash. She was so busy tending to the fires of others that she had forgotten to put wood on her own. One winter evening, after a grueling 12-hour shift at the hospital followed by an hour of bathing her mother and preparing dinner for her children, Clara sat at the kitchen table. Her youngest daughter, a little girl of 7 with bright, hopeful eyes, walked up to her holding a worn copy of her favorite storybook. "Mommy," the little girl whispered, "will you read to me?" In that moment, instead of feeling the warmth of maternal love, Clara felt a sudden, terrifying surge of pure, icy resentment. The sight of the book felt like a heavy stone being placed on her chest. She looked at her daughter's innocent face and, with a voice she did not recognize, snapped. "Not now," Clara said. "Can't you see I have no time for this? Go to bed." The little girl's eyes filled with tears, and she shrank back, slipping quietly out of the room. The silence that followed was deafening. Clara stood up, walked into the small downstairs bathroom, locked the door, and turned on the faucet so no one would hear her sob. She leaned against the cold sink, looking at her reflection in the mirror. She did not recognize the hollow-eyed, bitter woman staring back at her. She realized with a sickening clarity that in her relentless quest to give to everyone else, she had completely depleted her own soul, and the person who was now paying the price was her own child. Clara's breakdown was the beginning of her breakthrough. She realized that her inability to receive was not a virtue. It was a form of pride. By refusing to let anyone help her, by rejecting offers of support and pretending she was invulnerable, she was denying the people around her the opportunity to express their love. She was keeping herself isolated on a pedestal of self-sacrifice. The psychological mechanism behind the chronic giver is often rooted in a deep, unconscious belief of unworthiness. We give because we fear that if we stop giving, we will no longer be of value. We believe that we are only loved for what we can do, not for who we are. This creates a transactional way of living where we are constantly buying our right to exist through acts of service, while rejecting any attempts by others to fill our cup. This is a violation of the natural law of the golden ratio, which states that giving and receiving are not two separate actions, but two halves of a single, continuous breath. To bring this balance back into your life, you must practice the art of gracious receiving. This begins with the smallest, most daily interactions. The next time someone offers you a compliment, do not deflect it. Do not say, "Oh, this old dress," or "It was nothing, anyone could have done it." Instead, stand still, look the person in the eyes, smile, and say two simple, powerful words. "Thank you." Let the warmth of their appreciation sink in, warming your skin like a ray of sunlight. If someone offers to help you carry your bags, to wash the dishes, or to listen to you vent after a hard day, do not say, "No, no, I can manage." Instead, take a deep breath, soften your shoulders, and say, "Thank you, I would love that." By doing this, you are not being selfish. You are practicing the golden ratio. You are allowing the circle of energy to complete itself. You are recognizing that to be a good giver, you must first be an open receiver, allowing your own vessel to be filled to overflowing so that what you share with the world is not the bitter dregs of exhaustion, but the sweet, abundant water of a joyful heart. As we stand here together, looking down at the delicate brass divider of the golden ratio resting in the magic casket, take a deep, slow breath. Let the wisdom of these stories and reflections settle into the quiet spaces of your mind. We have journeyed through the great landscapes of balance today. We have seen how Arthur learned that rest is not a betrayal of creation, but its sacred origin. We have watched Elena discover that the sharpest intellect is only half a mind without the silent, guiding voice of intuition. And we have witnessed Clara realize that to give without receiving is to burn down the very house we are trying to keep warm. The golden ratio is not a rigid formula of 50-50 compromise. It is a living, breathing proportion. It is the recognition that there is a time for the harvest, and a time for the fallow field. A time to think clearly with the mind, and a time to feel deeply with the gut. A time to pour out our love to the world, and a time to open our arms and let the world pour its love back into us. As you gently close the 8th compartment of the magic casket, feel the profound sense of relief that comes with this understanding. You do not have to be perfect. You do not have to be a machine of constant output, or an oracle of constant wisdom. You only have to find the rhythm. Listen closely now, for the wind outside the window is shifting. The shadows in the room are growing longer, and the light is turning from amber to a deep, mysterious violet. There is one more compartment waiting to be opened, one final, secret chamber of the casket that holds a truth both beautiful and terrifying. In our next chapter, we will venture into the deepest shadows of all, where the ultimate key to your transformation awaits. Sleep now, rest your weary mind, and prepare your heart for what lies ahead. Chapter 9: The Locksmith's Dilemma. Welcome, traveler of the inner landscape. Take a long, deep breath, and let the noise of the outside world gently fade into the background. Let your shoulders drop. Allow your mind to settle into this quiet space we have carved out together. Today, we step into the dim, amber-lit warmth of an ancient workshop. We are entering Chapter 9, The Locksmith's Dilemma, a pivotal moment in our exploration of the magic casket. Picture this scene with all your senses. Outside, a cold, relentless rain beats against the leaded glass windows, blurring the cobblestone streets into streaks of gray and charcoal. But inside, the air is thick with a rich, comforting sense of beeswax, machine oil, charcoal smoke, and the faint, metallic tang of brass filings. On a sturdy oak workbench, illuminated by the flickering, golden halo of a single oil lamp, rests the magic casket. It is a massed piece of iron and silver, its surface etched with swirling constellations and forgotten runes. And standing over it, his hands calloused and stained with carbon, is the locksmith. He holds a delicate iron pick in his right hand and a tension wrench in his left. He is frozen. The silence in the room is so absolute that he can hear the slow, rhythmic ticking of his own pocket watch, a sound that feels less like the passage of time and more like the heavy heartbeat of his own anxiety. His dilemma is not merely technical. It is deeply, painfully existential. Before him lies a mechanism of unspeakable complexity. One wrong turn of his wrist, one excessive ounce of pressure, and the delicate internal tumblers of the casket will shear, locking its secrets away forever. In this moment of paralyzing tension, the locksmith faces a choice that every single one of us must confront at the most critical crossroads of our lives. Do I run out into the storm, climb the winding stairs to the tower of my old master, and beg him to tell me what to do? Or do I close my eyes, quiet the screaming doubts in my head, and trust the quiet, almost imperceptible whispers of my own hands? This is the core human struggle we explore today. It is the delicate, often agonizing process of learning when to seek guidance from mentors versus when to trust one's own internal compass. How many times have you stood before the locked caskets of your own life, paralyzed by the fear of making the wrong choice? How often have you outsourced your wisdom to others, hoping that someone else might possess the magic key to your happiness, your career, or your relationships? To understand this dilemma, we must first examine the role of external teachers and mentors. A true mentor is a beautiful, sacred presence in a person's life. They are the keepers of the lineage, the guardians of accumulated human wisdom. They show us how to hold the tools. They teach us the grammar of our craft, the rules of the game, and the mistakes that do not need to be repeated. Let us journey into a story to see this clearly. Consider the life of Julian, a young apprentice locksmith who lived in the shadow of the great master, Alaric. Alaric was a man of few words, but his hands moved with the grace of a concert pianist. For 7 years, Julian watched Alaric work. He learned the exact angles at which to hold a file, the precise sound a healthy lock makes when its bolt slips home, and the subtle color of steel when it has been tempered to the perfect degree of hardness. Julian revered Alaric. To Julian, Alaric was not just a teacher. He was a shield against failure. Whenever Julian encountered a rusted padlock or a jammed safe that defied his skills, he would simply step aside, and Alaric would step in, resolving the issue with a single, effortless flick of his wrist. But a subtle, dangerous rot began to set in within Julian's mind. Because Alaric was always there to provide the answers, Julian stopped listening to his own hands. Whenever a lock resisted him, Julian's immediate reaction was not to feel deeper, but to look up. He searched Alaric's face for approval, for instructions, for validation. Julian had fallen into the profound trap of over-reliance. He had conflated the acquisition of knowledge with the birth of wisdom. The psychological reality of this dynamic is deeply rooted in our subconscious search for safety. From the moment we are born, we look to external authorities, our parents, our teachers, our societal leaders, to tell us if we are safe, if we are good, and if we are doing it right. This search for validation is a survival mechanism. It protects us from the terrifying realization that we are ultimately alone in the dark, responsible for our own choices. When we over-rely on a mentor, we are essentially trying to remain children. We are asking them to bear the weight of our potential failure. We say to them, "Show me exactly what to do, so that if it goes wrong, it is your fault, not mine." But what happens when the mentor is no longer there? One winter morning, Master Alaric did not come down to the workshop. His heart had failed him in the night. Julian was left alone in the cold room, with a queue of townspeople waiting at the door, and a magic casket sitting on the central bench, sent by an anonymous patron who demanded it be opened within 3 days. Julian was terrified. He felt like an impostor wearing a master's apron. Every time he touched the casket, his hands shook so violently that the metal picks clattered against the iron casing. He spent the first day searching through Alaric's old journals, looking for a diagram, a formula, a written cheat code that would tell him exactly how to open this specific casket. But there was nothing. The journals contained general principles, but the magic casket was unique. It was a lock that had never been catalogued. This brings us to our second key point: the trap of over-reliance and the agonizing search for external validation. When we rely too heavily on others, we commit a form of quiet spiritual treason against ourselves. We silence our own intuition. We stop paying attention to the unique feedback loop between our actions and our reality. Think of a restorer named Evelyn. Evelyn was tasked with repairing an ancient, delicate music box that was integrated into the casket's lid. Instead of trusting her extensive training and her highly sensitive sense of touch, Evelyn felt overwhelmed by the high stakes of the project. She began calling her former university professors, posting photos on online forums, and asking every colleague she knew for their opinion. One expert told her to apply heat to loosen the old glue. Another warned her that heat would destroy the delicate wood. A third advised her to use a specific solvent, while a fourth insisted that solvent would dissolve the hand-painted varnish. Evelyn was paralyzed. She had so many voices shouting in her ear that she could no longer hear the voice of the object itself. The opinions of others had created a dense, chaotic fog. In her desperation to avoid making a mistake, she tried a compromised combination of all their advice. She applied a tiny bit of heat, followed by a small amount of solvent, while holding her breath. Her hands, tense with anxiety, slipped. The delicate brass spring inside the music box snapped with a sharp, sickening sound. The psychological tragedy here is that Evelyn's desire to do the job perfectly, by seeking external consensus, was the very thing that caused her to ruin it. When we seek validation from too many sources, we dilute our own focus. We are no longer present with a problem in front of us. We are present with a committee of opinions in our heads. We must understand that a mentor can show you how to build a fire, but they cannot feel the warmth for you. They can draw a map of the forest, but they cannot walk the muddy path in your boots. How do we break free from this paralyzing trap? How do we calibrate our own internal intuition scale so that we can stand before our own magic caskets with confidence? This calibration is not our mystical, overnight revelation. It is a rigorous, deeply intentional discipline. It is the process of translating external knowledge into internal somatic knowing. Let us return to Julian's story. On the second night after Alaric's death, Julian sat in the dark workshop, staring at the magic casket. The deadline was fast approaching. He had spent hours trying to force his way in using the standard techniques Alaric had taught him, but the lock remained stubbornly, mockingly shut. He was exhausted, his fingers raw and bleeding. In his despair, Julian did something he had never done before. He put down his tools. He blew out the oil lamp, plunging the workshop into absolute darkness. He sat in the pitch-black room, closed his eyes, and pulled the cold iron casket onto his lap. He pressed his chest against the metal, wrapping his arms around it, and rested his ear directly against the keyhole. Without the distraction of his eyes, without the ghost of Alaric looking over his shoulder, and without the frantic search for a textbook solution, Julian simply listened. He reached out with his bare fingers and touched the main dial of the lock. He turned it, agonizingly slowly, one fraction of a millimeter at a time. At first, he heard nothing but the rush of blood in his own ears. But as he forced his breathing to slow, as he sank into the silence, he began to feel something. It was not a sound, but a tiny, microscopic vibration that traveled through the metal, up into his fingers, and straight to the base of his skull. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible drag. A catch in the metal. Julian's rational mind, trained to look for standard patterns, screamed at him to ignore it. That's just rust, his mind said. Turn it harder. But Julian chose to trust that tiny, physical sensation. He held the dial right at that point of friction. He picked up his tension wrench, inserted it with absolute gentleness, and felt the lock breathe. It was as if the metal itself was speaking to his skin, guiding him through a secret language that had no words. He didn't need Alaric to tell him if he was doing it right. The lock itself was telling him. With a soft, resonant click that echoed through the silent workshop like a bell, the first stage of the magic casket released. This is what it means to calibrate your internal intuition scale. Intuition is not some magical, unearned superpower. It is the subconscious mind processing thousands of tiny, fleeting data points that the conscious, logical mind is too busy, or too noisy, to notice. It is the sum of your experience, your failures, your observations, and your biological intelligence, distilled into a single, quiet feeling. To access this internal compass, you must learn to practice the silence chamber technique. When you are faced with a major decision, a difficult challenge, or a creative block, you must temporarily shut out the voices of your mentors, your friends, and your guides. Go into a room, turn off your devices, and sit with the problem in absolute silence. Do not ask, "What would my mentor do?" Instead ask, "What does this situation feel like to my body?" Pay close attention to your somatic responses. Your body is a highly sophisticated instrument of truth. When you contemplate a path that is wrong for you, even if it looks perfect on paper, do you feel a tightening in your throat, a hollow sensation in your stomach, or a subtle pull back? When you contemplate a path that is right for you, even if it is terrifying and uncertain, do you feel a sense of expansion in your chest, a sudden clarity in your breath, or a quiet, steadying weight in your feet? This is your internal compass speaking to you. It is the locksmith's hand feeling the microscopic click of the tumbler. Let us integrate these truths into a practical, step-by-step guide that you can carry with you as you navigate your own life patterns. First, redefine your relationship with your mentors. View them not as absolute rulers who hold the keys to your destiny, but as lighthouses. A lighthouse does not steer the ship. It does not pull the ropes or hold the rudder. It simply shines a steady light on the rocks so that you can navigate your own vessel. When you seek advice, do not ask, "What should I do?" Instead ask, "What factors did you consider when you faced a similar choice?" This shift in language preserves your sovereignty. It keeps you in the driver's seat of your own life. Second, practice the rule of 24 hours of silence. Before you seek external validation for a new project, a difficult decision, or a creative endeavor, commit to holding that choice in complete secrecy for at least 24 hours. Let it sit in the soil of your own mind. Let your own intuition form its initial reaction before you allow the opinions of others to disturb the earth. Notice how this silence builds a sense of internal strength and self-possession. Third, learn to celebrate your mistakes as essential compass calibration events. When Julian was an apprentice, a mistake was a source of shame, something to be hidden from Alaric. But when he became a master, he realized that every broken lock, every snapped pick, and every misaligned tumbler was actually a profound gift. It was a data point. It was the universe telling him, "Not this way, but try slightly to the left." When you make a mistake, do not view it as proof of your inadequacy. View it as the friction that teaches your hands how to feel the lock. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us look once more at Julian in his workshop. The storm outside has begun to pass, the rain softening into a gentle patter against the glass. The magic casket sits on his workbench, its lid slightly ajar, releasing a faint, warm glow from within, a light that carries the scent of ancient pine and starlight. Julian is tired, his face lined with exhaustion, but his eyes are filled with a quiet, unshakable peace. He has not just opened a lock. He has claimed his own mastery. He no longer needs Alaric's ghost to guide his hands. He has found his own compass. Take this feeling of quiet sovereignty with you as we prepare to transition. You are the locksmith of your own soul. The caskets before you may be complex, they may be heavy, and they may be terrifyingly unique. But remember, the tools are in your hands, the wisdom of your mentors is in your memory, and the ultimate key is waiting in the quiet, steady beats of your own heart. As the gold light of the workshop gently fades, we prepare to leave the locksmith's bench behind. In the next chapter, we will carry this hard-won internal compass into an even deeper mystery. We will explore how to navigate the shifting sands of external expectations when the world demands that we remain locked, while our souls demand that we open. Rest now. Let these lessons settle deep into your subconscious, and when you are ready, let us step forward together into the next chamber of the magic casket. Chapter 10: The Resonance of Truth. Take a deep, slow breath, and let your shoulders drop. Allow the noise of the external world to gently recede into the background, leaving only the sound of my voice and the quiet, sacred space of your own mind. We have traveled far together, navigating the winding corridors of the human experience, and now we arrive at a threshold of profound significance. Welcome to Chapter 10, The Resonance of Truth. There is an ancient, whispered saying that the soul does not speak in words, but in vibrations. When we are in harmony with our deepest nature, we hum with a quiet, undeniable power. But when we betray our inner truth, even in ways that seem small and insignificant, a discordant note is struck within us. Have you ever sat in a room that was beautifully decorated, surrounded by people who smiled and spoke of pleasant things, and yet felt an inexplicable, cold draft blowing through your soul? Have you ever achieved a goal you thought you wanted, only to stand at the summit and feel entirely hollow, as though you were a ghost haunting someone else's achievement? This is the silent tragedy of misalignment. It is the friction of a life lived slightly off-center, where our daily actions do not match the sacred blueprints written upon our hearts. The magic casket we carry inside us is not filled with gold or precious gems, but with our core values, those shimmering, non-negotiable truths that define who we are at our very essence. To live in resonance means to align every word we speak, every choice we make, and every breath we take with those inner treasures. It is the courage to let our outer lives be a perfect, unbroken reflection of our inner landscape. Let us unpack this concept of resonance, looking at it through the lens of human behavior and the subtle mechanics of the mind. Resonance is not merely a poetic metaphor. It is a physiological and psychological reality. In physics, when two objects share the same vibrational frequency, one can cause the other to vibrate without even touching it. This is sympathetic resonance. In human life, when our daily actions are in alignment with our deepest values, our entire nervous system settles into a state of coherence. Our hearts beat with a rhythmic, steady confidence, our minds become clear, and our energy expands. Conversely, when we live out of alignment, we experience a devastating state known as cognitive dissonance. This is the psychological friction that occurs when our behavior contradicts our beliefs. We might tell ourselves that our compromise is necessary, that we must play the game to survive, or that we will focus on our true values later, when we are more secure. But the subconscious mind cannot be fooled by rationalizations. It registers every compromise as a self-betrayal. Over time, these small betrayals accumulate like silt at the bottom of a river, gradually choking out our vitality, our joy, and our capacity for deep connection. To understand the weight of this truth, let us walk through the rain-slit streets of a bustling city and step into the life of a man named Julian. Julian was, by all societal standards, an extraordinary success. He was a partner at a prestigious law firm, lived in a penthouse overlooking the glittering harbor, and wore suits that fit him like a second skin. Yet, Julian lived in a state of quiet, chronic exhaustion. Every morning, he woke up with a subtle, gnawing ache in the center of his chest. He chalked it up to stress, drinking more espresso to drown out the sensation, but the ache persisted, growing heavier with each passing month. One chilly Tuesday evening, Julian found himself preparing a defense for a massive chemical conglomerate. The company had leaked toxic runoff into a rural community's water supply, and Julian's job was to use legal loopholes to absolve them of liability. As he sat at his mahogany desk, surrounded by stacks of paper, he came across a photograph in the case file. It was a picture of a young girl, no older than his own daughter, playing in a small, muddy creek behind her house, unaware of the invisible poison flowing through the water. In that moment, Julian froze. The silence in his office became deafening. The ticking of the wall clock sounded like a hammer striking an anvil. A profound, velvet blue melancholy settled over his shoulders. He looked at his leather briefcase, his expensive watch, and the high-end art on his walls, and for the first time, he saw them not as trophies of success, but as gilded bars of a cage. Julian valued compassion, justice, and protection of the vulnerable, yet, day after day, his actions were serving greed, exploitation, and evasion of responsibility. The friction between his core values and his daily behavior had finally become too great to ignore. He felt a physical wave of nausea, a somatic scream from a body that could no longer carry the weight of his lie. Julian was living in deep, agonizing dissonance. Why does this dynamic matter so profoundly to our subconscious? When we analyze Julian's situation, we see that his subconscious mind was constantly working against him. The subconscious is designed to protect our identity and maintain internal consistency. When we force ourselves to act against our core values, our subconscious perceives this as a threat to our very survival. It floods our system with stress hormones, keeping us in a state of low-grade, constant fight-or-flight. This is why living out of alignment carries such an immense physical and emotional cost. It manifests as chronic fatigue, autoimmune disorders, irritability, and a persistent fog of mild depression. It holds us back because we are constantly using our energy to suppress our own truth. We are like a driver pressing the accelerator with one foot and the brake with the other, wondering why the engine is smoking and we are going nowhere. So, how do we begin the delicate, courageous process of coming back into alignment? If you were to sit with me in a quiet room, and I were to take your hands in mine as a soothing mentor, the first thing I would ask you to do is to perform a value ranking assessment. This is not a cold, intellectual exercise, but a deep, somatic inquiry. I want you to close your eyes and ask yourself, what are the 5 pillars upon which your soul is built? Is it freedom? Is it connection? Is it integrity, creativity, or perhaps security. To find your true values, look at your moments of greatest pain and your moments of greatest joy. Think of a time when you felt incredibly angry or violated. Beneath that anger lies a violated value. If you felt furious when someone lied to you, then truth is one of your pillars. If you felt suffocated when forced to conform, then freedom is your sanctuary. Write these values down, not as abstract concepts, but as living, breathing forces. Rank them, not according to what society expects of you, or what your parents wanted for you, but according to what makes your chest expand with warmth and light when you speak its name. Once you have identified these values, we must examine the cost of misalignment through another story, the story of Clara. Clara was a woman who valued creativity and self-expression above all else. As a child, she had painted with a wild, uninhibited joy, covering canvases with vibrant reds, deep blues, and shimmering golds. But as she grew older, the well-meaning voices of her family whispered that art was a hobby, not a career, and that security was the only logical pursuit. Fearing poverty and seeking approval, Clara locked her paints in a dusty trunk and took a job as an accountant. For 20 years, Clara lived a life of rigid schedules, gray spreadsheets, and predictable routines. She was safe, yes, but she was slowly dying inside. The vibrant colors of her youth faded into a dull, monotonous beige. She became irritable, resentful of others who dared to live creatively, and developed a chronic tightness in her throat that made it difficult to speak up for herself. One weekend, while cleaning her attic, Clara stumbled upon the old trunk. Her fingers, trembling with a mixture of terror and anticipation, traced the cold metal of the lock. When she opened it, the scent of dried oil paint and turpentine washed over her, triggering a flood of memories so intense it took her breath away. She pulled out a half-finished canvas of a brilliant, stormy ocean. As she looked at the brushstrokes, she realized that she had buried her truest self in this box, and in doing so, she had traded her vitality for an illusion of safety. The tightness in her throat was the physical manifestation of 20 years of unsung songs and unpainted masterpieces. The psychological analysis of Clara's life reveals the tragedy of the unlived life. When we bury our core values, they do not die. They simply go underground and ferment into toxic shadows. The creative drive that is denied expression often turns inward, manifesting as self-criticism, depression, or resentment toward those who have chosen a different path. We self-sabotage because a part of us would rather destroy our false safety than continue living a lie. Clara's chronic throat tightness was her body's way of trying to strangle the silence she had imposed upon herself. To guide you through this, let us apply a practical, step-by-step method to restore your own harmony. Imagine taking Clara's hand as she stands before that open trunk. The first step is acknowledging the gap between where you are and where your truth lies. Do not judge yourself for this gap. Meet it with immense compassion. You made compromises to survive, to feel safe, or to gain love. Thank those survival strategies for keeping you safe, but gently inform them that they are no longer needed. The second step is what I call microalignments. You do not need to quit your job or uproot your life tomorrow. Instead, look for small, daily opportunities to inject your core values into your current reality. If you value creativity, spend 15 minutes painting, writing, or cooking a new recipe without any expectation of perfection. If you value freedom, carve out 30 minutes of your day where you are answerable to no one. where you can simply wander without a destination. These microalignments are like drops of water falling on a parched plant. Slowly, they revive the dormant roots of your true self, building the strength you need to make larger, more courageous changes. Now, let us turn our gaze to a third story, one of courage, disruption, and the ultimate reward of resonance. This is the story of David, a high school history teacher who loved his students and valued deep, authentic education. David believed that history should not be a dry memorization of dates, but a living, breathing exploration of human nature, empathy, and critical thinking. For years, he taught with passion, inspiring his students to question, to debate, and to think for themselves. However, a new administration took over his school district, implementing a rigid, standardized curriculum that reduced teaching to test preparation. Teachers were monitored by cameras, scripts were provided for every lesson, and any deviation was met with disciplinary action. David was told to stop his discussions and simply read from the approved slides. He felt a cold, leaden weight settle in his stomach. Every morning, as he walked through the school doors, his heart hammered against his ribs in a state of high anxiety. He was being forced to treat his beloved students as vessels to be filled with standardized data, rather than unique minds to be awakened. For months, David complied, fearing the loss of his pension and his livelihood. But his spirit began to wither. He became distant at home, snapping at his wife and withdrawing from his children. He felt like a coward. One day, during a lesson on the civil rights movement, the script instructed him to gloss over a complex, painful historical event with a single, superficial sentence. David looked at his students. He saw the curiosity in their eyes, the unspoken questions, and the hunger for real truth. He looked down at the sanitized script in his hands. With a hand that shook slightly, David laid the script down on his podium. He took a deep breath, looked directly at his class, and said, "Let us put the textbooks away for a moment. Let us talk about what really happened, and why it matters to who we are today." The classroom came alive. The air crackled with a sudden, electric energy. For the next 45 minutes, David taught with a fiery, brilliant resonance. The dry mouth and pounding heart he had felt all morning vanished, replaced by a profound sense of peace and absolute clarity. He knew he might face reprimand, or even termination, but as he spoke, he felt a deep, structural alignment occur within his soul. He was no longer a fractured man. He was whole. Psychologically, David's moment of rebellion was an act of profound self-preservation. When he laid down that script, he was choosing psychological integrity over external security. The nervous system responds to truth with a state of high coherence. When we speak our truth in the face of fear, our brain releases a rush of dopamine and endorphins, not because the danger has passed, but because we have reclaimed our agency. True power is never loud, aggressive, or defensive. It is quiet, grounded, and immovable. When you align with your truth, you no longer need to fight the world, because you are no longer fighting yourself. The universe seems to conspire to support you, not through magic, but because an aligned human being is an incredibly potent, focused force of nature. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us look into the magic casket of your own heart once more. What have we discovered within its depths? We have found that the resonance of truth is not a luxury reserved for the heroic or the carefree. It is an absolute necessity for anyone who wishes to live a life of deep peace, vitality, and genuine joy. We have learned that every choice we make is either a step toward our inner truth or a step away from it. We have felt the heavy, exhausting cost of living in discord, and we have tasted the sweet, liberating power of standing in our alignment. Take a moment to honor yourself for having the courage to listen to these truths. The journey of alignment is not a straight line. It is a spiral. There will be days when you falter, when fear whispers in your ear and you choose the path of comfort over the path of resonance. When those days come, do not wrap yourself in guilt. Simply recognize the discord, feel the contraction in your body, and gently, with love, guide yourself back to your center. In our next chapter, we will take this reclaimed truth and step out into the world to face the ultimate test of our alignment. We will explore how to protect our inner flame when the winds of external judgment, expectation, and conflict blow fiercely against us. We will learn the art of boundaries, the grace of saying no, and the quiet majesty of standing in the light of your own truth without burning. Sleep on these words tonight, let them settle deep into your subconscious, and prepare yourself for the next step of this beautiful, sacred journey. Chapter 11: Sharing the Relics. Imagine, if you will, a quiet room at the edge of twilight. The sun has dipped just below the horizon, leaving behind a sky painted in shades of bruised purple and soft, aching amber. On a heavy oak table in the center of this room sits the magic casket. For chapters, we have hovered over its locked lid, whispering to it, weeping beside it, and slowly, painstakingly finding the keys to open it. We have faced the shadows within. We have sorted through the broken shards of our past, the heavy stones of our regrets, and the delicate, golden threads of our quietest joys. But now, as the lid creaks open fully, a strange and beautiful realization begins to settle in the quiet spaces of your chest. These items inside, these hard-won lessons, these beautiful, terrifying, glowing relics of your survival, were never meant to be hoarded in the dark. For so many of us, the journey of healing is an intensely private, almost obsessive labor. We pull ourselves into our quiet corners, we nurse our wounds, and we guard our progress with a fierce, protective jealousy. We ask ourselves, after all the pain I went through to find this peace, why should I risk exposing it to the cold winds of the outside world? But there is a profound, almost tragic limit to self-healing when it remains entirely self-focused. If we keep our relics locked inside the casket, they eventually begin to lose their luster. They turn into heavy, dusty monuments to a past we have already outlived. True magic, the kind that alters the very chemistry of our souls, only begins when we lift these relics out of the velvet lining, turn our gaze outward, and choose to contribute to the growth and happiness of those who are still stumbling in the dark. This is the great, sacred shift of the human journey. It is the moment we realize that our survival was not just for us, but for everyone who will ever have to walk a path similar to ours. It is the transition from being a survivor to becoming a guide, a lighthouse, a keeper of the flame. Let us explore this first great truth, the natural, inevitable progression from self-healing to community service. When we are drowning, our only concern is breath. We thrash, we reach, we pull inward. This is healthy. This is survival. But once your lungs are full of air, once your feet have found the sandy bottom of the shore, the nature of your existence must change. If you spend the rest of your life on the beach simply celebrating that you did not drown, your life becomes a narrow, self-absorbed circle. Consider the story of Arthur, an old watchmaker who lived in a valley surrounded by silent, snow-capped mountains. Arthur had lost everything he loved in a great fire that swept through his town decades ago. For years, he lived in absolute, suffocating isolation. He rebuilt his workshop piece by piece, locking himself away with the delicate gears, the tiny springs, and the rhythmic, mocking tick-tock of 1,000 clocks that kept time for no one but him. He had healed, in a way. His hands no longer shook, and his heart had settled into a quiet, numb rhythm. He had his relics of survival, his precision, his solitude, his safety. But one rainy evening, a young girl named Clara stood outside his shop window, shivering under a leaking awning. She was holding a broken pocket watch, a cheap, brass thing that had belonged to her father who had recently passed away. Arthur watched her through the glass. His immediate instinct was to turn off the lights, to protect his sacred sanctuary of silence from her grief. But something in her shivering shoulders cracked open a door in his chest that had been rusted shut for 30 years. Arthur opened the door. He did not say much. He simply gestured for her to sit by the small coal stove. He took the broken brass watch from her trembling hands. It was a worthless piece of metal to any professional, but to Clara, it was the only anchor she had left in a stormy world. Arthur spent 3 hours in absolute silence, dismantling the watch, cleaning the soot from its tiny gears, and replacing a broken mainspring with a piece from his own private, precious collection of antique parts. When he handed it back to her, and she listened to its steady, metallic heartbeat, her face lit up with a tearful, radiant smile that seemed to warm the entire, freezing room. As Clara walked out into the rain, Arthur sat back down at his workbench. The ticking of his 1,000 clocks no longer sounded empty or mocking. They sounded like a symphony. In that single act of sharing his craft, his time, and his own precious resources to mend another person's broken heart, Arthur had ceased to be merely a survivor of the fire. He had become a healer. The psychological truth behind Arthur's awakening is something we must all confront. Our subconscious minds are highly sensitive to our actions. When we hoard our wisdom and our emotional resources, we are secretly telling our subconscious that we live in a world of scarcity, that we are still in danger, and that we do not have enough to share. This keeps us trapped in a state of low-level anxiety and hypervigilance. But the moment you actively choose to give away a piece of your strength, your subconscious receives a powerful, liberating message. I have enough. I am safe. I am abundant. By helping another person cross the river, you find that your own feet are suddenly, miraculously planted on the solid ground of purpose. To apply this to your own life, you do not need to perform grand, cinematic gestures. You do not need to build schools or write books immediately. You begin with what we call the inventory of the scars. Take a quiet moment today to look back at the most painful chapter of your life. Ask yourself, what is the one thing I desperately needed to hear when I was going through that dark valley? Once you find that answer, look around your immediate circle, your workplace, your family, or even your local community. Find someone who is currently standing in that exact same dark valley, and offer them that very word, that very silence, or that very gesture. You are not offering them a cure. You are simply showing them your scar and saying, look, it healed, and yours will too. This leads us to our second key point, the art of the quiet mentor, and the simple ways we can inspire those around us without ever raising our voices or standing on a soapbox. Many people hold back from sharing their relics because they believe they are not qualified. They think, who am I to teach? I am still messy. I still make mistakes. I am not a guru. But the world does not need more untouchable, perfect gurus. The world is starving for authentic, vulnerable humans who are willing to share their humanity. Let me tell you about Elena. Elena was a quiet woman who worked as a gardener for the municipal parks of a sprawling, concrete city. She was a woman of few words, having survived a lifetime of emotional abuse that had left her voice soft and hesitant. She did not feel wise, nor did she feel strong. But she loved the soil. She knew how to coax life out of the cold, stubborn earth. In the same park where she worked, there was a young man named Julian who sat on a green bench every afternoon, staring blankly at his shoes. He had the heavy, defeated posture of someone who had given up on his dreams. Elena did not approach him with grand words of encouragement. She did not offer him unsolicited advice. Instead, she simply began to work near his bench. She would plant small, vibrant orange marigolds in the dirt right at his feet. Day after day, she hummed softly as she worked, her hands covered in dark soil, her face serene and focused on the quiet act of creation. One afternoon, Julian finally spoke. He asked her, in a cracked, tired voice, why she bothered planting flowers in a city where people would probably just step on them or ignore them. Elena stopped. She looked at him, not with pity, but with deep, respectful understanding. She said, I don't plant them for the people who step on them. I plant them because the earth deserves to show its beauty, even if only for a day. And sometimes, someone who is tired just needs to see that something can grow in the dirt. She did not wait for his response. She simply handed him a small, clay pot containing a tiny, green sprout and a small trowel. She said, this one needs a home. It's tough, but it needs a little water every morning. Julian took the pot. Over the next few weeks, Elena watched from a distance as Julian's posture began to change. He started coming to the park with a small bottle of water. He began to talk to the gardeners. A year later, Julian was volunteering at a community garden, helping troubled youth find peace through the soil. Elena had mentored him not through a lecture, but through her presence, her vulnerability, and her simple willingness to share the one relic she possessed, her relationship with the earth. When we analyze this psychologically, we find that human beings are wired for resonance. We possess mirror neurons that constantly read and mimic the emotional states of those around us. When you walk into a room with a heart full of guarded fear, people unconsciously close themselves off. But when you move through the world with an open, generous spirit, holding your hard-won peace gently in your open palms, you create a safe psychological field. You give others permission to lower their shields. Your quiet resilience becomes contagious. To practice this quiet mentorship, you can adopt the rule of the gentle mirror. When you are interacting with someone who is struggling, resist the urge to fix them, to lecture them, or to offer immediate solutions. Instead, simply reflect their worth back to them. Listen to them with your whole body. Validate their pain. Say to them, I hear you, and I see how hard you are trying. By simply holding space for them without judgment, you are sharing the relic of your own self-compassion. You are teaching them how to be kind to themselves by being fiercely, beautifully kind to them first. Now, let us turn our minds to the deepest, most mysterious paradox of this chapter. how sharing our wisdom actually multiplies its strength within ourselves. It is a fundamental law of the spiritual universe that what we keep, we lose, and what we give away, we keep forever. When you teach someone else how to find their way through the dark, you are not giving away your light. You are using your flame to light their candle, and in doing so, the room only becomes brighter for both of whom are standing in it. Let us enter the world of Samuel, a high school literature teacher who had fallen into a deep, gray depression. He had lost his passion for his work. The S's looked the same. The classroom felt cold, and he felt like a fraud standing in front of his students, pretending to care about great truths when his own internal world felt utterly hollow. He felt like his casket of wisdom was empty. One semester, a blind student named Leo joined his class. Leo was brilliant, but he was incredibly anxious, terrified of failing and feeling like an outcast among his sighted peers. Samuel was forced to adapt his entire teaching style. He couldn't just write on the chalkboard anymore. He had to describe the imagery of the poems using sound, texture, temperature, and emotion. To explain a passage about the vastness of the starry night sky, Samuel brought a large, smooth stone into the classroom that had been sitting in the sun, and another that had been kept in a bucket of ice. He had Leo hold the warm stone in one hand and the cold stone in the other. Samuel whispered, "The stars are like these warm stones, Leo. They are burning with intense, ancient heat, but they are surrounded by the vast, freezing, infinite dark of the cold stone. And yet, the warmth never gives up." As Samuel spoke those words, describing the stars to a boy who had never seen them, something extraordinary happened. The gray fog in Samuel's own mind began to lift. In trying to make the beauty of the world tangible for Leo, Samuel was forced to feel that beauty again himself. He had to reach deep into his own soul, past his depression, past his cynicism, to find the purest, most vibrant memories of wonder he had ever possessed. By translating his sight into feeling for Leo, his own internal vision was restored. He realized that his wisdom was not a finite pool of water that would dry up if he shared it, but an artesian well that flowed faster and cleaner the more it was drawn from. This is what psychologists call the protégé effect, a cognitive phenomenon where teaching others actually deepens our own understanding, retention, and integration of knowledge. But on an emotional level, it goes even deeper. When you articulate your survival strategy to someone else, you are actively rewriting your own narrative. You are shifting from the role of the victim to the role of the author. You are no longer saying, "This terrible thing happened to me." You are saying, "This terrible thing happened, and here is the beautiful treasure I brought back from the underworld to show you." This integration solidifies your healing, making it a permanent part of your identity. To apply this, I invite you to participate in a simple, beautiful exercise called the Letter of Legacy. Think of someone in your life who is younger, less experienced, or currently going through a transition that you have already navigated, perhaps a new parent, a young professional starting their career, or someone going through their first major heartbreak. Write them a letter. Do not write it from a place of superiority. Write it as a fellow traveler. Share one specific mistake you made, what it felt like, and the quiet truth you discovered when you finally got through it. You do not even have to mail this letter if you do not feel ready. Just the act of writing it down, of structuring your chaos into a gift for another, will anchor that wisdom deep in your own bones. As we bring this chapter to a close, Let us look down at the magic casket once more. Do you see how its nature has changed? It is no longer a heavy vault of secrets, locked tight to protect you from the world. It has become a beautiful, open vessel, a source of endless light and comfort. The relics you have collected are no longer heavy. They are light as air, because they are constantly being passed from hand to hand, heart to heart. By shifting your focus outward, by choosing to contribute to the growth and happiness of others, you have unlocked the final, most potent magic of the casket. You have transformed your personal suffering into a universal gift. You have realized that your story does not end with your own healing. It truly begins when your healing becomes the catalyst for someone else's awakening. But do not rest too long here on the quiet shore of contribution, for the magic casket still has one final, breathtaking mystery to reveal. As you look into its depths, now cleared of the heavy relics you have so generously shared, you notice something shifting beneath the velvet lining. There is a false bottom in the casket, a hidden compartment that has remained untouched until this very moment. A faint, low hum begins to vibrate through the wood, and a pale, pearlescent light begins to seep through the cracks. What lies beneath the scars we have shared? What is the final, ultimate truth that awaits us when we have given everything away? Take a deep, steady breath, hold the light of your shared relics close to your heart, and let us step forward together into the mystery of the next chapter. Chapter 12: The Endless Casket. Take a deep, slow breath, and let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of your body pressing against the chair, or the earth beneath your feet if you are walking. Let the sounds of the world around you soften into a gentle hum, and allow your focus to turn inward. For 12 chapters, we have traveled together. We have unlocked heavy iron latches, peered into dark corners of the soul, and pulled out the shining, sometimes painful truths of who you are. And now, you stand before the final vessel. You might have expected this last chapter to be a destination. Perhaps you hoped that upon opening this final page, a golden key would turn, a final latch would click, and you would step out into the sunlight completely cured, fully assembled, and eternally unbroken. But the true magic of the casket lies in a much deeper, far more beautiful secret. The casket is endless. There is an old, forgotten proverb that says, "The traveler who demands to reach the end of the road forgets that the road is what keeps him alive." We live in a world obsessed with arrival. We are told that if we just read the right book, attend the correct seminar, practice the perfect morning routine, or heal our childhood wounds, we will one day arrive at our permanent state of completion. We chase this imaginary finish line like a mirage in a vast desert, believing that on the other side of our self-improvement efforts lies a static paradise where we will never feel anxious, lost, or inadequate again. But this search for a final destination is actually a quiet form of self-sabotage. It is a subtle way of telling yourself that who you are right now is merely a draft, an unfinished project to be tolerated until the final product is ready. Let us dismantle this illusion together. Imagine walking into a lush, ancient forest. You do not look at a young sapling and dismiss it because it is not yet an oak. You do not look at a blooming rose and demand it hurry up and become a seed again. You accept that the forest is in a constant, breathless state of becoming. The magic casket of your life is exactly like this forest. It does not exist to contain a finished, static version of you. It is a vessel of infinite depth, offering you new layers of understanding, new mysteries, and new strength every single time you choose to look inside. The end of this book is not the end of your healing. It is the beginning of your lifelong dance with the mystery of who you are. To understand this deeply, let us step into the life of a man named Marcus. Marcus was a highly successful restorer of rare, antique books. He spent his days in a quiet, sunlit workshop smelling of leather, vanilla, and aged paper. To the outside world, Marcus was a master of patience. He could spend weeks using a single horsehair brush to clean a single page of a medieval manuscript. But inside Marcus, a frantic storm was constantly howling. For as long as he could remember, Marcus felt like an unfinished house. He believed that he was fundamentally flawed, a chaotic jumble of anxieties and regrets. He approached his own psychological growth the same way he approached a damaged book. He wanted to scrape away the mold, patch up the torn pages, bind himself tightly in beautiful leather, and place himself on a shelf finished, perfect, and never to be disturbed again. For years, Marcus threw himself into self-help. He meditated for hours, kept meticulous journals, and analyzed his childhood with surgical precision. Each time he discovered a new insight, he felt a momentary rush of triumph. He would tell himself, "This is it, I have finally fixed it." But a few weeks later, a wave of sadness would wash over him, or a sudden burst of anger would catch him off guard. He would fall into a deep, dark despair, believing he had failed, that he was back at square one, and that his healing was nothing but a lie. One rainy Tuesday afternoon, Marcus was working on a heavily damaged ledger from the 18th century. As he carefully separated two pages that had been stuck together by centuries of moisture, he noticed something strange. The page did not end where he thought it would. Instead, the parchment had been folded inward, over and over, in an intricate, origami-like pattern. As he unfolded the paper, the page grew larger, revealing beautiful, hand-drawn maps of constellations and oceans. He kept unfolding, expecting to reach the edge, but the paper seemed to expand endlessly, revealing layer after layer of hidden text, secret illustrations, and personal notes written by a long-dead cartographer. As Marcus stared at this endless page spread across his workbench, a sudden, quiet realization washed over him. He looked at his trembling hands, and then at the vast, unfolded map before him. He had spent his entire life trying to bind himself into a small, neat, finished book. But he was not a book to be closed and placed on a shelf. He was the map that kept unfolding. His anxiety, his sadness, his moments of joy, and his sudden breakthroughs were not errors to be corrected. They were the terrain of an infinite landscape. The tears that filled his eyes in that quiet workshop were not tears of frustration, but of profound, bone-deep relief. He finally understood that he did not need to be finished to be worthy. He was allowed to be an ongoing masterpiece, a work of art that was beautiful in every single stage of its creation. When we analyze Marcus's journey from a psychological perspective, we see a dynamic that plays out in the subconscious of almost every seeker. We possess an evolutionary craving for certainty. Our brains are hardwired to seek closure because, to our ancient ancestors, predictability meant survival. The subconscious mind equates change and the unknown with danger. Therefore, when we embark on a journey of personal growth, our ego often hijacks the process. It transforms our healing journey into a task with a deadline. It whispers to us that if we can just cross the finish line, we will finally be safe from pain, rejection, and failure. But this craving for an ending is a trap. When you believe that your growth must have a final destination, you view every setback as a failure. If you experience anxiety after months of peace, you tell yourself that you have regressed. If you find yourself crying over an old loss that you thought you had processed, you believe you are weak. This perspective creates a toxic cycle of self-punishment. To break free from this trap, we must embrace the concept of the spiral. Growth is never linear. It does not move in a straight line from point A to point B. Instead, we move in a spiral. We will return to the same challenges, the same fears, and the same old wounds throughout our lives. But we do not return to them as the same person. Each time you loop back to an old pain, you are standing on a higher level of the spiral. You are looking down at the wound with more wisdom, more compassion, and a greater capacity for self-love than you had the last time. The repetition is not a sign of failure. It is an invitation to heal at a deeper level. So, how do we practice this in our daily, chaotic lives? How do we hold the magic casket open without demanding that it show us the bottom? First, we must learn to quiet the demanding voice inside us that asks, "When will I finally be over this?" When this question arises, treat it with gentle curiosity rather than frustration. Recognize that this question is coming from a tired, frightened part of you that is simply craving safety. Place a hand on your heart and say to yourself, "There is no rush. I do not have to be finished to be whole. I am safe in this moment, exactly as I am." Second, we must develop the practice of the daily check-in with our inner landscape. Imagine that every morning, you open the lid of your own internal casket. You do not look inside to see if everything is perfect and tidy. Instead, you look inside simply to see what is there. Some days, you will find a quiet, sparkling pool of peace. Other days, you will find a turbulent storm of unresolved thoughts. Your job is not to fix the storm or drain the pool. Your job is simply to witness it, to say, yes, this is what is alive in me today, and it is welcome here. Third, we must celebrate the micro-transformations. Over the course of these 12 chapters, you have undergone a quiet, monumental shift. Think back to who you were when you first began this audio journey. Think of the doubts you held, the heavy armor you wore, and the silent ways you protected yourself from the world. You have learned to look at your shadows. You have learned to speak to your inner child. You have learned to set boundaries and to listen to the whispers of your intuition. These are not small achievements. They are the brushstrokes of a masterpiece that is still being painted. As we stand at the threshold of this chapter's end, realize that you are holding a casket that can never be emptied because its contents are as vast as your potential. Every ending is merely a camouflage for a new beginning. The tools you have gathered here are not meant to be locked away in a drawer. They are meant to be carried in your pockets, used, worn down, and loved as you walk the winding path of your life. In the silence that follows the final words of this journey, let there be a space of profound wonder. You are not the person you were yesterday, and you are not yet the person you will be tomorrow. You are the space in between, a beautiful, unfolding mystery, a casket of endless magic that will continue to reveal its treasures to you for as long as you dare to keep it open. Breathe in this truth. Let it settle into your bones. The journey does not end here. It simply transforms, turning over like a golden page in an infinite book, inviting you to step forward into the unwritten, wild, and breathtaking landscape of your own becoming. The 7-Day Integration Plan, Unlocking Your Magic Daily. The great tragedy of modern spiritual and personal growth is not our lack of information, but the devastating gap between realization and integration. We read books, we attend seminars, and we feel a momentary spark of divinity ignite within our chests. We feel, for a fleeting hour, that we are capable of bending reality to our will. But then, the mundane world calls. The bills arrive, the traffic roars, the old habits whisper their familiar, seductive lullabies, and that luminescent spark is buried once again under the heavy ash of daily life. How do we stop the magic from evaporating? How do we take the ethereal treasures found within the magic casket and weave them into the very fabric of our ordinary days? The answer is not a grand, exhausting leap of faith, but a gentle, deliberate, and highly structured 7-day descent into practice. Integration is the alchemy that turns inspiration into instinct. It is the process of teaching your nervous system that it is safe to embody your highest truth. Let us begin this journey together, stepping onto a path that will, over the next 7 days, bridge the chasm between the person you have been and the creator you are destined to become. We begin on the first 3 days of this sacred cycle by confronting the gatekeeper of all transformation, which is resistance. Imagine a woman named Sarah. She is a brilliant, exhausted architect who has spent her life building structures for others while her own inner temple crumbles. On a rainy Monday morning, Sarah decides to open her own casket of potential. She sits in the quiet of her living room, the steam rising from her mug, intending to spend just 10 minutes setting her vision for the future. But as soon as she closes her eyes, a wave of profound discomfort washes over her. Her mind begins to scream with urgent reminders of emails to answer, dry cleaning to pick up, and an insidious, quiet voice that whispers, "Who do you think you are to try and change now?" This is the threshold of day 1 to day 3. It is the phase of setting deep intentions, decluttering the mental noise, and meeting your resistance not as an enemy, but as an old, frightened friend. When you attempt to change your life, your brain's threat detection system, the amygdala, perceives this new behavior as a danger. It does not care if the change is positive. It only cares that the change is unfamiliar. Therefore, the moment you attempt to align with your magic, your mind will generate distraction, doubt, and fatigue. To navigate these first 3 days, your task is to practice the art of micro-intentions and conscious decluttering. You do not need to rewrite your entire life on Monday morning. Instead, you must choose one single, radiant intention. Perhaps it is, today, I will act from a place of sufficiency rather than lack. When the inevitable wave of resistance arrives, as it did for Sarah, you do not fight it. You breathe into it. You say to your racing heart, "I see you, I feel you, and we are safe to try something new." By day 3, as you declutter the mental static through brief moments of silent observation, the resistance begins to lose its grip. The brain realizes that you did not die from sitting in silence or choosing a new thought, and the gateway to the subconscious begins to swing open. This brings us to the profound work of day 4 and day 5, a period dedicated to journaling on memory, cultivating radical self-compassion, and deep self-reflection. Consider the story of Thomas, a man who had climbed the corporate ladder only to find it was leaning against the wrong wall. For decades, Thomas carried a silent, heavy shame. When he was 9 years old, he had wept during a school performance, and the laughter of his peers had taught him that to be safe, he must be invisible, stoic, and cold. During his 4th day of integration, Thomas sat with his journal. He did not just write about his day. He traveled back to that school stage. He wrote to that 9-year-old boy. He did not write with judgment, but with the immense, weeping compassion of a father holding a hurt child. Psychologically, what Thomas experienced is known as memory reconsolidation. Our memories are not static files in a computer. They are living, emotional energies that rewrite themselves every time we retrieve them. If you recall a painful memory with your usual self-criticism, you reinforce the trauma. But if you retrieve that memory and wrap it in the warm blanket of absolute self-compassion, you change its neural signature. You literally heal your past from the present moment. On days 4 and 5, you are called to do this deep, excavating work. You must take up your pen and write down the moments where you felt small, rejected, or unworthy. You must look at these memories not through the eyes of the victim, but through the eyes of the compassionate observer. Ask yourself, what did I need to hear in that moment that I did not receive? And then, write those words to yourself. This practice of self-reflection dissolves the calcified emotional blocks that keep your magic trapped in the basement of your psyche. It prepares your vessel to hold a higher frequency of joy and power. As we transition into day 6 and day 7, the journey shifts from the internal sanctuary to the external world. This is the phase of identifying your hidden talents, aligning with your core values, and committing to outward sharing. Let us look at Elena, a quiet woman who worked as an accountant but possessed a rare, luminescent gift for storytelling. For years, she kept her stories locked in leather-bound notebooks in her attic, terrified of being judged. On day 6, realizing that her magic was useless if kept in the dark, Elena chose to align with her core value of connection. With a trembling hand, she read one of her stories aloud to a close friend. The friend did not laugh. Instead, tears welled in their eyes, and they told Elena that her words made them feel less alone in the world. This act of outward sharing is the final, essential step of integration. True magic is never selfish. It does not exist solely for our personal comfort or aggrandizement. It is a current of energy that must flow out into the world to complete its circuit. When you identify your hidden talents, whether it is a capacity for deep listening, an eye for beauty, or a voice that can soothe anger, and you consciously share that gift with another human being, you anchor your transformation in physical reality. Your practical advice for these final 2 days is to find one small, brave way to express your authentic self to another. It does not have to be a grand public performance. It can be an honest conversation where you share your vulnerability, an act of unexpected generosity, or the creation of something beautiful that you allow someone else to see. By aligning your actions with your deepest values and sharing your essence, you prove to your subconscious that it is not only safe to be powerful, but that your power is a gift to the collective. In summary, this 7-day integration plan is the bridge over which your soul must walk to make your magic permanent. You begin by setting quiet intentions and greeting your biological resistance with love on days 1 to 3. You heal the fractured pieces of your history through compassionate self-reflection on days 4 and 5. And finally, on days 6 and 7, you step out of the shadows, aligning your values with your actions and sharing your unique, beautiful light with a world that is desperately waiting for it. Take a deep breath now, and let these words settle into the deepest chambers of your heart. Feel the weight of the 7-day path ahead of you, knowing that every step is supported, and every moment of discomfort is simply the old world giving way to the new. And as we prepare to close this chapter, let us stand at the precipice of an even deeper mystery. For once the magic is integrated into your daily rhythm, you must learn how to protect it, how to nurture it when the storms of life return, and how to become the eternal guardian of your own inner casket. Let us turn our gaze now to the quiet sanctuary of the next chapter, where we will discover the art of sacred boundaries and the preservation of your light. The legacy of the Casket. Summary of wisdom. Close your eyes for a moment, and let the relentless rush of the modern world gently recede into the background. Listen to the quiet rhythm of your own breath, that steady, faithful tide carrying you through the storm of existence. Imagine you are sitting in a dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of old paper, dried lavender, and cedar wood. Before you, resting on a heavy oak table, is a beautifully carved, ancient wooden box. Its surface is worn smooth by the touch of countless hands that came before yours, its brass hinges gleaming softly in the amber glow of a single candle. This is the magic casket. For 12 chapters, we have traveled through its secret compartments, unraveling its mysteries, decoding its maps, and facing the shadows that guard its deepest chambers. But as we reach this sacred space, this summary of wisdom, a profound truth begins to crystallize in the quiet of your mind. The casket was never a physical object hidden in some forgotten temple. It was never something you had to search for across oceans or buy with gold. The casket is you. Your mind is the vessel. Your heart is the key, and the treasure inside is the magnificent, untouched power of your own consciousness. Throughout our journey, we have mapped a psychological roadmap across 12 distinct chapters of self-discovery, transforming you from a weary seeker into the absolute master of your inner world. We began by examining the heavy chains of conditioned limitation, those quiet lies whispered to us in childhood that grew into the loud voices of our adult self-doubt. We learned how we lock away our most vibrant colors in the dark corners of our subconscious, fearing that we are too much, or perhaps never enough. But as we journeyed deeper, we realized that every lock on this casket was designed by our own defense mechanisms to protect us from a world we once perceived as hostile. To transition from a seeker to a master means recognizing that you no longer need protection from your own light. It means having the courage to look at the dustiest, most painful corners of your soul and realizing that nothing inside you is evil, nothing is broken, and nothing is beyond the reach of love. Let us look closely at the first great pillar of this wisdom, which is the dissolution of the illusion of lack. Consider the story of Arthur, a brilliant architect who spent 40 years designing towering glass skyscrapers that defined city skylines. To the world, Arthur was a creator of monumental success, a man who shaped the very horizon. Yet, every evening, Arthur sat at his drafting table in the dead of night, staring at his blueprints under the harsh glare of a desk lamp, feeling a hollow, gnawing ache in his chest. He felt like an imposter, a man who built grand structures for others while living in a crumbling, drafty shack inside his own heart. He believed he had to build one more tower, win one more award, to finally feel complete. One rainy night, as the wind rattled his window panes, he looked at a tiny wooden jewelry box his grandmother had given him decades ago. It was empty, save for a slip of paper that read, "You are the house you are trying to build." In that quiet, heartbreaking moment, Arthur wept. He realized he had been seeking external validation to fill an internal void that only his own self-acceptance could bridge. He stopped designing for the applause of the world and began designing spaces that fostered human connection. This story illustrates a profound psychological dynamic. When we operate from a place of perceived lack, our subconscious mind acts as a sieve, filtering out all the abundance, love, and peace that is already present in our lives. We become trapped in a state of perpetual striving, chasing a horizon that recedes with every step we take. This dynamic holds us back because it keeps us in a survival state, where the brain is constantly scanning for what is missing. To break free from this pattern, you must practice the art of radical presence. When you feel the familiar ache of inadequacy rising, do not run from it, and do not try to fix it with external achievements. Instead, place your hand over your heart, breathe deeply, and whisper to yourself, "I am already home, and everything I need is already here." This simple, tender act of self-soothing recalibrates your nervous system, signaling to your subconscious that you are safe, complete, and worthy of the life you are living right now. Our second pillar of wisdom is the key of acceptance, the process of unlocking and integrating our personal shadow. Think of Clara, a woman who built her entire life around the image of flawless perfection. She was the perfect mother, the perfect employee, the perfect friend, always smiling, always put together, never showing a single crack in her armor. But beneath the surface, Clara was drowning in anxiety, self-loathing, and exhaustion. She had locked her anger, her grief, and her healthy boundaries deep inside the darkest compartment of her inner casket, believing that if anyone saw her imperfections, she would be abandoned. One afternoon, while cleaning her attic, she found an old, faded photograph of herself as a messy, laughing 7-year-old child covered in mud. Clara sat down on the dusty floor, held the photograph to her chest, and let out a sob that had been trapped inside her for 30 years. She realized that by locking away her shadow, she had also locked away her vitality, her creativity, and her capacity for genuine joy. She began the slow, messy work of allowing herself to be human, to say no, to cry when she was sad, and to rage when she was wronged. From a psychological perspective, the shadow is not something to be feared or eliminated. It is simply the collection of those parts of ourselves that we deemed unacceptable in order to survive. When we suppress these aspects, they do not disappear. Instead, they run our lives from behind the scenes, manifesting as anxiety, depression, projection, and self-sabotage. Unlocking the shadow is the ultimate act of self-love. To apply this in your own life, begin by observing your reactions to others. What irritates you most in someone else is often a disowned part of yourself. When you catch yourself judging another, ask yourself with gentle curiosity, what part of me is crying out for expression right here? Write down your deepest, most hidden fears without judgment. Sit with your sadness and your anger as you would sit with a frightened child. By holding space for your darkness, you allow it to transform into the golden light of authentic self-expression. Our third and final pillar of wisdom is the golden thread of purpose. The moment we transition from merely surviving to actively creating our destiny. Consider the extraordinary life of Julian, a master violinist who, at the height of his career, began to lose his hearing. For a musician, this was the ultimate tragedy, a cruel joke of fate that threatened to destroy his very identity. As the silence closed in around him, Julian fell into a deep, dark despair, unable to play, unable to feel the music that had once defined his existence. He felt as though the casket of his mind had been permanently locked and the key thrown into the sea. But one afternoon, as he sat in despair with his cello pressed against his chest, he plucked a string. He could not hear the note, but he felt the deep, warm vibration ripple through the wood, into his hands, and straight through his sternum. He closed his eyes and realized that music was not just something you heard with your ears. It was something you felt with your entire being. Julian went on to teach music to deaf and hard of hearing children, showing them how to feel the rhythm of life through their bodies, transforming his greatest tragedy into his most profound legacy. This is the crystallization of inner wisdom, where we align our conscious ego with our higher self. Julian did not allow his external circumstances to define his worth. Instead, he searched inside himself for a deeper truth and found a purpose that transcended his physical limitations. Psychologically, when we connect with our core purpose, we tap into a reservoir of resilience that can withstand any storm. To find your own golden thread, look for the activities that make you lose track of time, the causes that make your heart ache with empathy, and the quiet moments where you feel most alive. Dedicate at least 5 minutes every single day to sitting in silence, listening not to the thoughts in your head, but to the deeper intelligence of your body and soul. Ask yourself, what is the highest contribution I can make to the world today, using the unique gifts I have been given? As we bring this chapter to a close, let us carry the legacy of the casket forward into our daily lives. Remember that the journey of transformation is not a destination you reach, but a beautiful, ongoing dance of self-discovery. You are the seeker, you are the master, and you are the treasure itself. In our next chapter, we will step beyond the threshold of wisdom and into the realm of active creation, exploring how to manifest this inner magic in your outer world. The candle is flickering, the room is warm, and the path ahead is illuminated by the very light you carry within. Breathe in this wisdom, let it settle deep into your bones, and when you are ready, let us take the next step together. The final key, your call to action. Take a deep breath. Let the air fill your lungs completely, and as you slowly let it go, allow yourself to arrive fully in this present moment. We have traveled a long, winding road together through the chambers of the magic casket. We have unearthed the dust of forgotten dreams, stared into the shadows of your deepest fears, and felt the quiet, stirring warmth of your dormant potential. But now, my friend, we stand at the most critical juncture of all. We have reached the final threshold. You hold the final key in your hand, and its metal is warm, pulsing with the heat of your own heartbeat. It is heavy, because it carries the weight of a choice. The philosopher Soren Kierkegaard once wrote that anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. Right now, you might feel a subtle tremor of that very dizziness. You are standing before the open casket of your soul, looking at the treasures within. But a treasure unutilized is no different from common stone. The magic only begins when you take what you have found inside and bring it out into the harsh, beautiful light of the physical world. This is your call to action. It is not enough to simply listen, to nod in agreement while the narrator's voice washes over you like a gentle tide, only to return to the comfortable numbness of your old routines. Transformation is a physical act. It requires your hands, your voice, your vulnerability, and your steps forward. If you leave these insights locked within the chambers of your mind, they will slowly fade back into the ether, becoming nothing more than a beautiful dream you once had. Let us make sure that does not happen. Let us ground this magic in the earth of your everyday life. Consider the first physical action that will bind your insights to reality, the act of writing down your personal casket revelations. There is a profound difference between a thought that drifts through the mind like smoke and a word that is carved into the physical world. Let me tell you the story of Elena. Elena was a woman who spent 40 years of her life living in a state of quiet resignation. She was a librarian, surrounded by the words of others, yet her own voice remained locked inside a silent vault. During a rainy autumn evening, while listening to the concepts we have explored in this book, she felt a sudden, sharp ache in her chest. It was the pain of a long-suppressed truth. She realized that she had spent her entire life hiding her creative spirit because she was terrified of being judged, terrified of failing. For hours, she sat in her armchair, the ticking of the grandfather clock sounding like a countdown of her remaining days. The temptation to simply go to bed and forget the realization was immense. The ego whispered to her that it was too late, that she was too old, that it did not matter anyway. But Elena did something she had never done before. She stood up, her knees trembling slightly in the cool draft of the room, and walked to her desk. She found a simple, lined notebook and a blue ballpoint pen. With a hand that shook so violently she could barely form the letters, she wrote down one single sentence: "I am an artist, and I have kept myself small out of fear, but I will hide no longer." As the ink dried on the paper, Elena wept. It was not a weep of sadness, but of profound release. The moment those words existed outside of her head, they became a contract with reality. She could no longer pretend she did not know the truth of her soul. What Elena experienced in that quiet room is a profound psychological phenomenon. When we keep our revelations solely within our minds, we allow our subconscious to easily manipulate them. The mind is a master of self-deception. It can rationalize away our brightest moments of clarity, burying them under the debris of daily worries, distractions, and excuses. But when you write your truths down, you engage the motor cortex of your brain. You physically imprint your thoughts into the material world. This act of externalization forces your subconscious to confront the reality of your desires. It bridges the gap between the invisible realm of potential and the visible realm of actualization. It is a psychological mirror that does not allow you to look away. When you write down what you discovered in your magic casket, you are telling your subconscious mind, "This is real, this is important, and I am no longer willing to live a lie." To apply this to your own life right now, I want you to perform a simple, sacred ritual. Do not wait for tomorrow. Do not wait for the perfect moment. Find a piece of paper, a journal, or even the back of an envelope. Take a pen, feel its weight in your fingers, and write down the single most powerful revelation you have had during this audiobook. Write down what you are ready to let go of, and what you are ready to claim. Do not worry about elegant phrasing or perfect handwriting. Let the ink flow as a direct extension of your heart. When you are finished, place this paper somewhere you will see it every single day. Let it be a silent, unyielding sentinel reminding you of who you truly are when the noise of the world tries to make you forget. But we cannot walk this path entirely alone. The second key point of your call to action is to join an online community of fellow seekers. We live in an era of unprecedented connection, yet we are drowning in an ocean of profound isolation. We wear masks of competence and happiness, hiding our struggles and our spiritual hunger from the world. Imagine David, a young man who felt utterly isolated in his quest for deeper meaning. To his friends and family, he was a successful software engineer, always rational, always stable. But inside, he felt a vast, echoing emptiness. When he began his journey with a magic casket, he felt as though he were speaking a foreign language that no one around him could understand. He tried to talk to his colleagues, but his words were met with blank stares or polite deflections. He felt a deep, chilling loneliness, a sense that his awakening was a form of isolation. One night, sitting in the blue glow of his computer screen, he found an online group of individuals who were also working through these exact concepts. With a racing heart, he wrote a post. He did not post a polished version of himself. Instead, he shared his fear of emptiness, his longing for purpose, and his struggle to find meaning in his achievements. He held his breath, expecting silence or ridicule. But within minutes, the notifications began to chime. Responses poured in from across the globe. People in London, Tokyo, and small towns in America wrote to say, "I feel this too. You are not alone." David sat in his room, the tears warming his face, realizing that the bridge of vulnerability had connected him to a global tribe of seekers. The psychology of this connection is rooted in our evolutionary history. We are tribal creatures. For thousands of years, our survival depended on our belonging to a group. When we embark on a journey of deep personal transformation, our ego perceives the departure from our old social norms as a threat to survival. It whispers that if we change, we will be cast out, rejected, and left to perish in the cold. This fear of isolation is one of the most powerful forces holding us back from growth. By actively joining a community of like-minded individuals, you provide your subconscious with the safety it craves. You show your mind that there is a tribe waiting to receive the new, authentic version of you. You experience the power of mirror neurons, witnessing the courage of others and allowing their victories to fuel your own. In a community of seekers, your vulnerability is not a weakness. It is your currency, your passport, and your greatest strength. My invitation to you is to step out of the shadows of isolation. Seek out the digital spaces where the listeners of this book gather. Share your story. Post that single sentence you wrote down in your journal. Read the confessions of others and offer them your silent witness, your encouragement, and your warmth. You do not have to be an expert. You only have to be real. By sharing your journey, you validate the experiences of others, and in doing so, you solidify your own. You cease to be a solitary wanderer and become part of a collective awakening, a wave of consciousness sweeping across the world. This brings us to the third and perhaps most selfless act of your integration, requesting your honest feedback and reviews of this audiobook to guide others who are still lost in the dark. To understand the power of this act, we must travel to a quiet apartment in a bustling city, where a young woman named Clara sits on the edge of her bed. It is 3 o'clock in the morning, the hour of the soul's deepest midnight. Clara is overwhelmed by anxiety, her chest tight, her mind spinning with a sense of utter hopelessness. She feels completely disconnected from herself, as if she is a ghost haunting her own life. Desperate for some comfort, some guidance, she opens her phone and begins to scroll through audiobooks. She is searching for a sign, a lifeline. She comes across the magic casket. She is hesitant. Is it just another self-help book? Will it be a waste of her time? She scrolls down to the reviews. There, she reads a review left by a listener named Marcus. Marcus did not just leave 5 stars. He wrote a deeply honest paragraph. He described how he had been on the verge of giving up, how this very chapter had shaken him awake, and how he had finally found the courage to open his own casket. As Clara reads Marcus's words, she feels a sudden spark of hope. She hears the truth in his vulnerability. She clicks play, and in that moment, her life begins to shift. Marcus will never meet Clara. He will never know her name. But his review, written in a moment of honest reflection, became the lighthouse that guided her ship through the storm. When you leave an honest review, you are participating in the ancient archetypal cycle of the guide. In every classic mythological journey, the hero must eventually return from the underworld with the elixir of wisdom to share with the community. Leaving a review is your way of pouring that elixir back into the well of human consciousness. It is a psychological act of integration. By articulating what this journey has meant to you, you synthesize your own learning. You move from being a consumer of wisdom to a contributor. You signal to your subconscious that you are no longer just a passive recipient of life, but an active creator who has the power to influence and heal others. It breaks the cycle of spiritual selfishness, where we gather insights only for our own comfort, and instead turns our personal growth into a gift for the collective. So, I ask you now, as a mentor, as a companion who has walked beside you through every dark corner of this book, leave your breadcrumbs in the forest. Go to the platform where you purchased this audiobook and write down your truth. Let your review be an honest reflection of your experience. Tell those who are still standing at the edge of the forest what they will find inside. Your words do not need to be perfect. They only need to be true. You never know whose life you might save in the middle of the night just by sharing your honest experience. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us review the path we have laid out. You have been called to write down your personal revelations, grounding your insights in the physical world. You have been invited to join a community of seekers, overcoming the illusion of isolation. And you have been asked to leave your honest review, acting as a beacon of light for those who are still searching. These are not separate actions. They are a single, unified gesture of stepping into your power. They are the physical keys that lock your transformation into place. Take another deep breath. Feel the stillness that resides beneath the surface of your thoughts. The magic casket is open, its contents revealed, and the key is now in your hands. But do not think for a moment that this is the end of our journey. No, the locking of one door is merely the unlocking of another. As you prepare to take these physical actions, a new horizon is already beginning to form in the distance. Ahead of us lies the ultimate mystery, the final integration where the boundaries between the magic within you and the world around you dissolve entirely. Let us step forward together into that vast, beautiful unknown, where the true magic of the casket begins to reshape your reality. Let us move forward to the final destination. And so, my dear friends, we reach the final, quiet page of our journey. Thank you, from the very depths of my heart, for walking this winding path with us. Here at Stories of Crime, we do not merely share tales of mystery. We share moments of deep reflection, of human soul-searching, and of shared breath in the velvet dark. Your presence, your quiet attention, and your companionable silence throughout this journey have made this experience truly extraordinary. It is your listening ear, after all, that breathes life into these spoken words, and for that, we are eternally grateful. If the mystery of the magic casket has touched your heart today, or stirred the embers of your imagination, I would be so deeply honored if you would join our family here. Please take a gentle moment to subscribe to our channel, stories of crime, and light up the like button beneath this video. We would love to read your thoughts in the comments, to hear what secrets you discovered along the way, and we invite you to share this story with a friend or a loved one who might also find comfort and intrigue in these tales. Your simple kindness in doing so helps our little fire burn a bit brighter in this vast digital night, allowing us to keep bringing these stories to life for you. As we close this chapter and let the silence settle, let us carry the quiet wisdom of the magic casket out into the world with us. We so often search the earth for hidden treasures, looking for answers locked away in boxes of gold and iron, forgetting that the most profound casket of all is the human chest. Within it, we keep our deepest secrets, our shadows, and our fears. But it is also where we keep our infinite capacity for truth, for love, and for ultimate redemption. The real magic, perhaps, is not what we lock away to protect, but what we choose to open up and bring into the light. Until our paths cross again in our next story, keep seeking the truth, guard the light within your own heart, and sleep in peace. Thank you, and goodbye for now.